We're here for more earth flesh. I can't tell if I'm more or less disturbed by that sentence than, like, we're eating the body of Christ at church, in church. All right, chat room. So an ad break is going to happen in 40 seconds. It's my first caffeine in 4 days, chat. Jesus. So when that ad break pops, I'm going to put a marker in chat, and that's where I'm going to cut the VOD. And thanks. I want to throw up now, suited. And when that pops, I'm going to ask the YouTube folks to go do me a huge favor. Good night, Sentient. Or the Twitch folks to do me a huge favor, which is go like the YouTube stream. Okay, so what I want you guys to do is, hey, if you're watching here on Twitch, you can say hi, YouTube, if you would like. Also, hi, YouTube. I hope you're doing all right. There's 45 folks watching on Twitch today, currently, at this exact moment. And if the Twitch folks would like to go help them out, you can do that by either lurking in both streams or by leaving a like on it. There's 140 people watching here on Twitch, so I'm sure we could artificially inflate that like count by a lot, considering there's 22 likes right now out of 47 viewers. It was 16 before I started talking about this, so go plop a like on that their YouTube stream. Make that number go up. Now, of course, also, this is just a request. If you haven't yet, please, I put up a video this morning. Go leave a like on this video and maybe leave a comment on it and watch it through if you want to be super cool. It's a response to a question that was openly given to the Dwarf Fortress community, so we figured might as well respond to it. And now we're going to go play some Dwarf Fort. If I can find the right save file. I wonder if anything snuck into Fortress mode from that patch. I wonder. We all know that YouTube is CatTube. Those little furballs are the biggest stars of the show. Thank you for doing your part, Asterista. All right, so this is the fort, and I need to actually make those bedrooms into bedrooms, because they're not bedrooms yet. They're just a weird pattern in the floor. There is a bunch of magnetite in those walls, though. Newbie mistakes? Oh, lots of that. Check the shields, yeah. Okay, so I have a question. Is that a bug or intended? There's a bug fix related to dwarves having thoughts about tombs. So they think about tombs now? I mean, they do look awesome. I wonder if it's it's sideways until they're in combat, because that would be kind of cool. Nope. No, it just stays sideways. I think that, it actually just looks like weapon sprites got an update. Because that hammer looks different than yesterday. Well, that's good. That seems like it was a Putnam fix, but that's just an assumption. Yeah, did the weapon sprites get changed? Just in general. Because all the pickaxes in their gear look different. Maybe I'm just going crazy, but... Nobles who are supposed to have a tomb will have a good or bad thought about that tomb. Depending on whether or not the tomb is good enough. The only thing I've ever seen about it... Yeah, they're color... a lot of colors are different. I almost need to go look at my footage from yesterday, but... the dwarves look more pronounced. I can't wait until the goblins arrive. Oh, shit. What's unique about this, chat? This dwarf has an artifact warhammer. Made of lead. It's visible. Are god medals visible now? Well, I mean, they were before if you reforged them. It was just the named ones that weren't. YouTube's still haggard. Well, that's working as intended. I wonder. Hold on. Let me check something. Objects. Why is backspace not working? Disable overlay. DFhack backspace isn't working for me for some reason. Let's go to objects. Because I had a cloak. Okay, so this item, color painted, not visible still. Because what was this cloak? It's just a pigtail robe. That's what that artifact was? Yeah. Yeah, so many of the colors look different. That's the thing that's throwing me off the most. Here's a dwarf with a crossbow. Crossbows also look a lot different. Means key maps updated. Let me see what we can do about that. Yeah, cheers. At least it's not working when I type. Also, it seems like the icons are now appearing above DFhack. I don't remember them doing that before. Found a bug. In DFhack, not Dwarfort. The dragons have had collars for a while, but are they more pronounced? The trained ones have collars. Yeah, that's not new. It's always like this weird, like, hide-and-seek game of trying to find the new stuff. Apparently I caught a muskox. I should probably train that. Kinda curious about what else has been snuck in. The updates on the beta branch, yeah. For YouTube chat's question. Also, this is an artifact sword, right? Yeah. So that's an artifact sword as well. I mean, fix whatever you gotta fix, dude. Yeah, get her done. So I owe somebody a dwarf from yesterday. Tivo Mato gifted some subscriptions and then was gifted us a dwarf after the fact. So let me just double check. Yeah, Tivo Mato. Tevomato. And they say they get to pick a dwarf. So Twitch chat, what kind of dwarf do you think they should get? Also, I'm pretty sure the redemptions are up right now. You should be able to redeem a dwarf if you would like one. The named dwarves that are in the fort currently are as follows. Oopsies, that's the wrong button. That's the right one. I will just go through these one at a time, I think. This one is the one that I can never see until I open it up, which is Minerin, Bioactive, who is a very interesting dwarf who just showed up. Grandpa, who is a notable character. Dominok, Bastet, as well as Bonesaw and YouTube. And Elephant Tender, who is the founder and countess of the fortress. We have Ilmirin, we have Hunter Meyer. We have a Devilish Potato, no banner flags, as well as Moose Moose. And we have Narc and Phantasmita and Katamas, and if I scroll down and continue to scroll down, Kyokyo Doka, as well as Simtexagon. And down here we have Darius Cardron, Corvius Suede, and Proxa, as well as Yoshi. And who else do we have? Elfie Bean, Kokoroko. And we have Glass Half Empty, and Amethyst, and a bunch of legendary dwarves for various things. Him Go Fast, and IB Lurkin, and Flabort, and Stone Grip, and Indiridius, as well as Nikola Tesla, and UGDPY, and Hare, who is a notable character who I need to add to the exclamation point characters list. Of course, if you would like to keep up with the fortress itself, Bonesaw, you're in the fort already. You silly goose. JJ is still here and alive. Massmorass and Sideburns, and we have Bird. So Bonesaw, would you like me to refund that, or would you like to give it to somebody else? Give it to the Oxtrot? Okay. Oxtrot, what kind of dwarf would you like? You're not here enough to justify it? That's fine. Do you have a particular type of dwarf that you would like? Nikola Tesla moved from got kidnapped by goblins and then rescued by the dwarves of this fort, yes. We'll just go with Oxtrot. That's fine. You have died, yes. Talon. But chat, what kind of what kind of dwarf do we think we should give to Oxtrot? Oxtrot, would you like a beard or no beard? That's the options I'll give you. Javedison's probably, yes. You guess that you'll catch a replay? It was a bit ago that you died. Kind of a bit ago. My big goal for today, chat, is very achievable. My big goal is I want to be above 800 subscribers by tonight. I only need 9. We're very close here on Twitch. Give him a scribe. Do I have any scribes? I don't actually think I have any scribes, but I can assign one. I could assign one. Despite being female. Well, I will give you the top one because you're a disciple. And I also need to double check what your name was. Logan is your name. And you're currently reading, so it fits. Oxtrot. Does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, has a sense of duty, and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. Doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and prefers to present herself modestly. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. Her hands become animated when she's angry, and she exhales slowly and deliberately when she starts getting bored. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. She dreams of raising a family and personally finds artwork boring and values honesty. She likes iron, moonstone, and rope reed fabric, the color turquoise, and millstones and donkeys for their stubbornness, and the words of the diamonds of depth, and when possible prefers to consume white-spotted puffer and gutter crewor and barley flour, and absolutely hates lizards. And she is level-headed and somewhat focused after satisfied needs. Wants to be with family and friends, but has neither of those things. Is a member of the Dead Communion, making her a disciple. And she most recently read Journey into Anatomy and Monastery for Students. And did I return from that last raid? Yes, we did. We've been raiding a dwarven fortress that was taken over by goblins. There was a lot of gutter crew drinkers in this faction. They ain't treating anyone in the hospital unless you unassign and reassign the doctor job? Do you have orderlies set to everyone? And you have all of your doctor positions assigned. I mean, you don't need to have them set to everyone. I just do that because meh. That's not a mod. You don't need to mod that, Butch Cats. You literally need to go into the game's files. You can figure out how to do it on the wiki very easily. There's one file that you open, and you just comment out one line. And then, boom. Actually, I think you delete a commented out line. You don't even need to mod a set of beard sprites. It's literally just one line of one character you need to remove. It's so easy. And it appears that things went about as well as expected. Tame Learn's thumb was smashed. That's unfortunate. Calvin Cuddy was struck down by sideburns, and they clashed with 12 dwarves, slaying 8, and 526 goblins, slaying 8. Well, it's a slow process, but eventually we will retake Portal Den, which is one of my bigger goals for this fort, which is this location here. And as you can see, they're kind of strong. They have a book called Start Your Day with the Farm, which I would like to, acquire at some point. I'm going to send them back out. The unbearded male children? Male dwarf children? Wait, really? Oh, shit! Children's sprites are in. Also, they're bearded. What are you talking about? There's a beard there. I think this looks fantastic. Disagree. Respectfully. Like, literally, children being in game, this is like one of the most requested, most longest awaited features. Like, I don't know. I'm ecstatic about this. And also, yes, they are bearded. See? There's a beard. I mean, it's better than having adult babies running around. Significantly better. She looks kind of fugly, but like, I mean, she's a kid. Come on. I certainly did not see it. I've just been staring at this. Deep Sea Fishin would like to give a dwarf to the Killer Spud in YouTube chat. So Twitch chat, you guys get to vote on this, yes or no. You can either type the word yes or no or use the vote yay or vote no or whatever those silly emotes are. If it's overwhelmingly yes, then we will dwarf them. I have a bunch of random baby animals I gotta eat. And some others I gotta pasture. Apparently I also have a water buffalo and a horse. Which I don't think... are things I want to keep. Children for your taste are ugly as hell. I think that suits them. I mean, who... Okay, genuine question, not actually asking about human children. Real children. Isn't it fitting that they're ugly as hell? Like, does anybody actually like the dwarven kids? I don't have any babies in this fort, so I can't see what the baby sprites look like. I think it suits them. Maka, thank you very much for the second month. Welcome back. So it is overwhelming. So Killer Spud, beard or no beard, and would you like a disciple or no? And then the rest is up to me in Twitch chat. You keep getting random emotes from streamers you've never seen. What, from hype trains? I'm trying to think what else would give you random emotes. Or are you getting gifted subs? Because you can disable getting gifted subs from streams you don't follow. Nah, I'm good. Darius, it's fine. Sure, we'll see them eventually. You don't know anything about Dwarf Fortress other than about dwarves and forts and mining and dying horribly and as everything goes wrong? It's a fun game. Yep, that's Dwarf Fort. All right, so I haven't heard anything from Killer Spud, but oh, there we go. They just responded. They want a bearded disciple if possible. All right, so you guessed it. First dwarf with beard who doesn't have name in this list. We're running out of them slowly. Looks like you're going to be a child, probably potentially. Yeah, well, we'll go with this one. This dwarf, who's currently going to go collect clay. Actually, pretty happy dwarf. Killer Spud is easily moved to mercy and is somewhat scatterbrained and would never pass up the chance for a good fist fight. He can handle stress, and he tends to be swayed by emotional appeals. And he tends to hang on to grievances. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. His hands become animated when he gets angry, and he never becomes exasperated. He begins to speak very deliberately when he becomes exasperated. He begins to speak very deliberately. I often miss periods in the writing in that menu specifically. He personally finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless, and dreams of raising a family. He likes talc and bronze and cherry opal, green glass and gorilla leather, and that's like gorilla tape, and boogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics, and fonio, plants for their grain, and the words of the mindful saffron, and when possible prefers to consume tuber beer and hates oysters. Welcome to the fort. I'm kind of curious. How many logs do I have? 187. Okay, quite a few. Although I think a bunch of these, yeah, a bunch of those are like not usable right now. Let's see if there's anything else about Spud that we can. Anything else about Spud that we can learn? I can type, I swear. You're just a member of the current locations here. You don't have any friends. You're a dabbling weaver and a competent potash maker, supposedly. Relatively recent arrival, I think. Yeah, you arrived this year, or last year. So beginning of last year, you arrived. So you've been here for 1 year. So relatively new dwarf to the fort, which explains why you don't have any friends just yet. And you really, really like the legendary dining rooms. No. You have to build the floor before you can put a table on it, just like real life. Fortunately, you can build a wall on a floor without having to remove the floor, unlike in older versions. Because in older versions, you would have to remove the floor. I'm going to remove this. We're going to try and like pretty up this area because I don't like the way this area looks at all. In the slightest. Let's hit this button. And this button. You love the hair coming out of the top of the hat. Hair is one of my favorite dwarves for that reason, because she has big hair that go everywhere. I'm going to have to come up with some continuity reason as to why the dwarves suddenly are holding their shields at a different angle in the video for this fort, but it's okay. Speaking of hair, let's follow hair for a little bit. She is still pondering. Definitely one of our more efficient, like, academics in the fort. The axes look quite nice, too. You just saw a video where the guy found the adventure mode thing in the fortress. Oh, the vault. Incompetently performing the rites of the dead communion in an improperly dedicated temple. What's funny is I gave them an extra temple, which is just this one, the Temple of Juices, and I guess. Wait a second. Do undedicated temples also need value? I guess they do. I didn't realize that. Or like non-religion specific ones. Because it seems to want them here, and I've never realized that. Well, it says 6,000 here, which I guess would be 2,000 when you have it set to normal difficulty, because I've got the economy stuff set to hard, which just makes things require higher value to work. I guess it must be that. That's kind of neat, actually. I didn't know that. Learn something every day, I suppose. Hello, Taylor. Good morning. There was a patch today, so there's some new sprites. So if things look different, that's why. The religion for our dwarves is the worships death, deformity, and disease. And they worship a god named Yugath Larval Flems the Lustful. And it was voted upon by the nobles of the fortress that the only dwarves that were permitted to have bedrooms and the only temples that I was permitted to build, aside from this one, which I'd already built, which was the Abbey of Walls, is temples to this god. So essentially, I am building a cult surrounding this deity. And is Yugath the whole... is there a Yugath holy item in this fort? I don't know what that means. Please elaborate. And so the kind of goal for this fort is to basically practice some shitty religious segregation until there is only one primary religion. The Abbey of Walls, which is the second most popular deity in the fortress and the second most popular religion in the fortress, is slowly being pulled apart at the seams and only has 32 worshippers left, whereas the main temple now has 25 worshippers of the religion, but anybody who worships the god is allowed in the fort, meaning we are up to a total of 47 followers of Yugath, which includes followers and also includes... disciples. Disciples are a part of the correct religion, whereas followers are only... Although, actually, we're missing a bunch right now because they went off map and are in the process of heading off map. The servants of Yugath are specifically people who are either directly related to somebody or left their previous religion. So they don't worship... They're either not worshippers or they're not part of the right religion, but have left their other religion, so I'm giving them a free pass. Whereas disciples are part of the religion itself. So, yeah, it's a fun kind of gimmick thing that we're doing for this fort. And I recently had to drop 2 different mayors into lava because the Countess was tired of having incorrect worshippers of... in charge of the fort in any way. So we dropped a bunch of statues through the floor of this building right here. And this is probably going to become, eventually get given to the champion, who's probably going to be Sideburns, but he has to prove himself worthy first. So that's the kind of short version. And for people in Twitch chat, if you want to get that spiel quicker, you could just type in !goal, G-O-A-L. That will give you a list of the, basically the smaller goals for this fort. I really like the new Warhammer sprites. I think they're really nice, and I'm actually a big fan of the shields. The picks look a little pixely, but... So I'm not entirely sold on the picks. But I do really like the way the shields look, and I think the fact that you can see artifact weapons now is great. And the armor, seems more detailed than before. Same with the dwarves. Everything just seems a little bit more detailed, which is really nice, actually. Big fan. New beta today, yes. We discovered a new bug? What? What's new? What new bug? I didn't discover any new crashes today. I did discover an issue with DF hack overlay being fucked up, but I love the way the children look. I haven't seen the babies yet. If somebody could go into my Discord and go into the Dwarf Fort talk room and just post screenshots of baby dwarves, that would be great. I'd like to see what they look like. Because I'm curious if they look similar to the sprites that I saw ages ago. Because, before this version of the game was out, I saw what they looked like. Dwarf Fortress finally runs with a next generation 4K texture pack. It was an 11 megabyte download instead of a 9 megabyte download. So now we just have to sit here and, like, chill and wait for a new siege to show up. That's the way I see it. When a new siege shows up, we'll have an opportunity to actually get an idea of what this place is going to look like. I think that these dwarves should get stairs down into their bedrooms. Even though they're going to be open rooms. I want this place to feel compoundy, so I'm making these bedrooms, like, open. But you can't do that and have them happy normally, so what I'm doing is I'm essentially making their bedrooms just, like, open holes into these little areas where they can sleep, and giving them these little stairway entrances. And I think that that'll be a bit of fun, just for the look of it. It'll also make assigning them a lot easier. Because I can just, like, click and drag across them. I will replace the walls and make them look nice on the inside, so it's going to be a bit of a process to actually build it, but these are going to go to all of our current cultists, and the other dwarves are going to be burrowed out of this region and just straight up won't be allowed in here. So... And also, let's check this dwarf. Because apparently they fixed them not being able to have happy thoughts about their tomb. Curious if this dwarf has had any happy thoughts about their tomb. They used to get unhappy thoughts if they didn't have a tomb. Also, I wonder if that bug also includes them being able to be placed in the tomb when they die. Didn't feel anything after being unable to practice martial art for too long. This dwarf really wants to practice martial art. Beta branch did in fact update. Adventure mode now has quest log, and there's a bunch of new art assets, and artifacts are now visible on soldiers. So, like, this dwarf here has a soldier. Is using an artifact sword. And actually, you know what? Let's jump to this dwarf, Sodel, and give them a different weapon. I'm just kind of curious about what it would look like. Because the sprites look different when they're equipped. So, new weapon. What do you think, chat? Spear? I don't think I have any spears, though. So, let's see. What do we have? I may have to actually make something. You forced babies in your fort and posted one? All right. I'm just going to go tell this dwarf to go equip a scimitar. I want to see what that would look like. Oh my god, those look amazing. That genuinely looks amazing. Just check this out. What's his name in The Incredibles? The little baby in The Incredibles. That's what he looks like. Jack. Yeah, that's his name. Looks like Jack. Babies, funny looking and adorable. Children, ugly looking and funny looking. Full-grown dwarves, dwarf looking. I appreciate this. This is good. Fantastic. That's a dwarf baby. Awesome. A+. You should have found a dude. I mean, if you can find a boy dwarf, I'll look at that too. I'd like to see one with a beard. God, that's funny looking. All right, so those still look very similar. Right, this needs to get put on a pedestal somewhere. This is a dwarf skull totem, which is an artifact which was wielded by a giant. Seems very fitting to give to my royalty. Quest log is in fact back, yeah, and it's great. It's been a long time since I've seen the older quest log, but it seems like it has more information in it than it did before. Like, it seems a lot better. Like, a lot better. That makes me wonder if, like, if giants that show up, if they're wielding weapons, if they would show up on their person. I wonder. There's Hair. She kind of stands out. Actually, I'm kind of curious about something. Because you would have been purple before. Did they, like, sneakily sneak in different color paletted clothing? I wonder. Did they? Yeah, because no, I mean, I can see the color palettes, but I'm wondering if it's like an option that you can change. Is what I'm wondering. Not that I'm seeing. I mean, it wouldn't be in key bindings or difficulty. That's funny. Absolutely fantastic. And then YouTube chat says full-grown dwarves are majestic. I would like to add that there was that one guy in the there was that one person in the Steam forums, so, you know, illegitimate, silly opinion by default there. But there was that one person in the Steam forums who was freaking out when they added the patch that added this, like the faces, because he was complaining that the female dwarves are too ugly and not sexy enough for his sexy dwarf mod. I think that's hysterical. I think they should make them uglier. Because there is that big booby dwarf mod that came out like immediately upon release. Which, like, you know, it's like the most video game-ass nonsense that will happen. And of course it will happen immediately and inevitably, but... okay, so here we have the Chapel of Juices. We still need to increase your value a lot, so we'll do that. Can I put one of these? I do! I have an altar I could chuck in here. What else do I have? I could probably give you, like, some table... Oh, wow, there's a wall piece missing. That would be nice, right? Nice, yes. And let's do probably some... Do I have an instrument I could plop? Nope. Do I have any tables or chairs? Got a fancy-ass daysite table, and I could do a fancy-ass lead table, and I could do a less fancy lead table. I could do a fancy-ass throne, and a normal throne, and a normal throne, and I probably have some statues I could throw in. Just a singular nice statue, so I will throw the singular nice statue over there. And let's see, what else do I have? Probably have a bookcase lying around, right? Nope. What else do I have? Do I have a cabinet? Yeah, we'll give you a fancy rock salt cabinet. Chest for instruments, not a bad idea. I also have some really nice chests. Let's use that daysite one. We'll also chuck another improved one up in here. Look at that. Is there a way to regulate the flow of immigrants? Settings, game, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, and then I will inevitably miss it. Population cap. You can cap your population to a certain number. So the... honestly, I'm going to change that. So essentially, the population cap is your easiest way to regulate it. The other way you can regulate it is give less to traders from your faction. That's the mechanical way to do it. You can change the population cap to just, get different numbers of dwarves in your fort total. So if you don't want more than 40 dwarves for like the first 2 years, just set strict population cap to 40. You can also set the soft population cap So you could set that to 40 and then allow up to 45, which would allow them to have up to 5 kids, right? Essentially allowing you to go above the population cap with children. It's not difficulty, it's just, it's in game, yeah. And then you right there. Totem. Where is that dwarf skull totem? There it is. I have a lot of beak dog totems. I have a fire imp skull totem? That's kind of awesome. Sorry, I gotta toss that in there too. That's just too cool. And, you know what? I will allow non-loyalists for now in here, like the unloyal, just to go chit-chat. And everybody's currently permitted to go everywhere. Okay, so let's check the dwarf who's in the death zone, because I think I'm dropping you off of a volcano. Because you deserted. Or I'm trying to drop you off of a volcano. This dwarf deserted the fortress. They are a former member of the religion. Meaning, I'm going to have to give them a punishment. Because they are no longer a true believer. And are no longer one of us. Which I just can't have. So I'm going to make a new squad with no armor. And this new squad can't be made right now because Tun isn't here. So instead, I will just simply go to this zone and, you know what, we'll just delete this for right now because I don't actually need it currently. But Bioactive is going to be thrown into the volcano once that squad gets back. Because I, need to not have my dwarves deserting me and running away. And leaving the only religion that matters. And Grandpa's pissed. Maybe Grandpa needs to retire. I think I'm going to let Grandpa retire from hunting because Grandpa's getting kind of old. He's 136. He is just a servant. And he really just wants to pray to his god, which is the wrong god, unfortunately. It's a good thing that he left his religion, but I think it's time that we let him return his final kill and then move to a different career path. Because I think this dwarf would be better in the military than anything. And he just really wants to be with friends and also with family. And he does actually have a daughter here who's also a servant. And same with Bonesaw, his cousin. So he should go spend some time with friends and family if he gets the opportunity, that is. It's kind of wild, Bioactive, because your dwarf was one of the ones that vanished during a raid, and then when you came back, you'd left the you'd left the religion. It's either that or I send you off to go and take over a location, but I think dropping you in the volcano is more fun. What do you think, Bioactive? Sorry for the mess. Sorry, I'm just reading a DM out loud because I'm silly. He probably came back to steal something? Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing is I don't have any open cases right now and I can't actually interrogate him. So I couldn't find out even if I wanted to. Also, Kaz, MIRL, thank you very much for the 56 pennies. Those are the first bits of the day. Thanks for helping keep this channel funded. This has been the slowest month I've had for Twitch revenue this year by a lot. So appreciate you. Every little bit helps. It all helps me stay funded. Remember, those Prime subscriptions do actually add up. I am doing okay, so don't worry too much about me, but it's just nice to see the money numbers stay where it normally is. The other thing that we are actively working on is this. This is a cart grinder trap, which isn't done just yet. So this is the other thing that I have to finish. I think this is going to be my priority now. Essentially, I'm building a setup so that we can have minecarts here, and they'll just sit down here waiting and ready to go. And now I just need to figure out some way of making this automatically close. What I could do is I could set it up manually, but then it would be really hard to make it function again. So I don't really know exactly how I can do this in a way that'll work. Because if I do a one-time switch, then I'd have to reconnect it, which is a bit of a pain. So, yeah. I don't exactly know how I'm going to do it, but it's not a minecart shotgun. No, I might also build minecart shotguns. This is a cart grinder. This is a thing that's going to hit stuff with a minecart, basically. I think I'm just going to use this thing and just hope that it works. So essentially what we're going to do, because the whole sucker's powered, is I'm going to go right here, and I'm going to add a stop. I'm going to add a stop, and I'm going to add a stop. Now, the thing is... actually, sorry, no, I can only add one stop. Now, the thing is, I have to be very careful about it and immediately forbid it, but that'll be the first one. Machine P1 and machine P2. So those need to go away. So what I can do is cart grinder 1. And that's going to go right here. And I'm going to connect this minecart to it. Then I'm going to make a new route, which is going to go right here, and it's going to be called cart grinder 2. And it's going to have another minecart on it. And then I'm going to have a third one, which is going to go right here, and it's going to be called cart grinder 3. So we can test run this, and then if it works, I can fill it up with lava and give it another test run. And if that works, then we are golden. Just making sure that all of it's powered, which it is. So now we just need to wait for these minecarts to come get picked up. So let's see who's coming to place a cart. Place track vehicle. Let's go get it, Hunter Meyer. Squilliam? Is that how you say that? Prime. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. What's the trick to make vertical drive shafts? There is no trick to it. You use the vertical drive shafts. You place one, you move up a layer. You place the next one, you move up a layer, and you place the next one. You have to start with the one at the bottom and can't start with the one at the top. Is it... Are you overthinking it more than that? Like, what's the issue here? Okay, so then I go down here, and I forbid this one. You think you're overthinking it? All right. That's usually the case. Like from SpongeBob. Got it. Well, hello. Just took me a second to register it as a name, I guess. This one can be forbidden. Now we've got one more. This last one is going to be invisible, so I'll have to uninvisible it once this is done being tested. $50 people? That's like impressive. Well, that's... Oh, it's okay. It's just a shoe that's on fire. I was like, how is that on fire? That's lava safe. So this should work in theory. So if somebody accidentally walks across here and dies, that'll be very unfortunate. My squad has returned once again. We went off and raided Portal Den. We're probably still just fighting with those 500 goblins or whatever, if I had to bet. The Iron of Power attacked the west of Tix of the Deceiver of Depressions at Portal Den. The Dwarf Sideburns led the attack, and the defenders, which, by the way, Sideburns, I don't know if you're here, you have the best title of any dwarf. Sideburns, Number Tomb, the Bright Buck. The Bright Buck, the brightest of bucks, led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Goblin Siniri Tamelerns. Sideburns, the Bright Buck, outmatched Siniri with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. The Bloody Tusks, led by the Dwarf, clashed with 12 dwarves in Portal Den, slaying 7, and 525 goblins, slaying 7. As well as killing a goblin named Torad and a goblin named Siniri, the one in charge. It looks like Avuz took out Siniri. And they also took out a goblin named Usmok, and that was Stakkud who did that. For Renly Baratheon? Kinda, yeah. That could be a Baratheon. All right, so let's test this sucker out. It's just no apparent reason calling for a round of beers, yes. Is what that is. So the lever getting pulled should release those minecarts. But the thing is, I need to pull the lever twice. Otherwise, this is just going to break. Which is a system I don't really like. So I need to make a better method for this system. What? I beg your pardon? Why you no move? That's strange. Let's try just a singular card. Because it should just, like, shoot across. Bizarre. Holy crap, somebody actually did it. I charge way too much for those, Nox. Thanks for the 10 bucks. They were $1 for a while, and it was getting really distracting and annoying, so I figured I would just charge enough that it doesn't make me mad. But thank you. Yeah, I upped the price of those. Because, like, they're just so... The constant giant, like, animated emotes are very, very, very distracting. So it's like, I might as well make it, you know, enough that it's no longer an annoyance. It's like it's like a 25-ounce beer, you know? It's like the pint plus a couple size beer is the way I'm thinking of it. Giga beer is a chat flex. Giga chug. It's like a keg. It's like a 40. What is this? The Yard House or something? Okay, well that worked. Question is... Yeah, this is not a good way of doing this. All right, so I really need this lever to get pulled. Can we please pull it? Just please pull it. Because I need to disconnect this. Essentially what I need to do is I need to make a minecart mechanism that's connected to this lever to launch this. This won't be too hard to do, but it'll take a bit of digging. So I need something to automatically close this bridge. The problem is, it might actually be going too slowly to properly get automatically dropped. So what I'm thinking I do is I have a thing going this way, which is pretty slow, and the minecart moves along this. Or I could have it going this way. It doesn't actually matter. It could go either. Let's actually go closer to me. So that's close, so that's fine. Essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a track that goes this way. I'm going to put the minecart on this track. And I'm going to put a switch like right there. I'm going to reset that lever so instead of connecting to the drawbridge, it actually connects to a drawbridge on this track. Okay, you following? And so that will launch this off, and then it will go hit a button, probably about right there. That will then send it down this way. And then I use the lever to raise it to shut the thing down. You had an actual source of income. You also miss when you could watch ads for free bits. You know, the reason they got rid of that was because people botted it. Like, that's such an old Twitch feature. It's like ancient Twitch history at this point. It was long enough ago that I remember watching an ad for the second Planet of the Apes movie. Because it does for $1.
Limit at 1 cup of coffee. I normally have the equivalent of 8 cups of coffee a day.
Thanks for the $1, Squillum.
I want to reset my caffeine intake a bit, and man, am I tired.
This is the first caffeine I've had in 4 days. And it only has 105 milligrams of caffeine in it, which is like a cup of coffee. Which I think is fair. Like, that is an acceptable amount of caffeine as far as I'm concerned. The 1971? I don't know. It's got a bunch of car ads. I also probably was part of the problem because I had to use a VPN to watch it in the first place. I've got a dwarf going into a strange mood and a dwarf that fell into depression. And the bloody tusks have returned once more. Unless... Okay, now that was the notification from the last one. And let's see, now that you're back. I'm going to go right here. And unfortunately, Bioactive, I need you to join a squad. And Bioactive, you are going to go stand right there. We've been able to attack it a couple of times, but I've been attacking the 5K Dwarven Fort.
X100. Hey Blind, I'm discontinuing all my subs on Twitch because I've got too many subs, so I'm giving away my bits and instead supporting on Patreon.
Instead of supporting on Patreon, support on my blog. Please. If that's possible for you. But that's unfortunate. Because you won't get ad-free viewing anymore. But regardless, thank you very much for giving me the heads up, Prismatic. And for the $1. Moose, thanks for the 21st month. I kind of... Ooh, wow, I figured they would just leave immediately. Well, that's exciting.
Elfie Bean cheered. X100. Yay hype.
Thank you very much for the little hype train chat room. I will say, and I always say this, genuinely still the best way to support streamers is by subscribing on Twitch. But if you would like to use off-platform, please use the blog. The other issue is they are literally going to just walk in this way, I think. Which kind of is an issue. Deep Sea Fishing, thanks for gifting a subscription to Bioactive. Well, I don't get 100%, but I do get like 94 point something percent. Because currency conversions are still a thing that I have to pay. Yep, that's what I was worried about. Because they are coming in this way.
Crypt Wave.
Purple Azumi, thank you very much for the subscription for a 13th month. Oh boy. Oopsies. This is hard to follow that zoomed in. Okay, so where are they headed? They are heading down this way, basically. Which means my squads are probably going to come in behind them. They also haven't killed anybody just yet. Here come the dwarves. Ah, well, one's already made it. Who is Stackgood, who's actually killed 2, I think. He's killed Yusmok, Dance Race, and is currently fighting with Dostengop. And he's bashing him with his hammer, as he damn well should be. With his silver warhammer, and the injured part is crushed. The force twists the right wrist, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone, and tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. Work farm-related jobs? Do you want a beard or no beard, Kaz? The shields are at a different angle, and all the weapons seem to have been redone. Ezekiel, thanks for the 41st month, man. Appreciate you greatly. And then we've got this dwarf running up towards 2 more. Might actually get into a martial trance, because they have to fight with 2 to get into a martial trance. Bashes the goblin bowman in the body with a silver warhammer, bruising the right kidney, and I have to hiccup really badly, but it doesn't want to hiccup. And the wrestler attacks the bowman, but she jumps away. And it appears that the siege has been broken already. Got more dwarves coming up this way. I'm actually not sure where they're stationed currently. So I'll just tell them to go here. Because we do, in fact, now have this dwarf in a martial trance who's continuing to take them out. With actually kind of shocking efficiency. You know, for a High Master Trapper and like a skilled Hammer Dwarf, this dwarf's doing a pretty damn good job. Bashes the Goblin Crossbowman in the head with a Silver Warhammer, fracturing the skull through the copper helm. Militia Captain is here as well. The Bright Buck, who bashed the Goblin Crossbowman in the lower leg with his named lead Warhammer, chipping the bone through the Sparrowman leather leggings. And there's the siege, I think. Here come the rest of the dwarves. Not bad. What's up, Magna? I know absolutely nothing about Doom 2 nor its community. I know that it exists. I played through most of Doom 1. I never played through Doom 2. I don't really have any interest in playing through Doom 2. And that's about it. I'm sorry, but I'm not the person to ask. Go ask somebody who plays first-person shooters actively. And Prismatic, thanks for checking out a gift. The only reason that I say that I heavily value Twitch subscriptions is, for full transparency here, making 70% from Twitch is massive. And I only will continue making 70% from Twitch if I can maintain the Twitch sub counts that I currently have. So that's the one thing I want to say about that, is it's kind of important to maintain that. So, you know, and I have lost it's like 40 or 50 sub points worth of paying subscribers in the last, I think it's like 90 days or so. What just happened? My site is inaccessible. Wonder what I did to make it inaccessible. Did I close the drawbridge? Oh, maybe it is actually just straight up this. Well, I could just put this here. Day site. 1, 2, 3. Thanks for the rest of the pennies, guys. And Nox, thank you very much for the 5 gift subs. Really appreciate you. I don't... Convenience... Okay, so the beers that I like are extremely regional. And you can't buy beers in a convenience store here. It's not legal. So, once again, you're going to have to ask somebody from your region. Like, if you happen to live in the Greater Vancouver area, I could give you some, like, ideas for beers from the Greater Vancouver area. If you live outside of the Greater Vancouver area, I literally can't help you. And like I said, you can't buy beers at convenience stores here. No, I think you're just asking questions that, like, I'm, like, completely incapable of actually answering. I don't think it's got any much to do with luck there. Yes, you can. If you drink PBR, you are legally a bad person, in my personal opinion, which doesn't matter. Okay, hold on. I don't actually trust this. You streamed for 4 years to basically 8 people before you quit due to becoming a father? Yeah, I streamed for 3 years before, like, making enough to even put it on my taxes. Why you would put PBR in that glass is beyond me, Kaz. You're a heathen then? Ah, it's fine. If you drink PBR, you're white trash and you're in trouble. That's the Canadian equivalent of that is if you drink Kokanee. I will say Kokanee is worse than PBR. But I'm a craft beer snob. Anybody who lives in like the Greater Vancouver area might know about this beer, but I've got 33 acres of sunshine in my fridge. So, which is a French Blanc. Yes, Proxo. You're a cider guy? I'm diabetic, so cider's painful. Causes me great pain to drink. Which is unfortunate, because I do like cider. So a lot of this stuff's going to get hauled pretty quick, probably. Yeah, then, you know, don't drink. If you're not legal drinking age, don't drink. You shouldn't know anything about alcohol by that logic. You know, we'll just dump all this. Bunch of random clothing. And my leader, the elephant tender, who's also the countess, meets with the human chancellor, Gorpu. And they say, greetings, noble dwarf, there's much to discuss. And they added information to civilization and world info. I wonder what rumors, if any, they gave me. Nothing notable that I'm seeing anyway. Elantine, thanks for the brand new Prime subscription. Appreciate you. Solash 2 is V good and gets patched V quick. The only thing I can really compare to is Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode, but that's not a fair comparison for it or Adventure Mode because they're pretty different games. But it's good. I need to play more of it, but I keep getting distracted by other things. Give you a nice doppelbock. I concur. Doppelbox is good. Well, they can be. So I'm going to do this. Run power to right there. And then I'm going to put a gear assembly right there. You're interested but not sure? It's a good game. Or where you can find patch notes. Patch notes aren't out yet because Tarn didn't send them to his publisher and then just pushed the patch out and then got on a plane, apparently. But they're working on getting the patch notes out. It added a bunch of sprites and changes to the visuals of dwarves in Fortress mode on the beta branch, and in Adventure mode, the quest log now works, which is huge. It's one of the biggest menus that they had left to do. So at this point, it's just smells and odors, which is not too big, and like basically the hunting menus, and not too much else. Well, I guess just the actual new stuff is the stuff they have left to do now, which is the like chosen stuff. But I have a feeling Tarn's been working on that for a while because he said that he's got some fun prototypes working, which means he's being enthusiastic about working again, which is good to see. Like, honestly, I said this a little bit ago in the video that I made, but the best part about the patch that we're currently on, or the current era, is that Tarn seems excited to work on the game again, and it's been a long time since I've seen Tarn excited to work on the game, because he's just been, for lack of a better term, kind of burnt, it sounds, from the way he talks about the game. Okay, so I need to put a drawbridge in here. And then I need to put another lever over here. Well, you're actually not connected to anything, so I could actually just use this one. So we're going to call this grinder on off manual. And this will be grinder on. Yeah, quest log is huge. You just figured out how to craft a stone axe and then got mugged and died yesterday. You must have been somewhere dangerous. All right, so this, I'm actually going to move this stop to over here. Poink, plop you there. That's getting constructed. And then I'm going to put a gear assembly right there, and a gear assembly right there, and connect these two with a horizontal axle right there. And then connect this with a horizontal, no, I don't actually need to do that. I do, however, need to do this. So let's do this on slower speed, because I need to time this correctly. Because if I don't time this correctly, it won't work. And then in between these, I need to put in pressure plates, which are triggered by minecarts. And triggered by minecarts. So this one will open the other drawbridge, and then this one will close it, ideally. And if I haven't timed it right, then I need to retime these. I can deconstruct that. You get linked to this. All right. Do we have with the current version option to ignore aquifers when digging? Why does everybody hate aquifers? What's wrong with you? You don't want to ignore aquifers when digging. There's like no situation where you actually want that. You think you do. You don't actually want that. But I think they mean digging through it without canceling. You also don't want that. You think you want that, but trust me, you don't actually want that. Let's just plug this. And I have a ghost, apparently. All right, so let's go here real quick. Tell this dwarf to station there. And I will follow this dwarf. I will be right back. I'm gonna go use the toilet, and then we're gonna drop this dwarf into the volcano.
Cheese for everyone!
I mean, I do that sometimes, Kaz. I do, in fact, do that sometimes as well. Okay, you need to go to the end there. All right. If you haven't, you might want to look up. This is what happens when you leave a cult. This is bioactive. They're 89 years old. They are an accomplished hammer dwarf, but they made the mistake of leaving our religion. Our great, beautiful, glorious religion. It's kind of a shame, but it's the reality. For they are a former member of the Dead Communion. Accurate. Deep sea fishing. I will say rest in peace to this dwarf. Oh my god, we get to find out if that has a sprite. It probably doesn't. Olan, the disciple of Yugath, has created Solo Zuzan. Masodthak, a sleek alpaca wool mask, and claims it as a family heirloom. I will pause. I received water. I am so grateful, she says. Somebody gave her water before she died? Oh, that's kind of poetic. I guess that's what that dwarf was doing. Exclamation point goal if you want to see what we are. Notokasa. That's incredible. That is genuinely incredible. Like, honestly, that is kind of awesome. The sword is similar to the one that you lost to goblins? What, like, same kind of theme, or also on a volcano? Nah, okay, it doesn't have a sprite. This is a sleek, alpacable mask. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval nice cabochons and decorated with forest titan leather, and encircled with bands of alpaca wool and rectangular nice cabochons. It is made from alpaca wool cloth, and the object menaces with spikes of nice and muskox bone. On the item is an image of Nish Tin Channel, the dwarf, and Nako Werethralls, the beak dog, in lead. Nish is making a plaintive gesture. Nako Werethralls is laughing. The artwork relates to the mortal wounding of the dwarf Nish by Nako Werethralls in Goretusk in the early spring of 375 during Kokeb, the assault of Vandals. On the item is an image of a tea tree in nice. They always bleed to death in lava. Because lava, the extreme heat causes bleeding, and that's what makes them die. Is the bleeding. Oh, I've got a bunch of these that I haven't placed yet. Which means I probably made 2 of them. Yep, I certainly did. Welp. We unfortunately got attacked by another fire imp. So I lost a couple dwarves in that. Really? And here I thought that would be higher value than it was. Huh. All right. Well, I guess I gotta engrave some things then. Thinking about food while in lava? I mean, wouldn't you? I know I would. All right, let's just see if we can finish this up. You're connected. Pull this lever before the whole thing gets hooked up to power. Oh, shit. Just going to deconstruct this. Because I can't have those 2 things connected to the same thing. Animara Masa, thank you very much for a gift subscription. Have I actually gone back up above 800? I wonder. That'd be cool. We are just barely above 800 again. So I'm now back to numbers that we were at back during the last worst month of the year. Okay, so this drawbridge right here is going to be linked to this, which will lower it. And then this is going to be linked to this, which will raise it. Although actually the better way to do this is to cancel both of those. Deconstruct this and make 2 drawbridges. Make 1 manual, and then make the other one open and close with these. Although, I think doors open and close instantly. Is the other one popping off? Because, like, the worst biome into our fortress certainly did. I mean, it's doing okay. It's getting 400 views an hour, which is nice. Won't complain about that. It is actually kind of funny, though, because, like, yeah, the YouTube channel is having its best months the last year and a half or so, whereas the Twitch stream is actually having its worst, which sucks, because It's a significantly larger portion of my income is the Twitch stream. I'd like to do this with drawbridges because it feels better. But if I can't get the timing right, I can't get the timing right. You know what? Screw it. We'll just use doors. Although that's nice. I need a quartzite door or something. Let's also train this. That's the #1 spelling error autocorrect default for me is just Door Fortress. The number of times, like, I've just been autocorrected by my phone to just saying Door Fortress instead of Dwarf Fortress is, like, I can't even count it. Which means I could actually get... No, I can't get... yeah, I can get rid of these. I can get rid of this, and I can get rid of this. This is actually a much sleeker design way of doing it. And I can memorialize Bioactive now. It is a shame, but it's what you get for leaving the fortress. Well, I mean, YouTube stream is doing okay. It's the video, like the YouTube stream is doing fine. Like not great, but it's the YouTube videos that are doing well. The YouTube stream is, it's fine. I won't say it's doing great. It usually averages less than a quarter of what the Twitch stream has, but I don't know if it's the app changing. I don't know if it's just the time of year or if it's just the week, but traffic on Twitch has been bad, and it sucks because that is still 90% of my revenue. So, you know, we're not quite 90, but it's like definitely the high percentage of the majority of my revenue. So, you know, a lot of people are very quick to say congrats on things doing well, where it's like when you're running the business yourself, from your perspective, it's like, well, from the outside, it looks like that, but in reality, But, like, at the same time, it doesn't, because it's still, like, 100% better than it was well, maybe, not quite 100%, but it's still significantly better than it was 3-4 years ago, right? So, I don't know. It's like, I'm doing fine. It's just, it's not where I want it to be, I guess, is the best way to put it. Otherwise, it just sounds like I'm being a Debbie Downer, which I don't want to be. So this drawbridge here is going to go to the manual lever, which is this one. Yes. But I need to not use those nice mechanisms. I need the quartzite mechanisms. This can also go away too, because it's no longer connected to anything and it's got an extra mechanism in it. It does include palletized equipment graphics, and artifacts now show up on dwarves. Shield, like, there's a lot of new sprites. Artifacts now show up, unless they're... not all of them show up, but more artifacts show up now. Weapons graphics have all been redone. And what's the other thing that I was... Oh, yeah, and there's also the quest log in adventure mode now, which is huge. Are the patch notes actually out now? Nope, it's not. From what I can tell, Tarn didn't tell them he was patching it, or didn't confirm that he was patching it today, and then just kind of patched it and is also, like, flying today because he's moving. So, which, as I was saying earlier, is the most Tarn Adams thing you could possibly do. Yes, and there's also sprites for children and dwarf babies. Yes. And the babies look like Jack from The Incredibles to me, which is phenomenal. Which is very accurate for, like, dwarven children. Some migrants have arrived. I have a bunch of renaming to do. Or role naming to do. So... we are, yeah, see, this is one of the ugly little dwarven children. I love it. It's great. The Bold Communion. Just another Einod worshiper. Calvin. So all these dwarves that got lost and, like, left the faction earlier are now all coming back. And they've all left the religion. Calvin, 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 the deserter. You monster. Another member of the Bold Communion. Are still using job-colored clothing? Not entirely. Not all of them. And also, if there's a setting to change that back to just job-colored clothing, I can't find it. But, like, it's not all of them. So, like, basically watch longer than, like, 90 seconds is what I'd say right now. Hello, Kimchi. Is Tarn the lead dev for DF? Tarn is Toady One, who is the one of the two Adams brothers who are the two creators of Dwarf Fortress. Yes, there's Tarn and Zach. Tarn is the younger one. Zach is the older one. And they've been making games amateurly since magazines came with code to make games, and they realized that they could put two games together and make a bigger game. Well, that's... Hold on. Am I crazy, or did the name of the god change? Ugath Onomemgath Nethalon. What? Hold on. Larval Phlegms the Lustful. No, it still is. But it looked like the translation of it changed. I think I'm just seeing things. Cult is working, slowly. Former member of the Worshipful Crypts. This would be a servant. Exasperated upon being caught in a snowstorm. Arrives, is immediately exasperated. Although... I wonder if this is a dwarf that I expelled. Because they were here in 377 and now they're back. Must have been, right? Has to have been. Large amount of Ant-Men with blowguns. Free shields, though. A death, deformity, disease, and blight is what they are a worshiper of. But how old are you, Dwarf? 56. What color is your hair? Her hair is buff. Trying to... I'm just looking forward to adventure mode being done and dusted so that I can have Tarn on the stream again. That's literally the only thing I've been waiting for. Is for adventure mode to be done. And out of beta. Light 10? I don't know, that dwarf's kind of sus. What's your skills? Because, like, that almost looks gray to me. No, well, for this version of Adventure Mode to be out of beta is what I'm waiting for before I have Tarn on stream again. Because I would like to have Tarn on the stream. If you get the redemption, yes, you can claim it. Prismatic. Or if somebody at tier 2 nominates you. One of the two. Cooldowns thwart your efforts. The efforts are respected. Close enough to the descriptions of blonde. Yeah, but like when somebody shows up with gray looking hair in my forts, I always presume they're a vampire. That's all. And I haven't seen any yet in this world, so looking at it and going, that's all. Do I have any floodgates that happen to be lava safe? A devilish potato is trying to give Prismatic Flux a dwarf. Chat room, does Prismatic Flux get that dwarf that they want? Yes or no? It's up to you. Of course. I take that as a yes. Prismatic Flux really wants to drink alcohol and is currently going to go collect equipment. Feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, is almost never feels discouraged, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. If she drinks alcohol, she's not a vampire, by the way. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation and does not focus on does not focus on material goods. She has an active sense of humor and is slow to trust others and is grateful when others help her out. She can handle stress and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things and she tends to consider what others think of her. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and keeps her voice very quiet when she's nervous. She personally sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way and dreams of raising a family. She likes Logamish, she likes orthoclase, zinc, and pipe opal, as well as loon leather. I didn't know there was loons in this game. And sheep hoof and the color cobalt. The sound of the wealthy vines and the sight of the fancy glosses, and when possible prefers to consume wren and perry, and absolutely hates flies. She has narrow ears which are fused-lobed. She has a passing acquaintance now, and she's a previous member of the Worshipful Crypts. I'm not sure where that is. She was angry after getting into an argument and now is learning about weaponsmithing. She wants to drink alcohol. And then there was a new outpost liaison. Well, that's always fun. Frustrated after kept from alcohol for too long. So go drink alcohol, Dwarf. We have 774. There's no restrictions. Go drink some alcohol. We'll have to check in on that dwarf in a little bit, I think. We'll definitely have to check in on that dwarf in a little bit. Let's see if they've made that door yet. Nope. The Doctrine of Breaches has many worshippers in Goretusk and now requires a temple and a priest. The location must be built and furnished, with a position appointed by you. I don't think that's possible. Got thoughts about not drinking alcohol? Yep. And eventually their description changes where it says they need alcohol to get through the working day and they cannot remember the last time they had some. And you freaked out trying to scramble together hatchets and a squad and some random civilian. Yeah, about 20 dwarves can just kill a Cyclops generally. Cyclopses are kind of like, do you have enough dwarves to kill this thing? And a hospital to take care of them afterwards. If it catches a dwarf by themselves, that dwarf's usually dead if they have no combat training. But Cyclopses are not that scary. There are no dragons or titans or anything. You had a map necro bug. How do you know it's a bug, Jesse? And get pretty bad hits from it? If you give your tavern, so they won't take alcohol. They won't go get it, but if you have a tavern keeper, the tavern keeper will serve them alcohol. So that's not a bug. Unless you're saying something else is a bug. It's not a bug where necros come in mass in caravans. That just seems like you have a really fucked up civilization. That's the way I would read that. That is just kind of the way the game works right now. So I will approve this and then just not do it, because otherwise they'll keep asking. Yeah, I mean, necro or undead creatures need a rebalance for sure, but them showing up is not a bug. If they're showing up as visitors, that's not a bug. That's the way the game currently works. But it does absolutely need a rebalance. I recently started a fort purely for aesthetics, and damn, it's pretty, but also has a 50+ level Addy Spire, so you'll feel it'll soon be pretty. It'll be a very pretty tomb. There you go. Best kind of forts, the ones that become a very pretty tomb. You know, I can just yoink, deconstruct all this and just go all the way across with highest possible speed. Probably the best way to do this. Problem is I'm going to need to forbid a bunch of mechanisms to do this properly again. Is nobody making a quartzite door for me? It's like you have one job. It's make a quartzite door. Hey. Did they not make the quartzite door? I told them to make a quartzite door. Okay, fine. You had a problem in your fort with the second day where an alligator when you had the U.S. attacked, and they fought during 2 days, and again the alligator, the animal, went unconscious. First few rounds, the fighting died of blood loss. But absolutely no dwarf would stop beating the gator. Yeah, I mean, when you tell them to kill something, they will kill it eventually. It might take them a while, but they'll keep trying. Dwarves are enthusiastic. You got to give them credit for that. That doesn't make them smart, though. Yeah, that requires a tier 2 subscription or giving me money off platform.
Cheese for everyone!
And Laurinus, is that how you say that? Thank you very much for becoming a YouTube member. Cheese for tier 2s? Yep. Yep. I will have to set that up at a later date. Okay. I keep getting, like, invites for things at PAX that I want to do, and I'm actually starting to book some meetings now. Because I'm finally starting to see games that I'm actually semi-interested in. I would say based YouTube member if YouTube actually gave you ad-free viewing legitimately for being a member of a channel, but they don't. So instead it's like, thank you for the tip, but unfortunately you're not getting anything of actual value. Like, say what you want about Twitch, at the very least they give you ad-free viewing. Just waiting for this door to be done. They get the juice box emote? Sure. But I would still argue that, you know, ad-free viewing on Twitch is a better deal. Because everybody wins more there. But, you know, that's just me. Okay, we got a quartzite door down. Which means I can now go over here. I just want to get this machine done so badly. Set up in a system that works. So now I need that door to get built. Wait, actually, don't I? No, I don't. Okay. Construct. Is it you? Okay, yeah, you're doing the other thing. That's fine. Laya, what kind of dwarf do you want? What's up, Darmond? Enjoy your lurking day. Never mind, you had to go diagnose a patient. Did somebody just get punched? Oh, we've got Crundles? Where the hell did those come from? Oh, no, I see. It's amphibian people fighting with Crundles. Where are the amphibian people? Huh. So then... Oh, I see. Captain of the Guard went and beat somebody up. They probably committed some crime somewhere. Well, that's unfortunate. Any military powerhouses? I mean, powerhouse is a relative term, but yes. Question is, do I have any that are... do you want to be a loyalist or no? It depends on if the cave people are underwater or not. If they're underwater, or if the amphibian men are underwater, they're worse. But I would say amphibian men because they can just sit in the water. So they can sit in water that's too deep for dwarves to actually get to you, and it's really fucking annoying. You want to be a loyalist. Well, then that's going to be a challenge because I don't really have any of those in the military right now. Would you be any good in the military, Atur? Dreams of mastering a skill. Wants to fight and have martial training. Does this work for you? Amphibians in a dry cavern. Yes. The flying ones aren't so bad as if they have mounts, because then they're not flying. But it's just the ones that I can't get to are annoying by default. So like the amphibians can be annoying if they're in puddles, and the others can be annoying if, you know. Although, actually, I would say the ant people are probably the worst because they can have, like, what is it? 3 shields and a spear? Like, they have the most blocking potential, which isn't that bad because they're not actually that well trained off the bat. But if they, like, build up skills and become, like, a more well-trained ant person warrior, then they can become a pretty big concern. Well, enjoy the lurks. And enjoy that terrifying embark. Slow progress fee. Slow. I don't think I've ever seen a spider person cave dweller. Do they exist? So Laya desires little for herself in the way of possessions, and has a great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. It's fine. She is a friendly individual and she likes to take it easy. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally does not respect the law, values peace over war, and finds competition wasteful and silly. Does not care about friendship. And likes obsidian, zinc, and pink garnet. Unicorn hoof and giant mandrill tooth. The color crimson and figurines and reindeer for their sweet... and reindeer... What? And reindeer for their large herds. There we go. And the sound of the flute of sweetness and the sight of glittery style. When possible, prefers to consume bloated tubers and banana beer and absolutely hates leeches. It has low cheekbones and a nose bridge that's very convex. She's a member of the Dead Communion and has some friends in the fortress, surprisingly enough. Desires little for herself in the way of possession. Seems like a good dwarf. She is grouchy when caught in the snowstorm, and I need to check on Prismatic in a second. But has no kills, is currently wielding a silver warhammer, and is doing her best to get some armor on. Euphoric due to inebriation. Okay, so this dwarf has had some beer. So this dwarf is probably not a vampire. I'm now less suspicious. Hi, drunk. I mean, prismatic. She is constantly getting into arguments, though, which means she'll cause problems. It'll be fine. I think. Are the best invaders? I mean, if you're playing adventure mode, sure. But a lot of those things are... There's a lot of, like, animal people that can be really fun adventurers for that reason. Okay, so what was I doing? Right. We're just trying to finish this damn thing. So you, link plate to this. You are connected to that bridge. You are connected to nothing. I'll rename this to grinder. We'll just call it cart grinder. Cart grinder exit. And pull the lever when it's done, so that should close that. And then this up here connects to this, which should close it. So I need to fire it off once to open it. And then you are connected to this lever. That's not what you heard, Mango Killa. It's not what you heard. If you genuinely think I said that, then I wouldn't have been able to pronounce an E when I said that. So, thank you. This channel is not sponsored by that app that you mentioned. However, the Republic Convention in the U.S. is. Or might as well be. Supposedly, it's one of their highest profit weekends of the year. That's actually, like, not a joke. I've heard that, like from a number of places over the years. Including Grindr themselves. And they wouldn't lie. Why would they do that? Bananas are, in fact, berries, yes. True stories. And pumpkins are a fruit. So are tomatoes. Speaking of tomatoes, did anybody here see the tomato I posted on Discord? I picked the bigums. Like, the biggest tomato I've ever grown. Look at this fucking thing. Like, it was legitimately like that big. Like, that photo almost doesn't do it justice. Almost doesn't do it justice. It is, like, incredible how big that thing is. Now you want a banana? I got 3 in my freezer because I didn't eat them quick enough. So they're going to go into a banana bread at some point. Need dwarf for scale? No, I needs a banana for scale. Come on. Banana is the only correct thing to do for scale. The scale of D for dwarf. What? Why are you suspended? Cease. Stop suspending. So you should be connected to this door, which means I'm going to need to pull this lever. Actually, no, that should open it. I'm also going to need a manual way of closing this, I suppose. Huh. Hadn't really thought about that, actually, now that I think about it. So what I should do then... Sorry for all of these constant adjustments to this fucking thing, but I just keep realizing issues with my design. Which means I should actually put the door here and then put another switch right there to close it. Grr. To the person smoking just outside of my apartment, sincerely from me to you, fuck you. Alright. It's like, I smoke weed sometimes, but I go far enough away that nobody's going to smell it. Assholes. Yeah, it's like cheap cigarette stank, too. Jesus Christ, it just flew off. Did you see that? And, Ida and the pump operator is seriously injured. Welp. Well, I know it works, so that's a good thing, I guess. And it appears that Manon, the weaponsmith, was found dead. Well, that's unfortunate. I feel terrible. Exclamation point goal. Mango killer. What was the name of that dwarf? Manon. Well, that's a shame. Is that 2 dwarves dead or just 1? Just 1. No, naturally. I mean, what else would they be for? Well, I'll actually, slight correction, Rome of Oxtrot. Yes, but asterisk. Powered minecarts are mainly a complex contraption for causing grievous injuries to dwarves and pets. Pushed minecarts are for object transport. So if they're pushing them, super useful little object transport devices, for especially useful for, like, you know, disposing of bodies or moving large amounts of boulders from one place to another. But, like, powered minecarts are a complex contraption for killing your own dwarves. I do know it works, though, so that's good. Where are the elephants? In the basement, being protected. Excuse me, because we embarked with a breeding pair of elephants. But I didn't have enough points to embark with a male and female adult ones, so we had to embark with baby ones. Also, Aiden was also found dead, which I guess was the other dwarf. Where are you? Yeah, you didn't make it home. That's a damn shame. It's okay, though. Fortunately, I got extra free tombs. Yeah, owls are not what they seem. Mm-hmm. And Olan here is in pain and seriously injured. Fortunately, it's not going to go off again, so that's good. All right. On the bright side, we do know that it works, so there is that. Okay, so quartzite door go there. And pressure plate triggered by minecart go there. You need to rewatch Twin Peaks sometime. A podcast I follow just did a full watch through of all of Twin Peaks. And at some point, I need to go through and rewatch Twin Peaks and then listen to those episodes of that podcast alongside of it. Because I didn't listen to the episodes. I just was like, well, I'll do that when I rewatch Twin Peaks. But, you know, I've been wanting to rewatch Twin Peaks. Or actually finish watching Twin Peaks because I never finished the 3rd season and never watched The Return. I did see the movie, though. Is this a murder machine? What is the goal of this murder machine? Murder Goblin, or anybody else who oppose us, and also cause hysterical collateral damage. For the sake of hysterical collateral damage. Wait, hold on. Let's just make sure those are the right materials. Yes. Because who doesn't like, you know, accidental murder shenanigans? And intentional murder shenanigans. In this video game. Not in real life. So that should open it. That should close it. And it's all powered, so that's good. I'm actually just going to move this staircase to, like, right here. Dig this way. And dig through this purely so that I can make this safer. Hey, Kashmir, it's been a minute. How have you been, dude? Isn't that the job of clipping? Is to make me say things out of context? And also for Suited Giraffe to create shitposts. Like the one he made last night, which I'm kind of tempted to make into a YouTube short, because it would be fantastic as a YouTube short. Work's been killing you? Should beg work for mercy. Actually, you know what? Let's do walls here. It's good to see you, mate. I'm glad that you've got a brief period of peace from work. It's better to have work that's killing you than, you know, having no work. So. Also, hello, Bobtron. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so you not yet connected and got canceled, which is unfortunate. And all of these dwarves are currently stuck in here, I think. Yep, yes, they are. They are, in fact, stuck in here, which is why that keeps getting paused. So now I'm just waiting for a dwarf to show up here and mine through that. They're instead going out this way, I think. Okay, yeah, no, they're not. They're not actually stuck in here. It's just breaking pathing, that's all. So we're just waiting for this to get fixed. There you go. Because this is going to be full of lava at some point soon, so I need them to be able to get in and out of here without, you know, having to go through danger zone, i.e. lava. I'm going to put a door there so I can lock them out of here. Okay, so you unforbid this. And I have a tantrum. I think. Nope. It's just Maka stumbling around obliviously. And somebody's... Oh, nope. Wagons by plasma in the accessible site. I thought I made you accessible again. Oh, never actually finished building the thing. Well, now I feel dumb. It's okay, but I feel dumb. Grr. Right, because I was going to put, like, bars or something. Why don't I just put bars here? Let's put iron bars here. We'll call it a day. Because I want there to be a chance that lava sprays. So I don't want to just build a floor over top of this. Because on the off chance it does spray, I want it to work that way. I should actually replace these with iron floor grates to make my life easier, but it's fine. What are you doing? Oh, stumbling around obliviously. Well, that's unfortunate. All right, well, let's just bring some damaged clothing over here. Got a couple extra shoes, I think. It's okay, there's more where those came from. And let's just sell all of these scepters because I don't think these are contraband anymore because that was my mayor that banned those. Oh, and totems. As turns out, I've got a lot of those. I'm going to keep the Fire Imp totem, though, because that's way too cool. Maybe the Forest Titan skull totem as well. Your cat likes to lie in the driveway behind your car or in the middle when you're coming home. If I slow down and honk, he stays there. If I drive faster, he moves. Your cat plays chicken with a car. If that's a bug, I really want that bug fixed. It's annoying. Siege is appearing and then immediately leaving. Will just never not be annoying. Oh, they went in this way? Well, that's fine. They'll run into one of my dragons or something sooner rather than later. This one appears to have already left, or decided to leave. Regretted their words and deeds. Alley stolen. More like attempted child stolen. Oh, I see they're fighting with one of my marks, Dwarf. And also, Phycod the Mace Dwarf, who's just a traitor who's here. This is not one of my dwarves. Appears to have taken him out. I think that makes you into a legendary dwarf, random traitor. Thought I saw a goblin for a second. Not from the looks of things. All right, I think they're all gone, probably. Let's fly down here. And this is still functioning. Good stuff. I mean, if it's off cooldown, you can absolutely dwarf yourself. Why would that be out of line? It's there for a reason. Chat, Cashmere Goat would like to be dwarfed. Is Cashmere Goat a dwarfable? Yes or no? What do you think? Now, chat room, what kind of dwarf do we give Cashmere? Also, a new patch came out today, Cashmere. The quest log now works in adventure mode, and the dwarf sprites have been redone, and baby and child sprites are now in. And the child sprites are ugly as hell, and I love them. And the babies look like Jack Jack from The Incredibles. How's that work for you? You have not a clue what is going on here? It's okay, neither do I. You can ask questions, and I will do my best to answer them, or chat will. But yeah, this fort's like, I don't know. This fort isn't endgame. This fort's like late mid-game, I would say. He's very quick to anger and intellect, although I am doing a lot of things in this fort that are like not normal because I'm pushing the fort into a cultist regime. He is very quick to anger and intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate, regardless of its merits, and tries to do things correctly each time, and does not go out of his way to help others. He often is cheerful, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He doesn't seek out excitement, and he rarely feels discouraged. He doesn't feel envious of others, and he rolls his eyes when he's exasperated. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is a hardened individual. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally really respects commerce and those that engage in trade. He believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. He likes native copper, and he likes lead and shell opal, narwhal leather, bush-tit bone, giant nautilus shell, the color violet, and maces and high boots, and alpacas for their long necks. And the sight of the couple of bewildering and when possible prefers to consume papaya wine and absolutely hates flies. But welcome to the game, dude. Being overrun or destroying redacted. You have a wife, and you're a member of the Metalsmiths Guild, and a member of the incorrect religion, so you're not a loyalist here, but you are a soldier, so maybe you'll earn your loyalty one day, or you'll rise up against us and murder us all horribly. You're wearing a goblin-inscribed helmet, which is shameful. But you are angry after getting into an argument, probably about your helmet, and you're a novice furnace operator. And as far as kills go, you once killed Senang Quakesins, the Masonic Kin, the goblin, and several other goblins, and a human and a goblin. The Elephant Tender, our leader, our glorious countess, meets with Aerith, the outpost liaison. And they say there's much to share, and they've updated stuff for us. And I'm going to ask them for wood because I'm lazy and don't feel like chopping it down. And they ask for seeds and legwear. All right. And then I'm going to go over here and see if I can trade just yet. Yes, I can. I'm going to give all of these as a gift. Have some shirts. I'm going to give all these shoes as a gift. Here, have some shoes. And then I'm going to mark all this and see if I can buy that. Yes, I can. Boop. And then we'll wait until the rest of this gets here. And I will jump over to this dwarf who's been possessed. And somebody dropped a helm on the ground. Strange mood. You are right here, and you're a disciple. Would you look at that? Why do your dwarves love strippers? So that is a bug in the game. And it's a bug in the game that literally nobody noticed until they added graphics to the game. Because why would you check random visitors if they have no clothes on? Now, if you say, why do your dwarves love strippers? If you're asking, why are there random visitors in your tavern with no clothing? It's simple, and there's a very logical explanation for this. It's quite literally because clothing is assigned based on the faction you're a part of. So if you're not part of a faction in any way, then you don't get clothing assigned. So if they're an outsider or a refugee and they just randomly wander onto the map as a visitor, they don't have clothes because they're not part of a faction. And it's a bug that I remember talking to Platinum about this shortly after the Steam release, and she was just like, yeah, no, literally, we went back and like looked, and it's been in the game for like over a decade. But why, in an ASCII game where you don't have visible sprites, why would you go clicking on random people to see if they have clothes? And then like the tile sets that would like display clothes and stuff, it would just be based on their job, right? So until they added clothing layers, why would you go look at every random visitor's inventory? I mean, maybe when they died after going insane, which is like, all right, well, clearly you went insane, which is why you died. It's got nothing to do with the fact that you literally had no clothes on for most of your existence. Also that. Oxtrot, also that. I always did clothing because I find clothing fun. I like clothing. I think it's a fun side activity. And there are still some older players to this day who insist that if you are caring for your dwarves' moods and not just going into DF hack and typing in stress equals 0, then you're playing the game wrong. And to those people, all I have to say is, you're silly. Enjoy the mechanics that are there. Gives you something to do in the video game. Most everyone was naked. There's also like a statement to be said that like probably a lot of people didn't realize that everyone was naked. But you also need to remember that like 30XX versions are like, what, 2012? So like more than 10 years ago. What's a good way to build sleeping rooms? You tend to keep them on one floor with some temples and guilds, but you don't like it much. Make things that you think look aesthetically pleasing, because the most important thing that you need to remember is you need to look at your own dwarves and your own fort. So make things that you find aesthetically pleasing. It doesn't matter what order they're in, how they look, or the size or shape. Dwarves for bedrooms have 3 mandatory things. Well, 3 things that you really need in a bedroom. You need a bed, and you need a chest or a coffer, and a cabinet. If you have those 3 things, generally the dwarf will be happy with their bedroom. And then the rest is just aesthetically up to you. What's up, Net Fraser? Just type in /win and be done with it. That's why the only game I play is Cookie Clicker. Only positive reinforcement to continue playing video game. Yeah, if you like the look of grids, make grids. If you don't like the look of grids and want illogical messes, then make very difficult to explore forts like me. And then if you don't play the game for 20 minutes, you'll forget where everything is. Which I do, definitely. Dwarves are free with the alcohol. Oy vey. Lead bars, rough white opals, pigtail cloth, and tower cap logs. Cave spider silk cloth, dacite, and stray horse bone, as well as quartzite blocks. And it's a professional weaponsmith. Ooh. Lead weapon incoming. Maybe another hammer. That'd be cool. All right, let's just... Okay, let's run through the steps here. You need connecting to this. So right now you're just connected to this. So you will get connected to this. And this needs to be connected to this. And then pulled. I mean, Dwarf Fortress can be played as much like Minecraft as you want, right? You know, some people just make massive, open, humongous zones that are aesthetically pleasing to look at, but exceptionally impractical, right? And that's a perfectly legitimate way to play the video game. But you don't need to play the game that way. Like, it's certainly not mandatory to play the game that way. You're probably going to go to bed after this, aren't you? Well, I was trying to catch spiders with it, but they refused to path, and so I gave up. So what am I using them for? Nothing. I just haven't unbuilt them, because I didn't see the reason to unbuild them. I mean, for me, it sometimes works, and most of the time it doesn't. And if it doesn't, then I just ignore it. And that's currently how I am with them. It's not working, so I'm ignoring it. I mean, sure, hey, if it works for you, then roll with it. Like, I don't know. Dwarf Fortress is not a game that has a strict meta. And if you think it does and you're one of those people, sincerely from the bottom of my heart, please don't force that on other people because it doesn't need it. It's not something that the game is benefited by having. It's not the type of game that's benefited by having that type of gameplay or that type of community interaction. At the end of the day, the most important thing is, do you like looking at the thing that you've built? If yes, it's perfect. Leave it as is. Meanwhile, Asmil, the disciple of Yugath, has created Kogan Shislug. It's a she-slug. A lead battle axe, and claims it as a personal treasure. And I've got a planter throwing a tantrum. Well, let's jump to this artifact. Hop to it. This is a lead battle axe. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with pear-cut white opals and bound with dacite cabochons and studded with bands of cave spider silk and horsebone. On the item is an image of a cushion cabochon and pigtail, and the item is an image of a pixie in quartzite. Really? And because this dwarf made it, do you have a bedroom? You do. Problem is I'll have to move them. I think I'm going to give that dwarf a new bedroom. No, I'm making luxury bedrooms for cult members, and everybody else can stay in a dormitory forever or get expelled or fall into a volcano. But currently I have to let more of these heretics into my fort. Because otherwise it's going to take me literally years to actually get enough population to get the monarch. And I want the monarch, because if they are not... If the monarch is somebody who isn't a member of the proper religion, then I will unfortunately have to drop them into the volcano, like I did my mayors. And if that is the case, then unfortunately, we'll have to try and move the crown to a more, deserving member of the fortress. Okay, so where's your other bedroom? Well, then I will be very, very surprised and impressed, and then I will throw them into the volcano. Because I've never once had just like a Gorlak migrate here, with the exception of a noble, like a religious leader, like a king or queen. And I can tell you for fact that the king of our dwarf of this dwarven fortress is Moses, who also specifically here happens to be a dwarf. So they won't be. They won't be. But yes, I would be sad if I had to throw a Gorlak citizen into a volcano. Or I would come up with some excuse to not throw them into the volcano, but you know. We are all one in death. Exactly. Did I not make a... I'm pretty sure I did. Yes, I did. Okay, so... Battle Axe. Which is this. We've done that, yeah. We had a Gorlak Queen. And also a Gorlak Outpost Liaison. And it was done without me modifying the game or cheating in any way. Which fort? Can't remember the name of it, but it happened. Chad, can somebody go look up the name of it? How common are Gorlaks nowadays? Just about as common as any, like, non-dwarf creature, so pretty rare. Let's buy some more instruments if I can. Buy a fancy iron toy hammer. Really don't need much of anything here. I'll buy the books. And the scrolls. But I don't quite have enough value, so I'll get rid of one of those scrolls. It's just a copy. And trade. There we go. Done. Bioactive has been put to rest. Since we, threw him into the, Sweet. What was I doing? Right. Just trying to finish this fucking machine. So now I'm just simply waiting for a dwarf to come over here and pull a lever. It's probably you, right? Yep, it's Kiddo. Look at him. You really don't want to build anything out of regular boulders unless it's like an emergency and you need it like ASAP. Okay. So, just double checking. I'm curious. What causes you to cancel? Because something is causing this to cancel. Stare at it until you disappear. Maybe it's I can't connect a pressure plate to a door if the door's already got a pressure plate connected to it. Could not find path. Fuck it, we'll just use a drawbridge. Ay. No wooden or metal constructions and no blocks. That's not even remotely a challenge. I mean, the next fort that I want... No beds. That's, there's challenges and then there's just annoying to play, right? The thing is, I draw this line pretty strictly because I care about something very deeply that I think a lot of people who hate YouTubers and streamers enjoy, which is I like enjoying the games that I'm playing. And I know this might be like a weird concept to some of you, apparently, But remember, there is ways to make the game fun. And then there's ways to just make the game suck. And I'm going to be honest with you, playing without beds doesn't make the game challenging. It doesn't make it interesting. It just makes it kind of suck. Because the way you solve that is just build a mist generator. No, I mean, the next fort that I want to do is, there's a location on this map that rains blood. And it's also on a volcano. I might not necessarily do it there. There's another option. There's 2 or 3 places I could do this, but I want to do another only ramps fort. So the only form of digging I'm allowed to do, period, no questions asked, is ramps, which could be fun. Another one that I want to do again is no digging, period. Yeah, Blood Rain in a volcano is pretty fucking metal, which is why I was thinking that it would be fun there. Also because it's super high up above, like, the caverns. There's a lot of things that would make that fun. Just gonna move this off that. What are you doing? Being upset about being in the rain, probably. Okay, so this is now connected. Minecart trigger. Yes. You appear. Link plate. That. And lever. I'm pretty tired of building this machine, so here's hoping that this just fixes this. They could be a clean surface dweller fort if you give them showers, or like a well where they can wash themselves. They're only dirty if you don't give them a well. Also, we're in an ad, apparently. I didn't see it. Just don't enjoy stair pillars? Well, fair enough. A lot of people are shocked when they see me using ramps, period. Because most people that I see only use ramps. But it's a fun limitation. For me, it's like, in order to make challenges interesting, it's, if you even want to call them that, because to me, none of these things that we're discussing right now are challenges. Like, it's not hard. I think, like, settling on a vault would be hard initially, but very quickly would cease being hard. But even that's just more about luck and timing. I think like the fortress that I did for Godly Tombs, which I made that video out of, was hard for the first day because I had to be very careful about my timing. But once everybody was underground, it was fine. And then it was just really boring because like we just never got migrants. And no matter what I tried or what I did, we just didn't get migrants. So then I just went and ended it because it was getting boring. And that's like usually the result of a lot of these hard challenges in Dwarf Fortress is they just make the game boring. So for me, it's less of a question of how do you make the game boring and how do you make the game, it's more of a question of how do you make the game interesting? Like what is a scenario or an end goal or something that you could do that makes the game more interesting? Because I think the biggest problem that Dwarf Fortress has for that type of gameplay is just a lot of them make the game boring, for better or for worse. Nobody really wants to play a boring video game, so... Would I rather eat a crundle or a penguin? A crundle because they don't exist and I wouldn't eat a penguin. Crundles are a vile force of evil. I would eat crundle eggs. They're just a very ineffective vile force of darkness. But they are, in fact, a vile force of darkness. Still 2,000 in the hole. It's okay. It's a hole you dug yourself. And you know what? I'm proud of you for digging said hole. You'll never get to spend those 2K. Well, I mean, you don't get to spend them. You just simply gamble them. I'm kind of amazed. I've got these dwarves that are just constantly stumbling around obliviously and like going in and out of total comatose, but never actually going insane. Is there any effect on increasing the engraving skill? It makes engravings worth more, which makes rooms more valuable. More valuable rooms make Dwarf happy when they're in it. I'm sorry, dwarf hair earring? Dwarf hair bracelet? Those need to go. We need to throw those out. It's heresy. Also speeds up engraving? Oh, probably, yeah. I just really hope that the goblins actually properly invade me again, because they've kind of stopped. Which is quite frustrating. Like, they just keep arriving and then immediately leaving, and it's not good. I don't like. Oh, somebody else is linking the other half. It's Oxtrot who's doing it. Such an odd take every time, V2. Engraving sucks, and you can use track to erase old engravings. Just make sure they're not masterworks. You could also just like build a floor and unbuild a floor. What? why do they suck? What's wrong with engravings? Such a strange take. Indiridius is doing the thing. Some migrants have arrived, so I need to check those. Wrong religion, Dwarf. And a donkey. Why do they keep bringing donkeys? So many donkeys. And a yak. Oh. Got a, you know, I've got more of these random servants of Yugath coming back. This one, you know, is still in no religion. Yeah. I don't really know how to deal with that. I've got this dwarf who is part of the correct religion, which is good. Talented cook, even. Well, I mean, they haven't even been up and running. Like, they could have literally just run directly into the fort for the last several invasions. They just haven't been bringing invasions, which is the annoying part of it. Ooh. Wife and 2 kids. All part of the wrong religion, probably. Yep. Maybe the kids are rebellious. How about you? Nope. We're gonna have to do a lot of expelling. Ooh! Shoutouts to this kiddo here, who's 3. Actually has some good taste. Wonder how that happened. This dwarf getting indoctrinated into the dead communion. Gross. Wait, what? Whipped breed? Adil whipped breed. Yeah, I also do not like KVs, so I agree. Sri alpaca. Doctrine of Fortresses and your husband. The only reason I'm letting every dwarf in is because I really, 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 really want to get the monarch into here. And I need 140 dwarves to do that. Unless I go change the game settings, which I don't really want to do. All right, cow, yak, yak, donkey. And my elephants continue to multiply. And actually, I should eat those oxes that are in cages. These guys. Which, of course, I could just keep training, but... You don't have to. Remember, the stuff that I'm doing is for a lot of RP reasons, and not really things that I would recommend random players do. Okay, so I should be able to test this sucker out now. I should be able to test this sucker out. Basically, I'm sorting in religious segregation into this fortress, which is a theme that I have decided upon for this fortress, which means you don't need to do what I'm doing, is the simple version. You do not need to do any of what I'm doing, at least when it comes to separating the dwarves. It's purely a theme for this run. Okay, so let's just follow this and see if this sucker works. And then we'll see if the off switch works. Yes. Okay, well, that was my other fear. I need to put a wall piece there and a wall piece there. Easy fix, though. The Minotaur, Feni Isolamo, the giant humanoid monster with the head of a bull has come. The Minotaur, Feni Isolomo Ryathi has come, a giant humanoid monster with the head of a bull. Where is it? Okay, so it's up top, meaning I'm going to want my soldiers to go up to here, basically. It's got no weapons, no relations. It's mad at a lot of different groups hate it. The Flower of Luxury, I've seen them. I encountered them in adventure mode. Scab Hooves the Dominant. Alrighty, Scabby. Hey, chat room, can I get a round of beers for the inevitable death of this Minotaur? Although, first, Kumil here may want to run. That's okay if he doesn't, though. Although, our friend here might be slightly afraid of doors. Battery's trying to destroy the door, which is also possible. Fortunately, we do have Bastet, who's about to pop through the door here, and immediately sees a Minotaur. Fires a bolt, which actually strikes it in the upper arm, which bruises its bone. The Minotaur then punches the Mark's Dwarf in the left foot, but the attack passes right through. What? Excuse me? Okay. Anyway, misses, I guess. Bastet says, this is a fight, I feel no terror, and then gets punched in the left hand, but the attack was deflected by her greaves. This dwarf right here, Kumil, is also fighting, but with significantly less success. Punches, gets a bruise in, and then gets punched in the left hand, which jams the right false rib, or gets punched in the upper body, which jams right false ribs through his lung. Now the question is, where's my military at? Well, there's one down here. Simtexagon's on his way up. We also have Shortast, who's on their way up, and we actually have some military down here, so it should take them a minute, but here's hoping they're quick about things. We'll probably lose at least one dwarf here, though. Bastet is now bleeding after getting hit, and it appears that Kumil was able to get away from the fighting. Bastet is now bleeding heavily as friends show up to help. She cannot breathe, which means she's probably dead. And her most recent thought is, I feel so good, after improving wrestling. But hopeless after suffering a major injury. And she wants to spend time with family and friends, but has none. So it's been a sad life that this dwarf's been leading. But it's possible she could still live. The Minotaur then dodges away after punching her several times because he took a silver bolt to the lower leg, which tore the muscle in the bone. He then grabbed a Mark's dwarf by the iron helm with with her upper right leg. And the Minotaur grabs the Marks dwarf by the 5th toe with her left foot with her right horn, but the attack was deflected. And then, but still, it twisted the right foot, tearing apart the fat and bruising other things. A Marks dwarf misses a couple times, and some more misses go through. The swords dwarves have not gotten into the actual combat zone just yet. Bastet appears to be rolling away. Still can't breathe, though. I don't think her lungs are functioning anymore, and it appears that Simtexagon is no longer with us. He was a disciple, so rest in peace, you great dwarf. One of the greatest of dwarves that we ever had is the last thing he did was he fired a bolt which struck it in the upper leg, fracturing the bone, and then got strangled to death by the Minotaur. The initial dwarf to get attacked is still in the fighting, and is actually like kind of fine and kind of focused, and is actually in a pretty good mood. And then the Minotaur itself currently is on top of a statue, which shouldn't be possible, but is somehow. And Sodel the Sword Dwarf is slashing away at it, stabbing the Minotaur in the lower body with her iron scimitar, which is tearing the muscle. And then we have another dwarf, Lyagushka, who's coming up to join in the fighting, who moves up forwards as the guts are spilled out of the Minotaur, and then proceeds to smack it in the right foot, which jams the bone through the right ankle and fracturing the right ankle's bone. As for the Minotaur itself, well, his guts are hanging out, so he's not long for this world, because the disciple of Ugath, who did that though? It seems to be the Swords Dwarf who stabbed the Minotaur in the lower body, which tore the muscle and tore apart the pancreas. Well, now you're diabetic. That's unfortunate. And also tore the stomach by slashing at it. What spilled the guts? I don't see any spilling guts. But anyways, his guts are spilled. We can move a few more turns, and it is now dead. And the slayer of it was not Laya. It was, in fact, Sodel. Cave Town, who now is getting a nickname. I'm probably misspelling this. The Minotaur. I feel like I spelled dominant wrong. Anyway, Minotaur is now dead. Got sacrificed previously or something? No, that was bioactive. Have I considered building a labyrinth for Minotaur? Did that once before in a fortress called Long Death. Have I considered doing that again? No, not really. There's no real logical point to it, and Minotaurs are quite weak. Bastet is still bleeding and pale and faint and cannot breathe still, which means she's probably dead. And she doesn't feel anything after experiencing trauma. So unless she's able to suddenly breathe again, she's probably likely mostly dead. It's a long period of time to go without breathing. There she goes. And Queen Thing. Shouldn't we have the submissive? I mean, I was naming them after the thing that they killed, but if you want it to be a BDSM thing, I'd kind of rather not. Directly? That one can be for Bastet. Also, if you said it, you're not sorry, so you already just, like, completely omitted your ability to apologize. You lose your rights when you say it. It's fine, though. Simtex, what was the name of the other one? There was 3 dwarves I lost. Oh, it's Kumil who actually didn't die yet. Well, that's good. Well, regardless, you redeemed a dwarf, so what kind of dwarf would you like? But because you ruined it, I think I will instead just rename this dwarf. Or maybe just the bull. Go train dwarves. Oh, I see. It's this one that I haven't canceled yet. All right. So I have a rule for you guys, chat. If you say something that's a joke in poor taste, or a joke that's wildly inappropriate, which neither of those are, and then you put sorry at the end, it doesn't justify it, and it doesn't make it funnier. It just makes it kind of worse, because you are aware that it's either A, in poor taste, or B, wildly inappropriate. Not that I actually give a shit. That shit's fun on most days anyway, but like, just say the thing. Commit to the bit. It just makes you seem like a pansy. Well, I can't give you a dwarf that's just been named Queen Thing, because that dwarf is now a notable figure and being added to the notable figures list, which can be found by typing in exclamation point characters, which is a command I need to update anyway. So I'm not going to give you a dwarf that I literally just gave a notable nickname to. So if you'd like to give that dwarf to somebody else and just pretend that you're that dwarf, you can do that. Otherwise, I can refund that for you. It's up to you. There you go. Command's now updated. Is there a poet or some kind of bard? Nope. None of those dweebs are allowed in this fort. I don't actually have any performers. I mean, I could assign one. I don't know why I would do that, but they're kind of just like worse tavern keepers. So like, I suppose, but it's one of those things where it's like, I don't ever really use them because I'd rather just have tavern keepers. But it's also one of those, if you really want one, I can assign it. But if you want the refund, you can just have the refund. Essentially, like, the way I try and run these forts, right? And I've been doing this a lot more recently, so it's fair if you missed it. But if I give somebody a nickname, they're off limits for chat. Because the goal and the whole point and the idea of it is it's like a note from me to be able to return to that character later, especially for the fact that like I record all of this as footage and save it on my hard drive and then make these into big videos. So I need to have dwarves that aren't just like cat shitter 45 or whatever, like generic YouTube or Twitch name. Of course, having some of those is fine, but if they're all just that, then it kind of loses its flair at a point. Unless you're referring to the type of flower, it can absolutely be used as a slur. So, since when did you join the Dead Communion, Fraga? I thought you were a worshiper of the Lion Coven. Psycon, what up? That's all right. No complaints. But also that one's relatively new to me. Considering I've seen it used as a term of endearment as well. Anyway, but then again, so's cunt, so... Nothing is sacred, unfortunately. Everybody's heading back inside. It's like a slur from 1920s. I mean, so's scumbag. It's a term for, like, a used condom. It's like calling somebody a used condom, which I genuinely think is very funny. All right. So did this get launched? Where my minecart at? Oh, right. It's probably being replaced by this dwarf. I'm just telling them that their conception... Basically, yes. There's actually a show about this on Netflix, which I recommend watching or finding a way to watch, called The History of Swear Words, hosted by Nicolas Cage. It's pretty good. Okay, so now opening this should, in theory, shut this. And you should close at some point. It's like minecart went over you. Why you no close? I mean, it doesn't really matter all that much, but... Hey, Chad, I've got terrible news. The ice cream truck is back. Hopefully it leaves quickly. I think this is pretty good. I think this is pretty good. It's going pretty quick, and it's probably pretty dangerous. Problem is, it's not flying in a straight line the way I needed it to. Oy vey. It worked. It shut itself off the last time. So now I can't turn it off. It does kind of move at terrifying speed. So, why did you work the last time, but you're not working now? All right, so Moldy, I'm sorry, but I can't have chat. Change the subject now. That's the rule. All right, because unfortunately, you see this right here. This is archived on my chat, right? Period. It's archived in my VODs. I can't have those words on my stream, period. If I see anybody use those even as an example, I will have to time you out for the rest of the stream. Doesn't fucking matter. And just fucking shut up on the subject. Use your goddamn brains, children. I didn't say shit, Moldy. Unless you're saying somebody else said it. In which case, who said it? No, you said it. I said the word pansy, yes. But I didn't say the words that you said. All right? Okay, fine. I'll time you out then. And I'm also timing you out too, Mango. See you guys in 600 seconds. Grow up. Use your fucking brains. You goddamn children. Which dwarf is my favorite dwarf from this fort? Hey, chat room, can I get a round of beers? Like 250. Need a shower. All right. Favorite dwarf from this fort? Probably Sideburns right now. Sideburns is fun. Just a very, very good legendary military dwarf. That or Stinthad. because this dwarf is running the fortress and the one driving us slowly insane, which is always fun. Now we've got ban evading. Molly, I like you. I really do. Don't do this. It's not worth it. You're just going to get unexisted from the stream and the Discord and the chats if you keep doing this. What the fuck is happening, chat room? Christ almighty, people. How did I get tamed dragons? I stole them from the goblins, and they're cave dragons, so they can't breathe fire. Which is unfortunate, but it is the truth. Just got here? That's fine, don't worry about it. Somebody is very, very upset, yes, which is unfortunate. All right. Oh, what the fuck was I doing? Right. I need to turn this thing off. So let's just go here and maybe just pop this off. How goes the fort and am I having fun? Fort's fine. Am I having fun? Chat's testing my patience today. Any recommendations for somebody who hasn't played in a few years? Settle somewhere calm and build something cool. Make a nice pattern. That's what I would suggest. I'm not sure if cave dragons are mounts. I'm pretty sure they are. I had some in the last fort. I can't remember if I actually used one as a mount. I don't think they're pack animals, though. Okay, so this minecart will be moved back to where it was previously, just up there. And now I need to rebuild this so it works. Basically what I need to do is I need to have a straight option. So I need to unbuild this and then rebuild the track over top of this and deconstruct and reconstruct the drawbridge. Again! For the umptillionth time. I kind of hoped it would be going fast enough to just derail, but... Dropping anything heavy into lava makes steam, or makes lava mist, and it turns out that most dwarves are pretty heavy. So if you drop them into lava, you will make lava mist, yes. Apparently the patch notes are up. It's not on Steam yet, but the email has gone out. Hold on, just let me pop open this. We are back with another patch for Adventure Mode. The most notable update this time is the quest log. That is true. Noticed and noted. And the information quest log and information screen, which will help keep track of all in-game events and have tons of new sprites and flowers and fruits and leaves and over 180 different plant and tree species. Wait, really? There's no trees on this map, so I can't see the different trees, but apparently they added a lot of new sprites and flowers, which is kind of cool. Tarn has been busy with international move, but things should be settling soon, and the patches should appear more frequently. Tarn tends to patch the game faster when he's happy. So he's almost done with this version of adventure mode and is also getting married, so I have a feeling that'll help. Thank you for your patience through these major life events in the dev team, and we've also created a new FAQ addressing the most common comments and questions we've been seeing on Steam, and we've done a few of these community FAQs in the past, but this one will be focused on adventure mode development and how things work behind the scenes, patch notes for beta 20, quest log, information, quest log screen and adventure mode, child and baby pictures for dwarves, many new fruit and flower and leaf pictures, updated dwarf clothing and sprites. I will get a video of this out probably Friday morning because I have a bunch of new assets for Steam news, and I want to just get it all done right and well. Fixed a error with experiment portrait mandibles, interesting, and it's quite possible that you will run into problems with hair and clothing colors, etc. We still have some adjustments to make on that front, in case you missed it, or yeah, that thing, the frequently asked questions. How is KitFox involved with Dwarf Fortress development? KitFox gets the game on Steam and helps with promotion and handles the money side of things. Technically, artists and audio folks and programmer working on Dwarf Fortress are contracted through KitFox, but are managed by Bay 12 Games. KitFox does not directly assist in the game's development in any way, and other than the occasional playtesting, coordination, and Zach and Tarn are the creators of Dwarf Fortress, and we want to preserve and protect their vision. Besides, even if we wanted to send our programmers out to help with Dwarf Fortress, they wouldn't be able to due to the nature of the game's uniquely built codebase. Our job is to help Tarn and Zach grow Dwarf Fortress to fruition on their own terms. And we take care of as many distractions and relieve as much stress as we can. It is not our role to tell Tarn how to work on the game, and we do not force deadlines on him, and we do not have shareholders to persuade. Yeah. Checks out. They get accused of like slacking a lot, which is kind of funny. We believe that this is the only way to sustain Dwarf Fortress development in a healthy way, and this will allow Tarn and Zach to work the way they want to in the game, ideally for the rest of all of our lives. The game released in 2022 and is selling well. Why are updates so slow? We can't and won't hire a bunch of programmers to make updates go faster, even if it is a huge project. So far, we've added exactly one programmer to the team. Okay, well, that's fair. Why aren't there any updates to Fortress mode right now? Yes, there is! Many of the fixes are going into adventure mode will improve Fortress mode, but you're right that the time between improvements for Fortress mode are longer now, and adventure mode has been important to Dwarf Fortress for a very long time and has its own cult following of fans who prefer its playstyle as well as the interplay between the two modes. Tarn has to focus on completing the beta before returning to regular development, and Putnam is continuing to develop other features and fix bugs, and there is a lifetime of work to do. How are updates going to work when adventure mode is complete, and what are the next updates after adventure mode is complete? After adventure mode leaves beta, development of both modes can proceed in parallel. Fortress mode and adventure mode rest on the same world simulation, so updates often are shared, but each mode has its own quirks and special features, and we'll be implementing them both. You can expect Fortress mode to be made more rich with each major update, and it will be more regular than in years past. Yes. Duh. It's hard to be less regular, rather than waiting for literal years to get giant sweeping changes. Why isn't this known bug from 8 years ago fixed by now? Sometimes it's hard to fix, sometimes it's just not impacting most players, and sometimes it's related to a feature that is planned to have big changes or improvements soon anyway. That's like the migration thing we were talking about earlier. I think the code is more normal than people give it credit for, but it's still not what a lot of programmers are used to. I think a lot of modern programmers are used to working within very unique environments, such as like Unity. And if you have to learn a different environment, right? So it's more like specialized labor rather than that. But also like the game's selling well, but it's sold well enough that if they were to hire like 8 programmers or whatever, they burn through the amount of money that it had sold in like 4 or 5 years, right? and that's not sustainable. So, you know, why are you selling so much merch, or why are you selling merch or posting community updates when there haven't been any patches in a while? Currently, our only merch is is designed and sold by Fangamer, who takes care of everything for us. Tarn and Kitfox made a final approval on designs before they are sold. Otherwise, there is no involvement in the process. Community updates help us inform players of things outside of what's going on. What about the Mac build? After investigating the programming requirements, we decided it's best to cancel the Mac build for the time being. Porting the game over to Mac would take significant time and resources, some people are going to be pissed about that, away from improvements to Fortress mode and Adventure mode, and that simply don't make sense for us to dedicate right now. Given the low number of Mac-only users, this is true, there is a significant amount of work that would be required for maintaining a Mac build that would delay all patches in the future. As we know, you all want patches faster, and we aren't saying this will never happen, but do not count on it anytime soon. We are very sorry for all the Mac users who have been waiting patiently for an update on this. Thank you to everyone who has joined us on this long development and have supported us this far. Dwarf Fortress is a truly unique game that requires a unique but unconventional approach to development, and we hope to continue being as transparent about that journey, about where that journey takes us. If you want the public beta, you have to go into the public beta branch, yeah. It's not on the main branch. Well, I mean, my favorite quote about Mac builds for games is there's a game I really like called Jupiter Hell, which I streamed a little bit of the other week. And it was a Kickstarted game that promised a Mac build as part of their, like, Kickstarter, right? Which sounds great on its surface. But most of the way through the development of the game, Apple switched to a different development environment. Sorry, I'm not a programmer here, which required them to contract another, like an assistant to help them port the game over, which cost them over $100,000 to do. And they had to go get extra investment from their external investors outside of their Kickstarter in order to be able to afford that. And that almost bankrupted them. And to the last time I spoke with them, which was the developer of that game, which was like a year ago about this, he said they'd made less than $3,000 off of Mac sales. Especially considering the game runs in wine. Yeah, but here's the thing, Adam. You can tell me how simple it is. Or I can state, they said it's not simple. Right? And this story that I'm talking about is from 2020. So that's not that long ago. I don't think it's just that simple. You like the idea that dwarves don't really get any better at fighting than any other race. They have so much metal all around that they are many miners. Dwarves are better at fighting because they have martial trances, but that's a unique trait to dwarves. That's what makes dwarves so powerful. Like, they literally are better at fighting because they have martial trances. So let's see if we can make this sucker work. I mean, I'm on Linux, Prismatic. When it comes to video games, if it's sold on Steam, it'll run. If it doesn't run, you can run it through Lutris or one of the other alternatives, or just download Proton directly. I've had literally no problems running games under Linux. But I don't play multiplayer games, right? Like, you can't play Valorant under Linux. You can't play League of Legends. But no hard loss on me because I don't play multiplayer stuff. If you're playing stuff with kernel-level anti-cheat, it's a dice roll, and it's up to the developers. I'll say this. A lot of fears about switching to Linux are unfounded. I need to make a follow-up to my Linux video. I'm assuming that was a typo for cheat. I will say, if you're running native Linux and trying to play adventure mode on the beta branch right now, it crashes a fuckload. But it runs just like I have zero performance difference between running native and running in Proton. So it's literally like you close the game and click a button and then it works. So it's like, you can do that if you go back in time a couple of years. It's like 2017 or 18 or something was like the last build that ran natively in Proton. Or not in Proton, in Terminal. So you can do that. You just have to go back to older versions. The modern UI broke that. Okay, just 2 pro tips for future reference. If you get timed out for doing something silly and pop up in a different chat, that's how you get timed out in the second chat, because a timeout is a timeout and you're not allowed to dodge the timeout. Second thing, read the room. Please. And thank you for the apology. So now we're just waiting for the second half of this to get connected. It's getting connected to up here. I can pull the lever. Well, actually, you know what? I don't need to pull the lever. I can just turn the thing on, see what it does. Does it go straight or does it smack into the wall? I'm not going to respond to it until after stream. My DMs are open. Okay, so that works. Well, all of the old versions are still available, right? You can just go get them off of the website, so... There's also older versions that used to let you run the game in on a server. Notakasa, do you want me to time you out too? I'm not joking. There's some things that you can joke about in my chat, and then there's some things that you just can't, and that's not appropriate. I'm glad you think it's funny, but it's really not. I would be pretty surprised if Lutris would work with current era Dwarf Fortress. Allegedly, Mango. One could say that you never stopped living. You just simply weren't allowed to speak for a bit, which is fair and justified, I would say. No, game was paused. I was like, why is it taking so long? What's up, Kjart? Should revisit Warsim? I agree with this statement. Are they going to stay? Oh, hey. They're actually attacking me. I'm kind of amazed. Which means I can actually test this sucker. If we get there quick enough. The thing is, I then have to lock this door. Maybe I'll just lock this door. That dwarf's pretty pissed. And where are those goblins going? There they are. Well, seems like you're killing Tun. And the Snatchers arrive. Flobwort seems shocked upon seeing Snatchers. And then they're being scared away. Okay, so here comes the minecart. Maybe we'll actually hit something. Which is certainly possible. Damn it! How can I make this work? Maybe just have it go up and down, up and out, and then block it up at the top is the way to do it. All right, well, let's just kill these things. Considering they're all still going into here, which is a bit of a problem. Here comes Bird, who made a legendary sword, who is fighting with a goblin. Like, I'm not afraid about being able to finish this fight. Zokaman, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? We're currently dealing with a raid on our own. It's terrified while in conflict and actually just jumped backwards, I think. Spinning irons. Oh, man, you're jumping over top of iron spikes. And did you get clipped by any of them? Arm skids along the ground, deflected by the Servant of Ugat's rank gauntlet. And then is standing back up, probably trying to grab her sword again, if I had to bet. Nope. Is instead diving down into the trenches and continuing to fight. As down here, bashed a goblin in the head with her named Silver Warhammer. I don't think that's an artifact. Yeah, it's just a named Silver Warhammer. You were able to get some good hits in. Send these dwarves back home. The day that I get to stop prototyping this mess of a machine will be a great day. That is not the button I wanted to hit. And the dwarf Tun was found dead, the herbalist. Completely full of arrows. It's a shame. But it's fine. The fortress will live on. I'm using DF hack. I always use DF hack. Stop asking me if I use DF hack. It's weird. All right, well, what I got to do is I got to deconstruct this, and I'm going to deconstruct this. And I'm just going to put a wall piece right here. And then turn this here and just send it back down this way. Deconstruct this because I just don't need it. And the way we'll stop this is by putting a drawbridge right here. That's what we'll do. Because that's like, I'm out of alternative ideas at this point. So Yeah. I'm out of alternative ideas. Also, Minerion was found dead, got hit by a minecart. Which I'm kind of not too surprised by. That just happening just now, but... Well... My bad. I didn't mean to do it, but it happened, unfortunately. It's like, generally I'm pretty good at keeping dwarves from getting hit by minecarts. Right up until I'm frustrated with the minecart setup I'm building, and then dwarves start getting hit by minecarts. Thank you, Maz. I appreciate the golf clap.
Bring out your dead!
I don't use... Wait, what? Should use df hack command link to your df hack like my df hack settings video? I mean... If I could change one thing about this community forever, it would be permanently putting on mute the eliteness of DF hack obsessives. Like, I get it. It's a great tool. Like, you should use it. But fucking don't pester every single human being on Earth. And also, I guess this is just me being, like... I don't know. Presuming I'm more well-known than I am in reality, because it's never going to stop being kind of frustrating having people go, hey, have you ever used DF hack before? Because the only thing it makes me do is just want to scream, do you know who I am? That's all it makes me want to do. In actual reality, it just makes me want to scream. Like, do you know how many hours I have in this game? Of course I fucking know what DF hack is. Like, Jesus. Bah! That's all. Like, it is great. Use it. Enjoy it. Take full advantage of its features. I don't like most of its features, so I don't use it. Stop it. It's that simple. It shouldn't be that complicated. Just, it makes me go a little crazy. Kind of, Maz. That's maybe a bit of an exaggeration, but like, it really is just kind of, it kind of feels that way. Where is this? There we go. Although, no, I don't want any brakes on that. No brakes. All gas. Maximum velocity. Just dump it out. Dump out the lava that will be in it. You know, the reason I started building this setup is I was like, this will be like a nice, simple thing that I can make. And now I'm sitting here going like, it would have actually been easier to just like make a minecart shotgun. Like, actually, it would have just been easier to make a minecart shotgun. Kind of feels that way. Does. Kind of does. Has a kobold hamlet? That means that there was a human hamlet that was taken over by kobolds, most likely. I mean, to be fair, I don't know who I am most of the time, so there is that. Where is that thing? You know, there's probably another way I could have done this, but it's too late now. Actually, no, I don't actually want that there, and I don't actually want that there just yet. So I have to make this turn correctly, otherwise it's not going to work. Just left the kobolds and moved in later? I mean, it's possible. So I don't need this drawbridge, like at all. It's just this one I need. And this should just be connected to you. And I've got another artifact. Darius Cardrin is making it. And apparently I'm in an ad break. I mean, I saw a kobold tower once and I laughed for about 5 minutes. Thanks for the 100 Danish krones, I think? Dennis in YouTube chat? Which is like what? That's what, about 20 bucks in Canadian money, I think? Thank you. Appreciate you. A second of an ad before it stopped. Working as intended, I presume. Don't complain. Hopefully I got paid. $20 buckaroonies. It's about 20 CAD. I had to do the conversions relatively recently. Oh. I was wondering why this ain't working. Makes sense. And then this should just simply be connected to this to turn this sucker off. And I guess I just don't need this anymore. And I also don't need this, and that would mean I also don't need this, and that means I also can just remake this. Let's hope that Bezos guy who owns Twitch isn't watching this stream. I have a slight suspicion he ain't. Don't worry. Crap, I just realized I got the build order wrong again. Okay. Now I need those built. Then I can build the thing there. Then I can do the thing. I can assign a bard if you like. I don't have any bards, though. It's not something I'm focusing on in this fort at all. But I could assign a dwarf as a bard if you like. Well, it would be a performer, rather, but... should get moved out of there at some point. It's possible to supply a fortress with almost anything, specifically if you focus enough on it. The first year might be a little tough, though, if you were only using food. Okay, let's just do a drawbridge right there. Go down here. Deconstruct that. Go directly over top of this. If the goblins were actually attacking me consistently and actually properly attacking me, I would be significantly less likely to just ignore them. But because they're not as consistently attacking me, I'm like, well, whatever. It's very easy to just ignore this. All right. Well, do you want a male dwarf or a lady dwarf? Luckman. Personally, if I ever saw something like a big elephant man want to migrate, you'd happily accept. Yeah, they just don't generally show up as the problem. Darius Cardrin, the Holy Seal, has created Sebsur Ugul, a pigtail dress, and offers it to the trampled machine. And also, UGDPY has discovered the social behavior of creatures. We've made a discovery. Wow. And now is pondering medical ethics. Uh-oh. That's a bad thing for us to be pondering, I think. Woo-hoo. That can't be good. Well, I mean, we can make choirs, so let's make some choirs. See if our dude here writes a book about it. That could be cool. All right. So I'm going to jump up here, and I'll give you a disciple who would make for a good performer. There you go. We'll go with id. Wait, no, that's Golem. Never mind. Somebody who isn't named. There you go. Adequate speaker and competent musician. Go ahead. This dwarf. And you can be Zokenman. Zokenman. I don't know how to pronounce that properly, so instead I will simply say, has an incredibly calm demeanor and can become absorbed in art and beauty of the natural world, and very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. Is dour as a rule and is conflicted by this as it values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. Relies on the advice of others during decision-making and is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. Likes to brawl and is pleased by her own appearance and talents. Doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open in changing her mind, and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Tends to think before acting and likes to take it easy, and is very humble and tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. Has a greedy streak and often acts with compassion. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally doesn't care about nature one way or another. Likes galena and black bronze, and helidor and giant koala leather. Pigtail paper and the color dark blue. Set spears and high boots and cloaks and mules for their stubbornness and mandrills for their colorful faces and the sound of the flute of sweetness of impossible. Prefers to consume jaguar, squid, and blood amaranth beer. And citrons, and absolutely hates purring maggots. It's okay. Krug Smash has already made like 40 of them. Zombie Mike. Thanks for the 69 pennies. I appreciate you. This is a pigtail dress. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned quartzite cabochons and encircled with bands of pigtail and ash and octagon-cut white opals. It is made from pigtail cloth, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of beak dog leather and menaces with spikes of quartzite and dog leather. That sounds like something for our countess. which I'm going to give to the mayor's job because then she's guaranteed to keep it on. What else can we find out about this dwarf? You're close friends with the significant other of the Countess, who's Kyokyo. Also kindred spirits with a bunch of other dwarves that are in the fort. You have a very calm demeanor. Well, that's good. Doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything. Mastering skills. The Glanum, Black Bronze, and all that stuff. Is a member of the wrong religion. I can't remember why I gave you Servant of Yugath. But I did. So, you are considered a servant. And you're serving bilberry wine now. Because that's what you do. You serve wine. And becomes a were creature and goes on a mass murder spree and then meets a friend who's a vampire and then they become monster slayers together and become anti-hero vigilantes, accidentally murdering hundreds of people whenever, like, bad things happen. That's what I would presume. I don't know. I've been screaming for a Netflix. To me, I think the best way to do a Dwarf Fortress movie wouldn't be just like make a movie, right? The best way to do a Dwarf Fortress movie would be to make an anthology. So like Tales from the Fortress or something. Like 30-minute episodes, basically. Dwarf Fortress is the sequel. Slaves to Armok, God of Blood was the original. So this, I'm gonna just hit this button so that they move it. And then I'll undump it once they're done moving it from away from here. Tales from the Mines, maybe. That or just make this stockpile bigger. That'll do. Okay, you right here are currently linked to nothing. You, please just link to this. This can get canceled, that's fine. That looks like there's a missing asset there. What the hell's happening? I really hate that minecart tracks can be toppled, because they can. My hunting dragons appear to be doing their job still. That looks weird. Whenever I see things that look like they're missing sprites, I always get concerned. You know, true story, I've never seen a single second of anything SNL related. Outside of, like, YouTube clips. It's like I've seen movies and stuff that are based on SNL sketches, but I've never seen SNL itself. You know, I'm a little bit scared, so I'm just going to do a quick save. It's probably for the best. I've heard that it doesn't age that well from a number of people. Also, I need some advice, chat. I've literally added AliExpress to my spam. I've blocked them, and I've unsubscribed from their email list, and they still send me 2 emails a day. How the fuck do I unsubscribe from AliExpress's emails? Or am I just fucked? You know, honestly, playing the original in ASCII doesn't even feel like playing Dwarf Fortress for the first time. Also, sup, Tony? Auto-delete. I need to look into how to do that. Because I don't think I've ever needed to do that before. Because I do buy, like, cassette deck parts on AliExpress every now and again. Like, belts and stuff. It's very rare that I actually need it. Okay, so that's connected now. But man, I'm starting to think I should probably just figure out how to completely eradicate them from my inbox. Is the arrow when they were in middle school? Okay, but what if you live in a country that doesn't have middle school? Hypothetically. Because hypothetically, I live in a country that doesn't have middle school. There's also a chance that this could just set this on fire when I put lava in this. I'm just going to deconstruct this and reconstruct this. Just put a piece of floor right there. Okay, so all of this is hooked up, which means I can almost test this sucker again. I just need to unbuild and rebuild this. Hey, is that a wall? Yes, it is. I need a floor. That would be very easy to mod in. In fact, isn't that already in like the vanilla plus creatures or whatever? Which I've talked about those mods before where I'm just like, it's not vanilla if it's modded in. Stop calling them vanilla. It's the strangest trend in like game modding to me. RimWorld is particularly bad for that. Which just adds more variety to the pre-existing creatures. So it's like basically saying a way of saying lore friendly. It's just, I just think it's really funny, that's all. Just because, I don't know. I just think it's funny. I want fluffy Wambler people. That's what I want. They're just like good aligned Yetis. Might as well just floor this whole thing now. That's what I want. Oh, words mean things, yes. And if you remove the words, then they don't mean things. And if we don't have words that mean things, then words are meaningless. And then I sit here and realize, but wait, all words are made up. Well, shit. Where Wambler? Yeah, they're Wambler. Use it as pretext to say that it's balanced around the vanilla game. Yeah, no, I mean that it's usually means that it either is lore friendly, like doesn't seem out of place is basically what it means. But it's the funniest wording ever to me. Like it makes sense, and I'm not actually complaining about it. I just think it's funny. For complete clarity on this, I just think it's funny. Okay, so we just need that built. And I should be good to test this sucker out. Aside from that, I'll have to lock that door, but... Oh, for fuck. Forgotten Beast, Kopagurgim has come. An enormous beakless kestrel. It has a pair of squat antennae and a gaunt appearance. Its mint green feathers are long and narrow. Beware its poison sting! Whoa, it's already seriously injured? Must have been fighting with some, Oh, it's killed a bunch of bug bats in Goretusk. Well, okay. You could do better than bug bats. And now it's fighting with, amphibian people. And now it's dead. Well, good to know that there's amphibian people right here. Thanks, game, for informing me of this. This has delayed like every other major project in this fort. I mean, okay, so you know what's, since we're talking about like Well, not really talking, but since you guys were talking about like a Dwarf Fortress movie or something, you know what I want? Unironically, I want a Dwarf Fortress Among Us expansion. There's like enough common people talking between Kit Fox and Dwarf Fortress that like they could make that happen. And like the guys who work on Among Us. Genuinely, I want that. I would never play it. I just want it to exist. Hey, chat, you guys can watch this dwarf run back and forth and build this. I'm going to go grab my sandwich. I'm getting hungry. I just want to say thanks for all the support today. I'm sorry for that very brief moment of, like, violent back and forth. And thanks to everybody who's tuning in. There's, like, 70 of you here on YouTube and 179 of you on Twitch. There's actually more people watching on YouTube right now than people who used to watch me on Twitch pre-release of Dwarf Fortress on Steam. So that's actually really cool. So thanks for being one of those people who's hanging out and watching. And thanks to all those people who watched that, response video I put up this morning. Kind of expected nobody to watch that, but it actually is doing pretty okay. So thank you. Anyway, enough of me being sappy. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Not even, like maybe 90 seconds. BRB!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
It's a unit system. I know this.
Over here, he has a sword!
It's a unit system. I know this.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
No, 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 no! 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 Bark, 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 bark.
Dorothy taking a nappy, it seems. All right.
Hero Quest is the
Is it?
best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
I don't know if I can trust that Dorfaganda. Okay. Let's see how this is doing. Holy fucking Vables. So you can now go this way. You're hooked up to a lever. Go around this way. Back up and around. All right, let's test this sucker. See if it works. Cheers, Synthetic. These streams are pretty cozy. It's funny. I do not like cozy streams myself, and I don't consider my stream even remotely cozy. Because to me, cozy games are like, or cozy streams and cozy games are games that are like unnecessarily positive, which I'm like almost unnecessarily negative a lot of the time. But I'm glad you find it cozy. Yeah, I prefer the term chill over cozy. Also, this I would like you to know that this minecart is the weight of a pie. I don't know what kind of pie, but a pie. So far, so good. So now, let's see if we can stop it. So the off button is this button, which takes a little bit longer, but should be fine. Makes you think of people streaming Stardew Valley. Well, it's like Stardew Valley and just about any other game that would suit that moniker. Pythons, yes. It's interesting that when it's in mid-air, it ceases to be forbidden. DF is a farming sim. It's more of a life sim, but it's like a mini life sim, you know? Still not sure why I can't turn it off with other things, but that's fine. If I accidentally launch it a second time, it'll just end up there. So now, there's one other thing I need to do to test this sucker. Do you know what that is, chat? Those of you who have been paying attention might notice and... Uh-oh. Dwarf Fortress, why are you frozen? Oh. Frame rate decided to go to 0 and then pop back. That's strange. I wonder why you did that. Does it have anything to do with the Slayer Forlorn Stalker showing up? I should probably just... you know, interrogate all of my zombies again. And also, what was it? Prismatic Flux, who was very sus. I'll also interview you. I wonder why the frame rate just went down to 0 for a moment there. Odd. That got put back. Sweet. So, now there's only one thing left to do. Time for a non-believer to go on a ride. You know, I hadn't even contemplated that. No, it's time to fill this sucker up with lava. That's what it's time to do. I have undead here. They keep showing up and visiting the upper tavern, and I keep kicking them out. Oh, shit. Completely forgot what those were there for. Got to put those minecarts back. All right, so now I have a dwarf coming to pull this. And I got to start munching on my sandwich. So there it goes. Nice and easy. Hopefully they actually attack me. In regards to Goblin Siege. Also, I just noticed a problem. Do you guys see it, chat? It's right here. Just got one more dwarf to run down in here real quick. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. There is only 2 songs in the OG, well, 3 in the OGDF soundtrack. Main menu, main theme, and adventure mode, and they're all just about the same. So, probably main theme, because I couldn't tell you what the original adventure mode theme sounded like. They're all about 2 minutes long. If you're asking about Simon's original soundtrack from back in the day, I would say probably Kobold March. Or Kogan-san. One of the 2. All right, so that's now fixed. So I can hook this back up. Also, scrolling up in YouTube chat, you're wondering if the friends are gonna migrate from Angervolt? As in the tame creatures? Probably not. So that's pretty unlikely. But the dwarves from there would. Also, good news, chat. I haven't bashed my knee once this stream, so we're doing 100% better than last stream. I mounted my PC under my desk, so it's like sitting on a rack now beneath my desk. And simply put, I bashed my knee a lot the other day. Shh, Travenoid. Not gonna listen to you. This is propaganda and is factually false and incorrect information and not to be trusted. Hush now. My sweet dwarf. You know, there's part of me that just kind of wants to let this fill. You know, I think I might actually just do that. Let's go up here. And actually just go down here and just deconstruct this. But I will go up to here and say rock mechanisms. Let's just say 40. Just make them all out of quartzite. And then I can finally go do something else. No. Well, I wouldn't. I could rest my foot on it. I've been leaning my foot on it today, but I wouldn't. It claims that it can hold up to 60 pounds. I wouldn't test that. Like, it's got 3 big screws with, like, washers and bolts on the tops of them, so it is going through, like, hardwood. But I wouldn't test it. It's like, allegedly, my desk can lift up to 400 pounds, but I'm not going to sit on my desk and raise it up. You know, it's like, why potentially break something kind of deal, you know? Okay, so this stuff's all undone now, so we'll just let this fill up. Because the other thing I forgot to do is hook this up to a lever. So I could actually hook this guy right here up to this drawbridge. Once that's all done burning, which won't take very long. And hooking this up here and also to this would allow me to turn these pumps on and off. Actually, I could hook it up to this. That could be good. Might work for you? Nah, I'm good. I don't need to rest my legs on my PC. It's totally fine. Okay, we'll connect you to that. And connect you to this once it's accessible. We'll just follow this dwarf. Legendary mechanic. How often do you get those? I don't even think they did it with a strange mood. What exactly am I building there? An exceptionally over-engineered piece of shit that's taken me way too long to build, and I'm getting kind of annoyed with it. A series of cart grinders is what I'm building. That I wish was less tedious to build. I think I need to block this. What, a significantly over-engineered thing that takes way too long to build, and now you're getting kind of pissed off of it and don't want to build it anymore? Does Tarn play the guitar? Tarn does play the guitar, and allegedly the most expensive thing... Well, as of like Christmas last year, the most expensive thing that Tarn had bought since Premium came out was an expensive, fancy acoustic guitar. Allegedly. That's the most expensive thing he bought. But now he's moving internationally, so I think that's probably the most expensive thing he's bought, but... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Zach bought a house, so... Zach's winning, in that regard. And got another pet. Where is he moving to? I don't know. And even if I did know, I wouldn't say, because I don't think that's my place to say. And he hasn't said publicly anywhere, so it's up to Tarn to announce that when he announces that. I will say, though, that Tarn is moving internationally today and decided to patch the game and then, like, leave for the airport, which I genuinely think is funny, without telling his publisher that, like, he was going to patch the game today, so, you know. Which is the most Tarn-like approach to game development that you can get. That said that if they saved their money working at an IT job, they would have gotten the same from the sales. Well, it was like they got it. It was almost $20 million or something that they got paid between the two of them before taxes, which obviously is a lot less than that. So it's like, I think that actually might be wrong. I think it was like $7 million each or something that they got paid before taxes. And Zach said that they basically just went and got computer science jobs 10 years ago and then just didn't take a paycheck for 10 years. Or like got computer science jobs in 2005 and just didn't take a paycheck. Yeah, it does kind of feel like that sometimes. Kid Fox gets like an unnecessarily large amount of meanness directed at them, but that is... Unfortunately, their job is to take and deflect any, like, BS that would be thrown at Bay 12 and throw it at them instead. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Zach that said that. It's like pushing a patch on a Friday turned up to 11. Yeah, it's pretty much. Okay, so I will pull that, and then we will put another gear right here. So this whole thing should just stop. And I should just lock these doors. Okay, how full is this? It's 3 deep. Okay, well, we're getting there. Then the final test is testing this thing when it's full of lava. Also need to close this, which is also connected to this. Oh man, I just realized I fucked up. I shouldn't have attached it to that. Okay, well, let's just disconnect this and then reconnect this to right here. We'll just do it this way. Because I need this drawbridge shut. So I can't do the two of these on the same lever. At least this map isn't as large as the last one. No, because nobody's going to be riding the minecart. What's stopping you from getting on Twitch, Mark? And also because you mentioned the Lord of the Rings soundtrack. Does anybody remember that weird day where there was that person streaming the entirety of Lord of the Rings on Twitch in the Dwarf Fortress directory and titled their stream Dwarf Fortress Cutscenes? It was a very funny day. The enemies will? Not really, no. I won't be riding it. But no, I'm not going to call it that. Because it would sound like piss. You know? I mean, if you're going to, like, illegally restream a movie on Twitch, at the very least be funny about it. And to me, that was genuinely a funny afternoon. So I kind of can't be mad at it. Please. God damn. So they're all running up. Tick circle. Man, okay. Whose idea was it to, like, leave a crossbow in this doorway? Whose idea was that? Also, holy shit. Got a bunch of, like, this guy just admitted a crime. Made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. The subject naively complied. 377, the subject corrupted an unidentified creature in order to have an agent in Goretusk. Subject met with the unidentified creature and made flattering remarks. An unidentified creature succumbed to vanity, despite valuing the law. They revealed that in the mid-spring of 377, a creature plotted to steal the Allied Ripper. Under the influence of the subject. Where's the Allied Ripper? Which one is the Allied Ripper? It's one of my spears. Whoa. Someone's going to try and steal my gold spear. Should really just wall off this back door. Stop using it. I'm wondering if this dwarf has written a book. Because they made a breakthrough concerning the social behavior of animals. So I gotta keep an eye on that. But so locking that thing is not going to stop them from going up here. Got it. Okay. In that case, chat room, can I get a round of beers or a vile force of darkness? whatever you think suits it better, because we're about to have a fight up here in my tavern. There appears to be goblins as well as dwarves. This elf here is got hit by a steel bolt, actually. And they say the battle rages, I must press on. The question is who fired the bolt? Well, it's neither of these dwarves. Seems like Kosoth here is bleeding heavily. Possibly because you also got hit by a bolt. And it appears that we have lost 2 dwarves. If I had to bet. There's Thob the soap maker. Shy Phantasmita runs outside. So easily broken, begone fear, she says. Backing back inside. As the guards come upstairs, fortunately, one of my hunting dragons is assisting here. Stray hunting dragon claws the goblin crossbowman in the upper body, but the attack was deflected by a copper breastplate. Dwarves moving through the soon-to-be very violent scene. The dragon, hunting cave dragon, claws at the goblin crossbowman in the right lower arm, tearing apart the muscle. An artery has been opened by the attack, and a motor nerve has been severed. And it appears that Stinthad, the late practice of planks, a name, of course, referencing the future meme that people would do in like 2010, I think. When was that? When did people plank? It's like 2010. Just outside, unfortunately, is Edom the Trapper. I'm going to send the dwarves directly through the doorway. Edom the Trapper is rapidly falling to pieces as the bull, Sodel, slashes the goblin crossbowman in the head, which was deflected, but it twisted the neck, and she says, in the midst of conflict, I am not scared. Although I don't believe her, she says, begone fear, and is terrified. Like she's speaking in a, brave fashion. Dwarves are all just kind of standing there, watching as this dwarf runs directly past the enemy. And the goblins turn and walk away. I don't know why they're not attacking them. I think they're having some sort of mental breakdown moment. Instead, I will tell them to kill. It's not the first time. This is not the last time they've done this. They've done this before. Wonder why that is. Anyway, guess the goblins surrendered. That's got to be some sort of pathing issue, yeah? It's got to be. So we've got Edom and Limul, who's shy, and Kosoth. 3 dwarves taken out in that fight. Very useful exercise for ballet dancers. I believe it. And then Shy also died. For reference, this was the point of this tavern. The point is to filter out dwarves who are non-believers slowly. Who was the last dwarf? Limul, Edom, Vabok. Should I have more $5 bullet rye old fashions? That's not a bad price considering they're almost 20 after like taxes at the bar I go to, so thus I never order them. So I would say that's a pretty solid price. It's rough times for these dwarves, let me tell you. Oh, did we also lose somebody in the hallway? It's definitely forbidden stuff in those stairs. Let's just unforbid all that. Also, can we get this crossbow removed from here? Please and thank you. At the restaurant by the office? Okay. Seems like an effective sale, if you ask me. I mean, it was definitely a typo, you know? The what now? I mean, clearly they also have red breast. And he was trying to type in red breast, the whiskey, and instead finished it with restaurant as a typo. Wait, is that actually the name of the place? Well then. I know a brewery around here where if you show up wearing flannel, you get a, like, 10% discount, which is pretty good. But it's only on Tuesdays, so I literally never go on Tuesdays. Because I'm streaming on Tuesdays. So this is all unpowered, and this is just filling. So we're just going to let that fill for a little bit. All right, well, I've got a little bit of time before that's all finished, so I'm just going to go around here and set up some bedrooms, I think is what I'm going to do. Oh, of course I go to the one that doesn't actually have stairs going down and in, up and out, in and out. And then you down here, we're just going to do this. And you up here, we're going to do this. You down here, we're going to do this. Oh. Apparently a lot of these don't have stairs. Don't know how all these dwarves managed to get in and out of here, but guess they did. Well, it's always been what they've stated. Basically, those are frequently asked questions that get asked all the time that they've been stating very bluntly for a very long time that they wouldn't do. I think the only thing that's actually new from the FAQ is the MacPort stuff. Everything else is like kind of old news. They're just like reiterating old news. They've always been very adamant that there's no chance that they'll hire more devs. Because developers are expensive. And Dwarf Fortress is only going to get a really big paycheck once, right? I mean, obviously there will be influxes when major patches happen, but that amount of money that they made will probably only happen once because of Dwarf Fortress's sales structure, just being a game that's for sale. Also, what Wazuli said, it's if you read the FAQ, I think it should be pretty self-explanatory. At least I thought it was very well explained and self-explanatory. And makes sense. Dwarf Fortress is not necessarily a game about speed of development, right? It's a game about keeping one person's vision pure. And I'm okay with that. And I have a very, well, at least for me, I think it's a good example of why I'm okay with it. I really liked RimWorld at one point. I thought RimWorld was a very fun game that I really enjoyed playing. And then Tynan took 6 months off and hired a bunch of developers to take over development of the game, and then just oversaw development in like a management position and stopped directly developing the game himself. And from that point forward, every single patch made me like the game less. And realistically, the game probably would have gone in that direction anyway. But for me, I have this direct analog of like the point that I stopped enjoying that game, which was the point that the guy that made the game stopped being the sole proprietor developer of that game. You know, the one thing that shocks me about Star Sector to this day, though, is the fact that it's not on Steam. That's the impressive thing about Star Sector to me, you know? Like, I own that thing, and I've installed it a couple of times, and I've uninstalled it more times than I've installed it, but, like, it's wild to me that it's not on Steam. Or, like, even itch or something. Like, the fact that it's just for sale on his website is wild to me. Or, you know, like Approaching Infinity. Although Approaching Infinity is, like, a little bit different, I think. Probably would still stay a solo developed thing, though. Also scrolling up in YouTube chat to see if there's anything I should respond to. Cheers. Retri once more. Yes, I have a Discord. There's a link in the stream description. You're against the idea of corporate loyalty. Can I just ask you a question, Mark? Because you say that you can't go to Twitch. Yeet. So things aren't working. One of them seems to be something with Twitch. I think it's funny to you that you just like you're against corporate loyalty, but like you can't load up Twitch. Sitting on I don't know what web browser you're using, but at the very least for me, Firefox was having a lot of problems with Twitch up until very recently, and it was like super laggy and all cruddy. I would try running Twitch within VLC because to my knowledge you can still do that as long as you have some way of connecting to Twitch chat. I'm pretty sure you can still watch Twitch within VLC. Although the important part about Twitch is like the chat more than anything. So if you can like get Twitch chat loaded within something, even if it's like a third-party tool like Chatty or something, and then watch on YouTube, that also is a valid thing. But yeah, I don't know. Twitch is the better platform for me purely because I make more money on Twitch. And I like the culture of Twitch. But that's a community thing more than a corporate loyalty thing. I don't really like either of the companies, to be honest. But Hobo, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Seeing which ones have I missed. This one. All right, I can now unpause that. Chillin'. Good to hear. Good to hear. Well, if it works for you, it works for you, Wazuli. Feels like I haven't seen you in a minute, Hobo. I hope things have been well. Probably mostly because it's like Formula One's been on break. That or I've just been shitty at reading my chat recently, one of the two. I thought I said chinchilla. I said chatty. Does chatty sound like chinchilla to you? Having days from Heal at work. Having days from Heal at work. And this week I've basically just been, okay, yeah, fair. Why, because of tropical storms? If you're like doing overtime, it's usually because of tropical storms. Just drag over all of the rooms at once. It'll cover what you haven't dug out. Only if you have that feature active in DF Hack, which I don't. This is a bedroom layout for the cultists. So this is going to be where the loyalists sleep. It's going to be burrowed out of the area for the other dwarves. I'm kind of thinking about maybe trying to make this area self-sufficient on its own. But that might be a little tricky. It really depends on what happens when the monarch arrives. Oh, I just thought it was kind of funny. The thing that I started saying about corporate loyalty was, well, initially I misread what you said and then corrected myself. I thought you were saying that you were not a fan of corporate loyalty in regards to like not being on Twitch, which was confusing to me initially. But yeah, then I just kind of reiterated that yeah, I agree. Being loyal to one particular platform is silly. I just personally prefer Twitch because it's where I make the vast majority of what keeps me funded doing this. I still wouldn't be able to do this full time likely if I was just making YouTube videos. You feel like they should have some secret passage out of there? Well, I do have that artifact door. Like, one of the thoughts of how I could end this fort is just, like, flood the fortress with either demons or lava and then just, like, expel all the cultists and open the back door. Or something like that. I don't know. That or, like, drop all the cultists into hell. Which is definitely something I've done before. Well, actually, that's not true. I dropped them all into a volcano. You don't have DF hack installed? Then how in the world are you doing this? It's not like it's not a thing that you can do, mate. To the magma for the heretics? That sounds like a lot of slabs I need to make. Unless you're just talking about this, where you just like click and drag over top and then it only uses 3. If that's what you're talking about, then yeah, I'm doing that. Also, out of quartzite blocks. Which means I probably need to go mine out more quartzite. Damn it, the ice cream truck's back. So I don't mind the summer. The summer's fine, but there's a lot of children who live in my building, and recently ice cream trucks have come back where I live, and it's starting to drive me insane that there's just this ice cream truck that parks in like the parking lot of my apartment building for like 2 to 3 hours a day and just plays the same 90-second music loop on repeat. I'm not going crazy about it yet, but it's starting to get there. All right. How deep this now? Well, this sucker's getting there. Couldn't I ask them to stop the music? It's literally, well, I mean, we could ban them from the building, but no, not really, because like that's literally how they advertise themselves. What am I gonna go do? Tell like all the like families that are buying ice cream from him every day to just like stop buying ice cream from the guy? Like, he's on the road. He's not technically on the building's property. It's just loud. Zones can absolutely be multiple Z levels. I can no longer scream. Well, I mean, I could. I'm just more likely to scream at ice cream instead of for ice cream. So I think it's probably not a bad idea for me to remove all of this. Turn your burrow on. It's probably not a bad idea for me to remove all of this from the burrow. It's probably not a bad idea for me to remove all of this from the burrow. And it's probably not a bad idea for me to remove all of... No. Migrants. All right, well, we'll let that fill. Just do some renaming here real quick. All right, welcome. Welcome, welcome. How about you? Yep, yep, welcome, welcome. How about you? Yep, welcome. None of these dwarves worship the holy god. This is an absolute shame. The labor of mortification. How mortifying. I mean, I wouldn't mind so much if they had like more than 90 seconds of sound. That's the problem. It's like they just have like a 90-second crappy MIDI loop. Oh my god! Sorry, it's the first time I've seen like a fully like light hair bearded dwarven child. Those are amazing. Absolutely amazing. It's a shame that you're a heretic. Look at this little sucker. Hey, this kid's a loyalist. I like this kid. Perfect. Oh. You still count. Cult of Mages is the right god. But you. Well, unfortunately, this kid is a heretic. This 2-year-old may not be able to live here forever. How old are you? 5? God, I love them so much. They look so dumb. It's perfect. I wouldn't have it any other way. There's a proper Angry Dead Communion member. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Are dwarven babies born with a religion? Yeah, it's usually one of their parents' religions. God, these new dwarven sprites look so mad. Like, it's so good. It's impossible to make them convert, Queen. So I'm just not worrying about it too much. Yeah, generally, like, most religious indoctrination does come from parents, yes. Continuing at it. It's a shame. It's also a shame. Look at that little bean head. See, she worships. She knows what's up. This little kid has survival instincts. I don't know why I'm making them plural now. It's supposed to just be disciple. I'm glad you survived. I made it out of that cult. All right, so now I can go here. And I can say We now have 54 dwarves loyal to Yugath. And as for everybody else, well... brings us up to a total of 93 unloyal and 54 loyal. So I would just like to test this. See how this sucker rolls. All right, chat. Could I just get, like, I don't know, a round of lava in the chat room if you happen to have my lava emote, or just, like, pick something? Because we're about to hopefully have a successful test of my minecart machine. Colloquially referred to as a minecart grinder or a cart grinder. So now we just simply need to wait for the power to kick in, which is the drawbridge dropping. Okay, so far so good. So because this, the hard stop, is on, it's just going to do the singular lap. And Suxul, the metalsmith, withdraws from society. We're going to drop that down. And give it a more permanent test. Yeah, but that requires impulse ramps, and I refuse to use impulse ramps. I do actually refuse to use impulse ramps. It's nothing against him. Also, we're officially a metropolis now, so that's good, which means the noble could arrive if they wanted to. And that dwarf is off making an artifact, and I'm just going to go over here and get all this stuff melting down. What is being melted down in here? It's going to be something, I guess. Please don't melt down that minecart. I do need that. Also, I always feel the need to say this, Maz. Twisted Logic uses schematics from the wiki, so Twisted Logic didn't come up with that. You just learned it from him, but they are just like sitting there on the wiki. It's all good. I just feel the need to say that because give credit where credit's due. So your preferred system is the impulse ramp minecart system. So what should start happening here is it should start blinking in and out of existence when it starts to fill up, which will start to happen when it hits about 5 deep. And then what should start happening here is it should start smacking into the ends and firing lava everywhere. And also when it goes down back into lava, causing lava to spray. So, let's see if it works. I think it's just a fun design. It is a fun design. I do agree with that. Very classic design. I mean, the minecart got cleaned off when it, got sprayed everywhere. Or got doused in lava, rather. In quantum stockpiles with minecarts, you were tearing your hair out to use those garbage dump zones, and people dumping shit where you didn't want them to. Yeah, minecarts are the only proper way to make quantum. If you're gonna make quantum stockpiles, minecarts are the right way to do it. Otherwise, you're just gonna cause yourself more pain and anguish than you're actually solving problems. Although I will say, it's very funny to me that is the most demanded I remake that tutorial I've ever made. Like, I've had almost weekly demands for me to remake that tutorial since I made it because people insist it doesn't work. It's like, watch it again, And they're like, but you speak too fast. I'm like, read the title. It says quick. I'm trying to be quick. No, I'm not going to remake it. Oh, it works. Garbage zones and name and design. Here's the thing. This is the best way to make a garbage zone. Make a refuse zone, and then connect it to a minecart. Dump. Which then just goes straight down into lava. You want efficient garbage disposal? Or just turn on subtitles. Because DF Hack also has tools that are just directly cheating, that's why. That's like saying, what do you mean you can't completely destroy a planet in, what's the name of that video game? No Man's Sky. I can do it with Cheat Engine. Because that's what DF Hack is. It's a RAM editor. I'm not dizzy yet, chat. You're dizzy. Can make a little 1x1 drawbridge into lava on the bottom of the map, and a 2x1 drawbridge over some iron bars and use it to carry lava up. I mean, sure. You can also just use pumps. Wait, you mean like throwing lava up? Is that what you're suggesting? I feel like I would rather just use pumps. You like DF Hack to help with frame rate primarily? I use DF Hack to dissect problems. If I have a problem with a fort, like if the fort stops working or starts crashing, I use DF Hack to try and find the problem, and that's about it. I use it sparingly. I use it like a terminal window in like a Bethesda game. Are you okay, Mango Killer? Like, do you need help? Because, like, if I'm not a therapist, I recommend you seek professional help. Ooh. Saxo the Metalsmith has created Fong Bezgoman, a gold earring, and offers it to the trampled machine. It's made of iron. Iron is lava safe. Lava safe minecarts can't melt or burn. Good luck trying that with like a copper one. Earrings. This is a gold earring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is made with cushioned ice cabochons and rectangular quartzite cabochons and obsidian cabochons and rectangular microcline cabochons. It is studded with gold and encircled with bands of fire imp leather. Nice. And cushion microcline cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of cave spider silk. That's pretty cool. Foam bezel man? What? Yes, but the reason I compared DF Hack to Cheat Engine is they work the same way. Cheat Engine edits your RAM to change the game in real time. DF Hack does the same thing. So comparing the two, I disagree. I think it's a very apt comparison. Not saying you can't use it. Also not even saying it's cheating. Just simply saying that they work the same way. Also, I don't know where these injuries are, but apparently I've got wounded dwarfs. So, you know, this is fine. I think I'm going to give that gold earring to Sideburns. Why is so much of the FAQ devoted to the recent to the update schedule criticism you saw? Because here's the thing. Frequently asked questions are addressing frequently asked questions, not frequently given positivity. And frequently asked questions are generally come from a place of frustration. And unfortunately, people who are fans of Dwarf Fortress are often painfully frustrated with Dwarf Fortress. And this has been exacerbated by the release of Steam. And that was addressing frequently asked questions, which are rarely positive. And it turns out most of the frequently asked questions about Dwarf Fortress are negative. If you go look at the most asked questions on the Steam forums, which is what it was directly addressing, there's a lot of locked threads that are directly just like, this game's a scam, this game's dead, but you haven't ported it to Mac yet, what the fuck's wrong with you, that kind of stuff. So that's what they're addressing. They're addressing frequently asked questions. Thanks, Tony. See, like, I mean, Twitch chat, like, mocks me sometimes for doing this. But if you dig into, like, I hate admitting this, but it's true. I've had to hide a lot of active commenters from my YouTube comments. Because there are people that will just leave, like, a 4-paragraph post about how this game is literally ruining their life because it hasn't been ported to Mac yet. Or how this is the worst game ever because the developers are greedy and lazy and slow because they haven't updated Fortress Mode 5 times in the last year, right? How the developers have ruined the game completely because they added more colors to ASCII. How the developers abandoned their old community because they updated the UI and changed the hotkeys. There's this thing called entitlement, which comes primarily from people who've sunk a lot of money into a thing over a long period of time. And yeah, Dwarf Fortress isn't like Star Citizen, but I compare Dwarf Fortress to Star Citizen a lot. For one reason. It is an endless life project that will need money forever to continue to exist and continue to be developed. So there's been people that have been donating to the Patreon or the PayPal or mailing them fucking checks for the last 20 years or so. And while on paper, that's fine. Some people take it very personally when the thing that they've been paying for changes suddenly. And unfortunately, there is kind of a rather unpleasant, I'm getting dizzy, so I'm just going to stare at it from here, see if I can see any mists start sprouting up. But there is unfortunately some very unpleasant individuals who take it very personally when the game that they've been playing changes. I bet you're wondering how I got here. Well, I mean, I was filming a bunch of that for video. That was part of the reason I was doing that. I actually have, like, notes that I'm taking about, like, things I need to get shots of. No, totally. And, like, that's the reality, right? Is a larger number of people than literally ever before are playing and enjoying this now. Was lit. But the person who's, I'm just going to throw out a made-up number now. The person who donated $500 to this game over 10 years in small increments via PayPal doesn't care. They've been funding a thing that looked and played quite different than this. Because it played entirely on keyboard. And admittedly, I'm one of those people who does actually state, once you learned it, the keyboard controls were better. It is true. They were better once you learned it. But that's the key, is you had to learn it. Most people just weren't willing to put the time in. So, I miss the keyboard controls dearly. But I'm also an adult who realizes that it's better for the game as a whole if more people are able to play it. And it's working! I saw lava mist. Just needs to be a little bit deeper. I mean, here's the thing, though, right? Here is the thing. I do think that there is a benefit for Dwarf Fortress Classic existing. And I do think that there were benefits to that era of the game. But I also think that it's important to note and be specific about the fact that you can still go play that version of the game, which is a good thing. Here's where it becomes an issue, is yes, you can go play those older versions of the game. Yes, you still have access to the older versions of the game if you want. But the reason that's a problem is because you have now two problems. You have older versions of the game that a portion of the community, small portion of the community, thinks is superior. That is jealous about the fact that they're not getting updates. That's the problem. So you have irrational jealousy combined with presumed greed of some sort, because suddenly the thing that they paid for is no longer free. Like, there's somebody who I recently had to mute from my comment sections on YouTube because every single DF News video I'd put out, they'd put out the most condescending, rude, directly aggressive, like, 2-paragraph post that wouldn't say any rude words, so it wouldn't get filtered, but it would quite literally deride and insult everybody at KitFox and the development team of Dwarf Fortress, because the adventure mode alpha version, or beta version in the beta branch on Steam, isn't free in the free version of the game. That is their issue. Is they are an adventure mode player and they can't access the free version and they refuse to pay for the paid version. To which I say, the UI is literally unplayable right now. Most of it doesn't show up because it's not actually done yet. When the other screens are all done, they then backport it to the ASCII version because it's easier to do it that way, right? And so the ASCII version of adventure mode is literally unplayable. They don't care. Because it's not accessible at all through the free version, they're accusing them of lying. And it's like, so that's what that FAQ is about. It's addressing that portion of the community. And every community is going to have people that I genuinely feel bad for. Like, and that's really all it comes down to, is I just feel bad for these people. Like, they don't make me mad. They just kind of make me sad, and I feel bad for them. Like, it sucks. Nobody really wants to be in that position. There's no point where being in a position like that feels good for anybody. People don't want to make a game that disappoints people, and people who enjoy a game don't want to see people disappointed and upset by a thing that they like. I mean, I've seen people who allegedly, air quotes, have thousands of hours of time spent on this game that paid for it just so that they could leave it in a negative review because adventure mode isn't available in the free version. There's been dozens of those reviews. Dozens. Dozens of them. And that's a bad thing. You want to know why that's a bad thing? It's because Dwarf Fortress has a 95, or sorry, it's like a 90, it's like 96.1 something % positive review rating on Steam. Overall, yeah, it's 95.086% positive review rating on Steam right now, according to Steam database. Which means if they keep getting these negative reviews, they're going to lose overwhelmingly positive in the overall rating, which means they lose a lot of free promotion from Steam, which does directly cost developers a lot of money. You can buy a game, leave a review, and refund it. Yeah. I haven't seen any of those, actually. Generally, they have like an hour and a half in the game, and they're like, this version of the game is like worse in every way, blah, 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 a bunch of nonsense. And then, because like literally, for all of this version of the game's faults, and it does have faults, it is clunkier and slower to play. That is a fact. But it runs better and is more accessible than it's ever been, which to me negates the benefits of the faster control scheme. It should get deleted? Well, that's the thing. You can leave a review after you've played the game for more than 30 hours, and if you refund a game, your review stays. And that should not be deleted because there are a lot. Do you remember the day before? There's plenty of examples of games that you should be allowed to refund after leaving a review. So Unfortunately, Dwarf Fortress shouldn't be exempt from that. Normal gameplay's Fortress mode is very complex, but as they say, losing is fun. Easily, the game can spend decades in, and the updates just keep coming. And since the classic days back in 2006, and new mod support using the workshop is super nice too. Yeah, there you go. I mean, thanks for leaving a nice review for the video game. But like at the end of the day, you don't need to, and don't feel like you have to leave a nice review for the video game. I'm just gonna let this thing run. Go work on those bedrooms. Because like, you need to realize, Dwarf Fortress will be okay. But you also need to realize that this game's very old. And as long as I've played Dwarf Fortress, I've just clicked the X. There's been this weird divide in the community. There will always be a portion of the community that complains when Fortress mode is getting less updates and Adventure mode is getting more updates. There will also always be a portion of the community that will be frustrated and annoyed whenever Legends mode is getting updates, and World Gen is getting updates, and Fortress mode and Adventure mode are getting neglected. And then if Fortress mode gets a big patch and nothing comes to Adventure mode, somebody else is going to be mad. It's the nature of literally developing like 3 programs at once. Because there are some people who play Dwarf Fortress who just play Legends or read Legends and look at Adventure mode and generate worlds. I need to go let somebody into my apartment. 2 seconds.
NANI?! You fucking donkey!
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
So I'm getting fiber cables installed in my apartment. It's happening to the whole building, so there's going to be somebody wandering around in the background, so if I seem kind of quiet and awkward, that's why! Believe it or not, it's weird streaming with somebody you don't know in your apartment, but it is what it is. He's currently running to the front of the building to grab the cables, and then he's coming back. I just had to empty out half of my closet because they needed access to the cable box. So hopefully it doesn't make my internet go out, because that would be awkward, but probably won't. Also, Elfie, thanks for gifting us up. Appreciate you. This is the first notification of money in 1 hour and 20 minutes. The last one was 69 pennies. And before that was like, what, 3-4 hours ago? Jesus Christ. Something like that. 4 hours ago, yeah. Gifted sub. Are we talking about Seth now? Is that what's going on? Just remember, Seth didn't record any of the footage in his Dwarf Fortress video. That's all stolen from other YouTubers who he didn't credit until way after the fact, when he was called out for it. The story he told in that video is also stolen, which he never credited. So, not a fan of the guy. He's also stolen my footage before in other videos, and you know what? I honestly don't care enough to go after him. And everybody's like, oh, he can do that. It's fine. He doesn't monetize his videos. It's like, yeah, he does. Dude makes fucking 15 grand a month on Patreon. Or not Patreon. Subscribe Star and whatever the other one he uses is. Actually, he might still be on Patreon. I'm not sure. I think his sense of humor is gross, and I don't find him funny, and I think his writing is fine, and I think he promotes games that very much deserve it, but the way he does it is fucking disgusting. Guy makes me cry inside a little bit. All right, so a bunch of building construction should start running in here. Then we can get all these bedrooms set up. I'm not hating on anybody. Simply stating facts about a person. I mean, he's an intelligent shitlord, which is the scariest kind of shitlord. The only thing scarier than a moron on 4chan is a smart moron on 4chan. I like how you figured it out pretty quickly. I didn't even need to say it. Wait, I'm not really hating on him. I'm just kind of stating facts. Meanwhile, YouTube chat, it's okay to hate on Seth. His videos are full of weird anti-Semitic dog whistles. Yeah, that too. That's the least of the problems with him, in my opinion, but then again, I guess I'm biased in the direction of, like, stealing people's footage is, like, the worst thing that you could do, which, you know. He just makes, air quotes, edgy jokes, which, yes, often dog whistles. Yeah, no, I mean, he stole footage from Krug Smash, DOS Tactic. He stole footage from Captain Duck, and I'd need to go through, like, the full list. At some point, like, I've rewatched that video enough times out of anger that at some point I want to make a video just being like, this footage came from here, this footage came from here, this footage came from here. Like, it's just listing off literally every place where he stole footage from, because I think somebody should do that at some point. I'll be honest with you, I'm kind of fucking scared of the guy. It's just not worth it. Where's the most critical vid on Seth plagiarism? I don't think anybody cares enough. That's the actual problem. I mean, when it came out, it was talked about by a bunch of people that he stole stuff from. The thing is, like, if you're stealing footage from, you know, tiny channels and then crediting them later, you can kind of get away with it. And it's one of those things where it's probably not actually worth chasing. It's just kind of gross if you stare at it a lot. Why steal when you can do reaction videos? Because when you have a cult-like following, nobody cares. Says the guy who's building a cult in the video game.
A Clockwork Dragon cheered. X500. Been watching on YT mostly. Thanks for the DF stories.
Well,
I like the content.
Well, thanks for the $5. Appreciate you, mate. Yeah, no, it's interesting actually getting stuff get viewed again. Because it's been so long. Well, obviously it hasn't been that long. People do watch my stuff, but it's like, it has been years since I've had a video do well. So that's always fun. Plagiarism is not. This has been your Wise Mango PSA. Speaking of games that seem cool. The developer of this game recently had a video suddenly get like 20,000 views or so. Go give that a look. Tell me Mandalore is clean. Everything that I know about Mandalore says that yes, he is in fact clean. I think, you know, I know there's memes that Mandalore is just Seth off his med or on his meds or whatever, which honestly is pretty funny. Like, I'm not gonna deny that. Like, that shit's pretty funny. But everything that I know about Mandalore, it points to yes. Like, the way he makes his videos is he plays through the entire game and then plays through the entire game a second time. And then he just edits the footage together. Which, like, you know, if all you're doing is making videos about, like, 8 to 10 hour long games and only doing those, like, videos on, like, Total Warhammer once every 2 years or so, yeah, you can do that. Like, if the game is only, like, 15 hours long, like, that's not an unreasonable ask to play a game twice in a week. You've released Plump Helmet Men to the surface. Well, best of luck. Have I played Rot Flesh? I think I watched one of the videos about that, but no, I haven't. I have not. There's a lot of games I haven't played, which is kind of a me problem. They named their cult after Alexander the Great. Like, I hope Cult Game is as good as it looks like it could be, but there's literally like almost no footage of it right now. Are we making blocks? I really hope we are. Yes, we are. We're just making too many different types of blocks. I think I'm actually just going to go to you and just forbid a bunch of these. And I think that's the problem, is we are just simply out of quartzite. I don't know why I decided to make these bedrooms entirely pink, but I guess I did. I guess the way to do this is to just make this stockpile bigger. Actually, are you working? Track stop, yes, yes. Hold on. Big rocks. Where are we loading from? Load from there. Excuse me? Did I change the stockpile that was there? Well, that explains why my quantum stockpile isn't working. Oh my god. Well. Alright. Apparently that got hooked up to the wrong stockpile at some point. Also, did you guys hear a drill a second ago? So it's kind of not wrong. I mean, alright, this is just me being very generalistic about my industry, but I've been in this industry long enough to know that there's truth to this. The content creator industry attracts mentally ill people. And the reason I say that is, simply put, how is this? I guess it's going fast enough it's not filling up. That's kind of wild. Huh. I was expecting you would fill up. The content creator industry attracts mentally ill people. Because who are the kinds of people that are dedicated enough to something that's frivolous, that will never make any money ever, for the sake of having some sort of outlet? Like, it's people that are either neurodivergent or mentally ill, right? And like, I'm bipolar, right? There's a lot of things wrong with me. I'm on pills for a couple things. I have a therapist. Less frequent these days, but I've done my fair share of, like, you know, mental health counseling and such. Well, you know, funny, fancy that. You use that word a lot. I have absolutely zero autism. So I wouldn't just straight say that, because that is rather harsh to some people. And maybe not you. Maybe you don't find it harsh, but I prefer you use that a little less, Mango. Like, autism doesn't need to come up every 90 seconds. It's all good if you are. And that's fantastic, and I hope that that's working the best for you that it can, but it doesn't apply to everybody, right? So let's just stick to, like, neurodivergence, if you really must use a term. And I think because of that, the end result is that you have a lot of people who are both interested in creating things within a creative outlet, but also at the same time building something that's their own, because I never did well in any normal jobs. Every time I tried to keep a normal job, I would just fuck it up pretty quickly and be horrible to work with. And thus, it was an unpleasant experience for both me and the people that I worked with, when I worked with people. And at this point in my life, I can pretty safely say that I will do literally everything in my goddamn power to not have a normal job again. Neurospicy's fine. That's fine. Even if it's, like, less practical, right? Like, if you could exist within a normal realm, like, if I could effortlessly keep a normal job and exist outside of the world that I'm in right now, I would do that. But it's just, unfortunately, not an option for me, because it just doesn't work in the long term, for a multitude of reasons. Do I use mods? I have 1, 2, 3, 4 active mods in the Twitch chat right now, and at least 1 in the YouTube chat. Yes, I have 4 mods. I guess 5 if you count Elfie twice. No, I don't use mods for Dwarf Fortress. You don't know about Seth? I don't know, man. I've
Over here, he has a sword.
I've met so many like sociopathic psychos in this industry that Seth is just less. He's more obvious about it. He wears it on his sleeve. If that makes any sense. It also wouldn't surprise me if Seth is just a sociopath who like doesn't care. Right? Like, you know, just go look at any of the things that have happened with Dr. Disrespect in the past month. You know, like, it happens like every 2 weeks. It's like fucking wild. They just make the rest of us look bad. No, totally. Like, and that's one of the reasons I don't fully condemn him, Travenoid. Is because, like, I don't have a lot of respect for him because he weaponizes his community frequently and belligerently. He basically made the Caves of Cud community inaccessible permanently forever. He's, you know, just kind of, he's demolished communities and also made careers. And because of that, it's very difficult for me to support him, but also it's difficult for me to condemn him because he does support games that deserve it. What happened with Caves of Cud? Is that new? No. No. That's quite old news. He challenged his community to ban speedrun themselves on the Caves of Cud Discord, basically. So, you know. Because he was just like the only proper race to, or the only proper faction to play in Cud is the why am I blanking on the name of this? The only proper faction to play in Cud is the Templars, which are literally the intergalactic space-time Nazis, which are unplayable, and it's impossible to fully align with them in any way in the game, and it's like the game's designed that way intentionally. Also, he was mad that you couldn't kill the trans characters in that game. So, like, you know, standard shitlord stuff. Even though he, like, praised the game heavily and gave it a really good review. So it's like you say a lot of really nice things about a game, and then challenge, like, your entire community of how... I don't even know how many subscribers dude has these days. Sorry if you hear my voice in the background for a second. How the heck did I end up in shorts? One and a half million subscribers. If you speedrun 1.5 million... If you challenge 1.5 million people to get themselves banned from a Discord, and the... Discord has, you know, a couple thousand members. That's, you know, and that video got 7.1 million views, right? And like, honestly, that video was probably one of the best things that ever happened to Caves of Cud. They were able to hire 2 more full-time employees to work on that game because of that video. And an extra contractor. And it sped up the development of that game dramatically. Like, they sold more copies of that game in, like, a week than they had up until that point. So, like, it genuinely was one of the best things to ever happen to Caves of Cud. But at the same time, like, their Discord hasn't been public since. Because they can't make it public. And they still get negative reviews to this day complaining that you can't kill the one trans character in the game. Because there's a quest line in that game where there's, like a non-conforming gender character who's just like, I dislike blah, 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 and, like... or gets booted out of their faction because, or out of like the group that they're with because of their non-conforming nature. And it's just like this little quest line that's like a little educational segment, and it's a little whodunit, and it's a fun little side quest. But Seth is just an asshole who promotes games that deserve it. And that's basically it. Calling him chaotic neutral is being too generous. I would call him lawful evil because he doesn't break enough rules that he would get banned off of platforms, but breaks enough that he's an asshole. So that's what I would say about him. That being said, back when I did play Skyrim, the first thing I did was install a mod that let me kill children, so maybe I'm also a bad person. Because those children were really fucking annoying, and there was nothing better than just Fussro dying those motherfuckers off a wall, but... Anyway, apparently I need a farmer's guild. Did I not have a farmer's guild? Oh, no, never mind. They need it upgraded. Well, I can do that. It's easy enough. Where did I put that? I also want to renovate this room, because this room is ugly. This is the farmer's guild. So let's upgrade that. Why are they immortal? Good question. The better question is not why are they like immortal or unkillable. It's why are they immortal, unkillable, and also insulting you constantly? And easily the most annoying characters in the game. That's the real question. All mainline quest givers in Caves of Cud are unkillable and protected, and that character is unkillable and protect. Oh, also, there's actually two that I'm thinking of that you can't kill. There's the one in that town, the Kindred, and then there's the Baratham Q-Girl. And the reason you can't kill Q-Girl or the Kindred is because they're both quest givers. Like, you lock yourself out of content if you kill them. Which is why they're unkillable. Malicious people who cause things to happen are always the most frustrating. Oh, totally. Yeah, totally. But like, you know, there's a lot of people like that on YouTube. There is a lot of people like that on YouTube. Seth, who is the guy that we're talking about, is the one that just happens to interact with the communities or a community that, at least for me, matters to me. He is the only one that reviews games that are relevant to me. There are people like that who review games in a very similar fashion with the same level of like shitty humor in almost every facet of the games industry. Whether that's talking about Call of Duty, whether it's those people who just obnoxiously complain about wokeness in video games, it doesn't matter. There's always going to be a portion of people who just latch onto distraction politics and parrot it in video games because it makes money. Because there will always be a audience of people that are like angry at that stuff, regardless of whether it's a legitimate anger or not. I disagree, Leo. One, because all of the footage was stolen. The story is not original. He didn't write it. And he didn't credit anybody. A video made out of nothing but plagiarism cannot be legendary. Did it promote Dwarf Fortress a whole lot? Yeah, totally. It also made me stop streaming it for that month. It can be infamous, totally. I mean, it's infamous, but the stories that were told in that video were legendary. Nothing about his video is legendary. If anything, I would say his video is a little gross. Totally. I like a lot of memes too, but that doesn't make them good. Once again, I've got goblins attacking, and they left a lot of their dudes at home. Is this thing still running? Goblin should come down this direction pretty soon. Okay, we got a Snatcher, which was actually found by a singular dragon, who didn't even attack it, is, however, attacking this crossbow gob. Appears the dragon is winning the fight so far, tearing the fat. Also, I'm going to have some fun comments on this VOD afterwards, I feel. You've never played Dwarf Fortress? You've just watched the Cursed Hellscape video of mine? Well, thank you. Hopefully you enjoyed it. If you need help with learning or want to get into it, I have a lot of tutorials on the YouTube channel. Also, a very helpful Discord. It's clawing the lower body, bruising the spleen. Seems like the goblin is flying to pieces. The hunting cave dragon grabs the goblin by the upper leg with her left wing. I love just reading about how they're just sitting here like wrestling them with their wings. I don't know why there's a turkey there, but there's a turkey there. I also don't know how these goblins got down here, but they did. It appears that the siege is over, and because they did get inside, they were fortunately taken out pretty quick here. Uh-oh, I'm actually going to cancel this. Pause that. And raise this. It seems that my squad that was training here just ran out and started just ending them. So we've got the bull here, you know, just handedly taking out an individual goblin. No actual issue. What a goddamn beast. I'm turning around and running home. I think it's time for us to go aggro some more things. Chat, what should we attack? Like, what faction should we go attack? Human caravan has arrived as well. I'll say this. I don't think that Seth is directly bad for video games as a whole, because he does promote games that definitely deserve the promotion. But what I will say is I wish it was somebody else giving those games that promotion. Can you attack kobolds, or are they hidden? I've got plenty of kobold camps that are visible, but attacking them is like, it's like punching a child. Well, we've got all these humans who I have been trading with. We could go to war with them. We've got these goblins who I've been attacking, but they keep leaving. I think I may have just killed enough of their population that they don't have that much to attack me with anymore. I could attack other dwarves, but that would be difficult. There's this other human faction up here, which is a different human faction. The Fatal Dusts. So there's humans up here. There's the humans that I'm trading with, the humans I'm not trading with. There's elves who I'd rather not attack, because I have no real reason to. There's another goblin faction over here I haven't attacked yet. There's goblins that have taken over most of an elvish faction over here. Then there's the other goblin faction who I've attacked a couple of times, who are controlled by the one that's close. Oh, actually, no. There's a third one. There's 3 separate goblin factions. The dank dungeons. So this is the horror of immorality, and then there's the national nightmare, which is the other one that I have attacked before, and then there's this one up north, which is the Deceiver of Depressions, who I've done a very good job of just beating into a submission completely. I'm actually going to go raid this one and just try and steal livestock and free captives if they do have any. I'm going to send my main squad. The Goblin Forest to the east looks good. It's been a while since I've attacked them, these guys. I think let's go after these goblins, these pits over here. Because these are the plain evil who are not aware of me. Goblin Pits of Vile. Let's find out with a funny name. Witchboarded. Terrors of Polishing. I mean, you can't argue against the fact that they are plain evil. Goblin Fortress. Never underestimate the goblin. The trees for students. I think they raided the elves a bunch. Dark Goblin Pits. Dark Goblin Fortress of Frayed Profane. Oh boy. Let's go after Creep Seduced. And I'm going to send the Warrior Sisters, which is this squad, which only has two dwarves in it. But we're sending them out. Big Bang, what up? If you attack someone's enemy, will they be more friendly to you? Not really, no. There isn't much like in the way of diplomacy in Dwarf Fortress either. Like there is diplomacy, but it can only happen outside of Fortress mode. Yeah, the mayor is currently the Countess. So yeah, we pulled that off eventually. Yes, that's where I got all of my cave dragons from. Is from the goblins. That's why I said he's not purely bad every time V2. And Wazuli, thank you very much for the prime. Appreciate you. The thing is, make sure that you have dwarves with really good ambushing skill. And they only have things like dragons and they'll have beak dogs and pits. But they'll only have dragons in the fortresses, which are often very large. So, and if they happen to have like a demon running them, then they do get very, very, very difficult to actually properly attack because there's this small issue of there's thousands of them. And usually the demon overlords are very overpowered. So if you actually attack them, it's like, well, okay, nobody came back. Cool. So just make sure that you train attacking things and are very good at sneaking in and sneaking out of other locations before you absolutely just start like bashing your head against them. And also another way to train ambusher without attacking stuff is to make them into rangers or hunters. That trains ambushing skill. Also, I'm going to click this button. Just for the prime. Do they only train it when hunting? When actually attacking animals, yeah. I would be terrified if I found an eye in the sea. Just thought I'd state that. Not that it's really relevant to anything, but... Who's breaking stuff now? All right. I think it's time to condemn a few crimes. I love the fact that... Okay, so the dingo person and the zombie were working together and both accused each other of separate crimes as well as accusing somebody else of a crime who I'm presuming just is dead and not in the fort anymore. Also, apparently, the dwarf who was going to steal my stuff is one of my hammerlords, who's currently leaving the map. Well, we'll deal with that when you get back. We can arrest you. We can arrest you. And arrest you. You just have to make sure to disarm everything with ranged weapons. Well, what? I mean, that's a lot of extra effort, I'll say. Hunters are often the first to die when a baddie shows up, though, so it does have a risk. Here's a way around that. Make a Rangers Guild, because Rangers Guilds train hunting skills. So they get ambushing from a Rangers Guild. So if you just, go make a guild and then set it as a... Where is it? Ranger. This one. Actually, I think it's Hunter more specifically as well. But Ranger or Hunter. I could try just making a Hunter's Guild and see if that works, but... It's insane how much Marks dwarves get from that. Yeah, no, totally. Or you know, you can just tell them to train, or just go attack things from time to time. That'll also do it. Gelder Guild doesn't exist, which we found out relatively recently after I tried to build one. We joked about it for like a week and then realized they don't exist. Although Gelders can train gelding or teach gelding in a farmer's guild. But they don't actually have a specific one. Oh, man. That's floors, not walls. Your day is ruined. It's okay. You'll get over it, I'm sure. Sure. Maybe someone curious who likes mischief or troublemaking. That would require more searching than I am willing to do, so I will just simply ask if you want to be a cultist or not. But searching for somebody who likes mischief would require me sifting through, like, potentially dozens of dwarves, which I'm not going to do. All right. Problem is once again, I'm running out of names. How's this look? That work for you? Has a spouse who doesn't live here, who's actually named. And also, I think the spouse... Actually, you're not a pure cultist either. Because spouse is one of my military dwarves. So let's go with a disciple if possible. Like this one. How's that? Need more elephant statues? What material? Please don't say iron. Not that I'm running out. It's just, please don't say iron. There's your very long name. Well, I mean, society flourishes when lawbreakers are punished. I'm presuming that you're thrilled about the fact that I just punished some lawbreakers then. Is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible. Very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. Can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary and doesn't try to get things done professionally. And doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and isn't particularly curious about the world. Often feels discouraged and thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and can handle stress. She has a greedy streak and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and she always takes a deep breath whenever she's surprised. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and grumbles only mildly at crappy weather, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized, and personally believes that peace is always preferable to war, finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, and does not care about family one way or another. Doesn't particularly value loyalty, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. And dreams of crafting... I already read that. Likes rutile and copper, as well as shell opal and ginkgo wood, tapir leather, and the color red-purple. What? Make up your mind then. And likes gems, bucklers, and trousers, and floodgates and blue peafowls for their coloration, and barley wine for and barley for their wine, I guess is the way that that's worded. And the words of the true reason and the sight of the silver harvesters, and when possible prefers to consume fisherberry wine and milk, donkey's milk and caper berries. Okay, and absolutely hates large roaches. Me too. What's a mood? Has several friends. Is a member of the Dead Communion and the Metalsmiths and Weaponsmiths guilds. Busy dwarf. Wants martial training. Welcome to the fort. I mean, could be chucked into the military, but currently all my squads aren't here, so... Unless they're back already. Nope. They are not. But I could totally put her in the military. Also was the one who made Kogan Shislug, which is this. This is a lead battle axe. Yeah, if you want dwarves that are good at fighting, you need them to be brave in the face of imminent danger. I like to look for ones that want to master a skill, because then they actually enjoy the process of training in the military. Dwarves that don't dream of mastering a skill are just kind of bad. at that because they just get upset with time, which is a bit of a problem. Because, you know, you don't generally want them to fall. You don't want the strongest dwarves in your fort to fall into panic attacks and then start killing each other. It's generally a bad thing. If a minecart hits a wall or fortification fast enough at flying, it also just phases right through. I mean, it'll fly through the fortification for sure, but if they're going down a ramp and the final tile before it is just flat, they won't go through it. That's how you make minecart shotguns. I think I might make some minecart shotguns if we actually start getting proper sieges, but I actually have to start getting proper sieges for that.
I will eventually. It's just I'm having trouble getting.
Does being brave matter on ranger dwarves or are they fine since they aren't directly in melee? Yeah, because they'll run away.
Nuclear vessels.
Over here, he has a sword!
You fucking donkey!
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Heal, damn it!
Flubberdubberdoggadoggies.
Clear prop.
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Gobble, 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 gobble. Bark, 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 bark.
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise
Over
is
here,
wrong.
he has a sword!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Nuclear vessels.
Sorry about that. Just had like, 2 people in my unit talking that needed some help from me. So just had to stand up and assist things. And then I stand up and one of them is just immediately like, yo, nice shirt, because I'm wearing a band t-shirt for a band called Wormwitch, who's a local Vancouver band. And I'm just like, yeah, good band. He goes, I know. It's like, when did you see them last? I'm like, huh. So anyway, it wasn't entirely on topic, but had to mute the microphone and stand up. Anyway. Sorry for vanishing. All right. Thanks for being patient. How you doing, Pilot? It's good to see you. Same with you, Employment Lawyer. And Palatoid. We all back. I would have left the game on pause, but I'll be honest with you, I didn't trust it. What was I doing? Since YouTube chat is talking about plump helmets, or plump helmet men, I just have to point out that I love plump helmet men, but don't ever let them in your tavern, because they will literally get crushed when people step on them, because they are so delicate. They are one of the most brittle, fragile characters in the game, to the point where, like, if a character bumps into them, they'll fall apart. What's the worst that could happen? I don't know. Not really. You guys stare at an empty wall for a bit. Mayhaps making a parade of pink elephant statues. So what, quartzite elephant statues is what you want? Well, that's good. I finally fixed my problem here, which was the quantum stockpiling for the boulders on that side, which is good. Quartzite elephant statues. Well, how about this? How much quartzite do I have? How much quartzite do I have? So, existing image, I think I have one. An image of an elephant. Curved blade and a blazing sun. Elephant is striking a triumphant pose. The elephant is raising the curved blade. Yeah, okay. Well, I could probably just make that, right? Unless I'm just, like, related to, I don't know. Just an elephant. Just an image of an elephant. Done. And go here and say stone. How much quartzite do I have currently? 313, that's fine. There you go, 50 quartzite statues incoming. No, it's a band shirt. It's an actual band, not a fake band. It's this band. For me, it's like things that can't go into bins are usually what I would use quantum stockpiling for. So like anything that can't be stored more efficiently in a vanilla fashion. So I usually use boulders just because a I'll be honest with you. I don't care if there's boulders everywhere in my forts. Chat cares if there's boulders everywhere in my forts. So I'll often quantum stockpile boulders just to get them out and just so that chat stops complaining about the fact that there's boulders everywhere. It's like, Blind, you got boulders everywhere. It's like, yeah, I know. I can see them too. Quantum stockpile would make a good name. Sure, I guess. Neither of my squads have returned just yet. I'm also just going to tell them to melt down all this stuff. No reason to not. And apparently there are humans here to trade, so I should probably trade with them. When did they arrive? Probably not that long ago. Definitely forgot that there was humans here to trade. You know what? Screw it. Let's just sell the iron shirts. Purring maggot low boots. Mm-hmm. This seems normal. Yours is just a dumping zone. It's significantly less tedious to make quantum stockpiles using... It's significantly less tedious to make quantum stockpiles using minecarts, because then you can be very specific.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good.
Forgotten Beast would be a good name for a band. There probably already is a band called Forgotten Beast signed to Napalm Records or Nuclear Blast. Thanks, Tolis. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, if you can also do it that way, right? Like, I don't specify by type of stone usually. If I do, it's like, I'll have one for just like normal stones, one for crafting stones, and then one for just like flux. And then everything else will just be, yeah, you just go wherever. I don't really care. Usually I separate ore and construction materials. But, you know, I'm not too specific usually. I think that might be the longest break I've taken on a stream since I got my washer-dryer unit replaced. Which was a while ago, actually. Okay, we're getting another migrant wave. I'm sorry, Master Hammer Dwarf? Huh. This just keeps happening. I need to interview you. Because that's slightly sus. Hey, Gigmoth, what's up? Hey, chat, Tolis would like you to post beers. So please post beers. How about you? You're a heretic, unfortunately. No. We've got ourselves another disciple. So I'm just starting to think that I guess that this just is going to happen a lot. Oh, he left the communion of cancer. I would too. Honestly. It's bizarre. I do not really know why this is happening, but... Well, at least this dwarf is just a disciple. Yeah, that is slightly disturbing. Are they also perhaps incredible? No, that's literally a dwarf that was in my fort previously. So the reason I can tell you that they're a dwarf that was in my fort previously is look at their thoughts, right? Go to their, well, first off, that says that they're a disciple of you guys, so I already named them. But if you look at their thoughts, they were in the fort here, right? So 374, they were in the fort. They joined the military eventually. They were afraid after experiencing trauma. They learned about dodging. They trained in the military in my fort, and then they left in 376. I had a bunch of dwarves go missing during a siege in 376. This is them coming back. So these are dwarves that were previously in my fortress. So, no, they're not good at lying because this is just the game sending dwarves back as part of migrant waves later after they got lost during sieges. It's just strange when it happens. And then they come back during a migrant wave. Like, yeah, it's very odd. Dwarves can actually go missing. I'm not certain if it's a bug or not. It's one of those things where it's like, it's somewhere between bug and feature, and I think it's a feature because I know dwarves can defect. Like that's actually a mechanic. Like dwarves can just like straight up leave your military halfway through a siege. Or if like your commander dies, then they can leave. But this was like an entire squad that I sent out and just none of them came back. They just all disappeared. And it happened a couple times. Yeah. No, I mean, it happens every now and again. Like I'm mostly positive that it is a unfixed bug. So somebody just commented on the video that I uploaded this morning. There's no way he just stumbled upon a vault randomly. Yeah, there is. I mean, it's very unlikely. Random would like to disagree. The unholy Lord and Savior of RNG would like to disagree with that statement. So Kosoth the Bird, who is a named dwarf character who I have here, has returned. And also, I didn't realize how greedy Bird is, but look at how many rings and things Bird has claimed. 2 silver rings, horsebone amulet. Also is carrying a splint. I guess that they survived their siege. Improbable doesn't mean impossible. Yes, that. Well, that, I guess. Snuck in undetected by the monster of wastes of the plain evil and stole treasure and livestock. Let's see what they got. A beak dog. Good for you. Very proud of you. Let's go do this again. But let's go hit something a little bit more ambitious. What do you think, chat? Fortress or pits with more stuff? So we could either go after this, which is like the bigger pits, but has a bunch of artifacts in it. Or I could just go after the smaller fortress. The Molten Evils. That's pretty cool sounding. Brushed Hatred. The closer one, they're same distance. Probably just destroy this one. Let's just go for Brushed Hatred. I'll send these guys and tell them to simply take important treasures and steal livestock. And after that, I'm just going to tell them to go attack this one with 10 population. And then there's this one here with 1,000. Oh, wait, sorry. No, not 1,000. 10,000. My bad. I misread. The Squished Hex, the Goblin Fortress of Liefly. Catch some Z's? Just don't drop them on your way up. And we'll see you when we see you. Take care of yourself. I thought I just told you guys to leave again. Oh no, I sent the wrong squad. Not you, you guys. No more unlucky than finding a corner of the map with 20 shrines bugged in a bugged biome. Well, the difference is like it's literally settling on something that's invisible versus something that's visible, just hard to locate. Like I don't know how notable of a difference that is, but like. There they go, heading back out. This dwarf's got a splint. And also somehow no kills. Somehow. I wonder if I ever finished that. I wonder if I ever finished that guild. Oh, look at this. It's a strange name for an engineer's guild. There's only 1,000 here. The Act 2 of the Goblin Door of the Dwarven action movie. It's like, well, it's actually, sorry, there's 10,000. It's definitely not 1,000. It's definitely 10,000. I think this stockpile room might actually be one of my favorite rooms in the fort. Just right here. It just looks cool. I'm very happy with the little circular pathway thingy. Healing them with ballista arrows and rocks. Well, I mean, it's not, well, no comment. Kind of feel bad for these dragons. Okay, so there's actually 2 fertile cave dragon eggs. I'm just going to forbid those. You can just sit on that as long as you want, lady. When the internet guy comes back, I'm probably going to stand up again. There's a human spearman moving through the fort. Left just yet. That's good. Just waiting for the broker to get over here to trade. Can't die if you're dead. Well, there is some truth to that statement. What is this dwarf doing most of the time? I'm going to take this dwarf off of, like, other labors. Just let you go relax. This dwarf just really wants to go make friends. I just forbid some cave dragon eggs because they were fertile, so yes. They do. My dwarves have also been eating cave dragon omelets for a while. It's a good amount of value there. Buy the gems, buy that, buy that, buy that. Scroll down. What else do we have? Got tons of stuff I really don't need and don't need to buy. Like, just no joke, just straight up, I do not need any of this stuff. Let's buy the cheese, though, because I can. Buy the paper. Buy the books. And the scrolls. That's it for me. They get a ridiculously high amount of value because of all of the goblinite that's been given to them. All right. You guys can just watch this dwarf run around. Hopefully he goes and cheers himself up. I'll be back in a sec.
Gobble, 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 gobble.
Over here, he has a sword!
No, 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 no! No! No!
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Is that interesting?
how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Flubberdubberdoggadoggies?
Bark, 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 bark.
Holy crap, a dwarf was able to make an artifact and not die. Sorry, I had to clean up. All right, I'm back. Hi. Sorry about that. That might be the longest break from a stream I've ever done. Good news is, I don't need to do it again. Also, a dwarf died right as I get back. And it also looks like I missed a diplomat. Well, that's fine, I suppose. Hi, I'm back. Hey, chat, if you're still here, could I get a round of beers? It's time to maybe wake back up? I don't know. Yeah, it's fine. We need an engineers guild. Some other religion that I don't care about wants things. Just in time for an artifact? Yeah! Which I just closed, actually. Question is, what kind of artifact was it? Because I did just close it. Where are you? Strange moods. That seems accurate. What are you? Oh shit, it's a ring. It's a microcline ring. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of oval nice cabochons and radiant cut clear opals. And this object is adorned with hanging rings of microcline, and on the item is an image of a bitter orange tree in llama leather. On the item is an image of baguette cut gem in tunnel tube. On the item is an image of a goblin and a dwarf in pigtail. The goblin is striking down the dwarf. The artwork relates to the rejection of an offer of peace from the Iron of Power by the frilly seduction in the early spring of the year 30 during the disemboweled war. Who the fuck's the frilly seduction? I beg your pardon? Hold on, I need to point a fan at me and turn a light off. Give me a sec. Hi, home, I'm blind. Bah. So I'm sorry if you guys were bored while I was gone. But fortunately I'm back now, so that's good. Dad jokes? What? Totally missed it. I don't have a license. These are unlicensed dad jokes. All right. Somebody needs that ring. That's a cool ass ring. The question is where do I put it? I think maybe I'll just start making a artifact haul. Like, let's just do this. Because that is pretty neat, actually. Did you guys get to watch the dwarf do anything interesting? Or did they just run in circles doing nothing of value? Claims it as a family heirloom. Well, that's fine. It's still going to go into the treasure hall. I do not have a license for those dad jokes, no. Thanks for asking. You know, actually, I could make this really easy on myself. I could just make an artifact quality stockpile here. So, also, that dwarf died. Should probably go memorialize that. So, you want to know what the problem is with getting internet installed when it's people that are, you know, not older? Is they immediately, like, ask if I stream on Twitch. Like, first thing that's asked is like, are you streaming? What are you streaming? It's like, oh boy. It's fine. I chatted with them. It was okay. Who died? It was like of starvation. I saw that. Life changes. Nope. Nobles. Nope. Environment. General. Meeting and left unhappy. Labor. Combat. Sparring. Hunting. Mental state. Oh, it was you probably, right? Nope, not you. Fill that child's mind with DF. Well, he'd heard of Dwarf Fortress, which... Well, one of them had heard of Dwarf Fortress, which I thought was kind of funny. It's like, that game sounds vaguely familiar. What is it? Like, well, it came out on Steam a couple years ago. That's probably why. Although, honestly, vaguely familiar is enough. Trying to figure out, what'd you miss? Me vanishing for, how long was I gone? I don't even, like too long probably. Considering somebody literally just died and I closed the notification, why is it not shown in here? It's like, you'd think that death would be something that would work in this. About 20 minutes. Yeah, I think I can consistently say that's the longest break I've taken from a stream in over a year. I mean, we did lose like 50 people, I think, so. How about the YouTube stream? They still there? Hey, YouTube stream stuck around mostly. That's cool. Thanks, YouTube. Sorry for leaving you guys alone. Hopefully it wasn't too nightmarish. All right. I have to make an engineer's guild. So where the fuck do I put an engineer's guild? And do I make it a cult-only area or not? I think I do. I think I... This would... Does this look like an engineer's guild to you guys, chat? This pink room? Because I could make that into an engineer's guild. You wandered back during it? How was the drinks? It is the healing energy. It is. You are correct. It is the healing engineers guild. Gig Moth, what kind of dwarf would you like? Any preference? Oh, right. I was looking for that ring. That's what I was looking for. I'm really happy I didn't leave like the lava sprayer 9000 on or anything. Engineer cult dwarf? Well, I mean, it would make my life a lot easier to just make this into an engineer's guild. Doesn't matter if they can't go into it. If they can't go into the guild hall, they just won't miss it. New guild hall. It's engraver. Engineer. There we go. 10 workers, 10 members. Are they all led? Yes, they are. So I will just do 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And you right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Although something I do need to look up now is let's see if I can look at this without doxing myself. Yes, I can. Hit chat. Look at this. That's what I'm getting. Oi. Wee lad, that's fast, right? 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 Yes, that's what I'm going for. That's why I was gone for 20 minutes, okay? I mean, I could, this would be the responsible thing to do. This would be the logical thing to do. But, like... It's one of those, like... When there's speeds that fast available as an option, I'm obviously just straight up losing money if I don't take it. So, why wouldn't I take it? It's free money to go for it. It's the only logical way to think about it. Also, if you're wondering what I'm doing here, I'm making a display for the Engineers Guild, obviously. And then I will approve that. Let's see what the value is. It's like nothing so far, but hey, they'll get it there. Reliability, how's my Telus experience? Okay, so I used to be a Telus customer back in the past, and it wasn't their fault, it was the building's fault. The service just got worse and worse and slower and slower and worse and worse and slower and slower. And it was the building's fault, not their fault. Once I was eventually tired of it and couldn't petition the building to connect their fiber lines when they laid the fiber lines in the road, I just gave up and just swapped to Shaw, and I've been with Shaw ever since. Shaw's fine, but Shaw doesn't have direct lines. Shaw just has cable. I need to get Gigmoth here, Dwarf. Shaw just has cable, which means it's fine until it's not. So Gigmoth, let's see. That's a shake and bake fest. Yes, it is. So did you say what kind of dwarves you want? Engineer Cult Dwarf, if available. Otherwise, put you on the front lines. Got it. Got it. Do you have any preference on beard? It appears that both of the engineers who are in the cult are named already. So, meet the goblin, my life. Inquiries on the mountains. So I guess frontline it is. Actually, I could give you this dwarf. Because this dwarf is one of my dwarves who got lost. We could consider them a servant of Yugath because they left their religion. They're an engineer. That work for you, Gigmoth? So you kind of get best of both worlds. You get a pump operator. So technically, you know, somebody who's in a position of engineering. 1/100th of that speed? I mean, yeah, I agree. Also, again. And they left. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just fight them right here. Another bar fight. We'll get you named. We'll read your dwarf's personality after this fight. Where are they? Seems like Avuz over here. Went up to go station before getting any weapons. So this was the dwarf I was going to name Gigmoth. If you survive, you'll be a goddamn hero. Maybe go get some gear there, dwarf. Unless there's literally none available, in which case I'm a big dummy. Please go get gear. Or don't. There's so many snatchers, holy shit. How many is there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 snatchers. And I think the siege left? Are they all... Is it literally just the snatchers? Yeah, okay, whole siege left. So maybe you weren't done running out there and just screaming at them. So this dwarf right here is currently running away in fear and now going to go get equipment. Gigmoth. Gigboth? Gigmoth. This particular dwarf Never becomes angry, feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, isn't particularly curious about the world, tries to keep her things orderly, and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Is quite ambitious and has an active sense of humor, it has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Exhales slowly and deliberately when she starts getting bored, and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally believes that hard work is one of the highest ideals and the key to a good life. Finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals. Likes chalk and aluminum and Price opal and tea wood and impala bone, jute paper and mail shirts, dogs for their loyalty and tigerfish for tigerfish for their spirit. And the words of the mindful saffron and the sound of the laces of pregnancy and the sight of the glittery style, and when possible prefers to consume strawberries, two-humped camel cheese, sweet potato wine, and strawberries. And absolutely hates lizards. Her tall, narrow ears are fused-lobed, and her quite dense hair, and her hair is quite dense, and her very long hair is arranged in double braids. I don't see double braids, but she does have braids, so there's that. You've joined a lot of different civilizations and been in a lot of different things. I mean, you were in the fort, and then you got lost, and then you came back and rejoined the fort, and have since rejoined the military and the Engineers Guild. So welcome to the fort. Hello, Ace Grizzly. How are you? Good day. Now I just have to sit here and cross my fingers and hope that I can recover all of those who left while I was gone for 20 minutes. Fingers crossed. That'd be nice. Is what it is, though. Got so many bracelets. Jesus Christ. So much bone jewelry. Random buckets. Don't even, God knows how many books. Random scepters, gems, pipe sections. Bunch of random weapons I can sell too. Although there's always a bunch of random weapons I can sell. So just as a reminder, I will not be streaming tomorrow, so I would like to go late today. But here's hoping that that long break that I had for internet installation stuff doesn't, you know, make everybody give up on me for the day. How important is it to keep nobility happy with their demands besides mandates? So do you know what nobility's actual job is? There's a lot of people who complain that Dwarf Fortress needs a therapy role, and then we'll turn around and talk about how much they hate nobles. Well, nobles are the therapy role in Dwarf Fortress. So basically, like, dwarves that are unhappy go to the most important noble that they have some reasonable reason to be related to. And by that, I mean, like, they go to the nearest noble who is, like, runs their religion, or the mayor, or the highest ranking official who is currently free. And they go yell at somebody in charge. They basically go be a Karen, and it gives them a happy thought if they are upset, and it gives the noble a happy thought. Keeping nobles happy makes them better at that job. So if you complete the nobles' mandates and keep the nobles satisfied, then they do a better job comforting and cheering up your dwarves. Well, if they're less happy and more distracted, then they do a worse job at that job, basically. So if you want them to be efficient, you keep them happy. Which I think makes sense. I didn't realize I had 476 empty large earthenware pots. I mean, I guess some of them have stuff in them, but Jesus Christ. All right. I got a lot of items I got to sell, apparently. How's my trader doing? Well, you're not stressed anymore. You still don't have any friends. Still no passing acquaintance. Still no actual friends, just passing acquaintances. Well, that's a damn shame. Poor guy. Also, devilish is here, meaning you probably kept the, what's it called? So I'm assuming that investments are still running because I was considering just checking myself to see if they're up and running. And looking at the YouTube chat, just trying to skim, see if there's anything I'm missing. And nothing currently. Plump helmets can survive a brawl. Well, there you go. I should check my squads and see how those 2 raids went. So we raided Brush Hatred, which was the Goblin Fortress, if I'm not mistaken. Or 2 minutes from reopening. There you go. We snuck in undetected, stole a bunch of books, or a couple books. I think that's it. Journey into the Fortress was stolen, and Trampled Machine was stolen. And the Goblin My Life was stolen. The other one we snuck in undetected and stole livestock, which means we got 5 cave dragons, 2 cave dragons, and 1 beak dog. Excellent. I've got some beak dogs to eat. It's time to send them back out. Keep at it. All right, so let's seek out some more goblins, except we're going to actually just attack them this time. Sinful Shove. I'm going to try and raise this location with the Bloody Tusks. It's a very small location with just 10 goblins in it. Assuming I clicked on the right one. Where is it? That's the one with 10,000. Not attacking that. This one. The Goblin play the Seducer of Folding. Raise Sinful Shove. Did I raid the wrong one? That's Fly Skunk. Sword Tick. Lie Fly. Doom Crude. Event Thieves. Jackal Mobs. Okay, let's just go for this one. And we're going to try and raise and openly attack them. I'm going to send them there. That's the right one. Vine Scourge, which is, you know, a goblin site with just 10 goblins in it. And then I think I will actually leave the other squad here. Trying to just aggravate other goblins. Investments are open. There we go. But yeah, since I was gone for like 20 minutes, it's the only person to blame is myself. But at the end of the day, if you got anything you guys can do to keep the chat moving is greatly appreciated right now. Also, not entirely sure what's up with this lag. It might be the burrows. Sure seems that way. That, or it could just be like there's 250,000 amphibian people in the basement. When dwarves like certain things, what's the best way to give them what they like? Putting stuff on pedestals near the rooms don't seem to get them happy thoughts from. They don't get happy thoughts from things in pedestals. They do get happy thoughts from things on display in display cases, which is weird. I generally don't worry about it, so I'm maybe not the best person to ask. Have you seen the icons of plump helmet people with clothes on, Elfie? Because they are adorable. Like, you know, the little procedural dwarf icons, but like the plump helmet people ones. Because they get clothes too, and they're adorable. I'm kind of tempted to just exterminate the cavern creatures, because it would help the frame rate Let's just see. How many are there? $220 amphibian people. What do you think, chat? Yeah, like that guy. Alfie. Today's update made you so happy? Why does today's update make you so happy specifically? It runs just fine, John Sims. Unless you're trying to play adventure mode, then it crashes a lot, which means I just run it under Proton. You have a mushroom visitor that is blind and deaf. They're all blind and deaf. They don't have eyes or ears. And they also can't speak. And they just wander around the fort after 20 hours and says, this visitor must talk to a resident. How do I evict? I mean, they'll go find your mayor or whoever's in charge. And then they will try to interrogate them. And if they're incapable of interrogating them, oh, it's Gigmoth that's the criminal. I will convict Gigmoth. Hopefully after Gigmoth leaves. Running away from crimes, joining the military. I see you. The elephant tender speaks with the outpost liaison, Aerith. I'm just going to ask for gold bars this time instead of wood. Run away there, dwarf. Run away. Broker decided to take a nap. What a guy. I like to think that plump helmet men communicate by tapping the sides of their head to make sounds. The real question is how do they sing? Because I've seen them sing as part of bard troops. Slipped off all her clothes and went into some kind of mental state, running around babbling, and died of dehydration. Any repercussions? Did she do that upon, like, immediately arriving? I mean, yeah, probably, but they'll show up the next time and trade. Just trade with them the next time, and they will be, like, less problematic the second time. Oh, hey. Guess what today is for me, chat? It's payday. Just got an email saying I got paid. Also, an ad break's going to hit in a few seconds. I get a monthly paycheck from Twitch, so. I get like one big paycheck a month. The blog pays me out weekly. Patreon pays out monthly. Yeah, so it's payday. So I get like 4 tiny paychecks a month and then like 1 big paycheck a month. YouTube pays out on the 22nd. Just paying myself real quick here. Gotta go push a few buttons into PayPal. Communicating with spores. Someone, I think it was Putnam in my chat, was saying that they like to imagine that dwarves hum. Like make buzzing sounds. Which, I could kind of see that. I don't really have many things I can offer as a gift here. Maybe just these large pots. Mark all. Grab these. Grab all the wood. Because never underestimate my laziness. Bunch of caged animals I do not want nor need. Buy the paper and the books. And the scrolls. Then I need to check on the value of that Mechanics Guild. Seems like Stinthag got reelected. But Spore sounds fun too. There you go. Well, we're talking about we're talking about mushroom people, not dwarves specifically. No, Hum is in the band, obviously. But I mean, obviously, mushrooms would communicate through the mycelium network. That's how that would work, right? They talk through like mushroom instant messenger, through like high speed mushroom connections. Yeah, so telepathy for the plump helmet men. I don't actually know. I haven't tried talking to one in adventure mode because I've never seen one in adventure mode. I'm presuming you can talk to them in adventure mode. I'll be honest, I've never seen one, so. WhatsApp equivalent. You know, if Facebook didn't own WhatsApp, I would be much more okay with using it. They use Signal, I'll have you know. It's the only good one, you mean? Cramp? It's funny, I use Discord and Signal exclusively, so like the most what's the word? Or perhaps one of the least secure chat apps and one of the most secure like chat apps. Because, like, Discord is not exactly secure at all. You can just, like, straight up look at what's going on Discord servers without even logging into Discord. Discord is a data kraken? Data kraken these nuts. But yes. It's good for, like, casual, non-committal conversation. I spent a lot of money on some toy boats. See what you end up going and doing. Made you take in the spores through your nose. I mean, at least it's better than Avatar where they fuck trees, okay? Blissful remembering dining in a legendary dining room. This poor dwarf. Just gonna go harvest plants. You know, this dwarf is totally allowed to just go hang out in the cultist region, but just doesn't. This poor dwarf right here. You'd roll for a defensive sneeze. Why don't you just snort? Okay, you know what? Hunter Meyer, I'm going to go up here and just give you Tavern Keeper. See if you go do that. Because yes, you're the traitor, but maybe, just maybe I can sort those two needs out by making you into a Tavern Keeper. And then maybe, just maybe, you'll go do Tavern Keeping. Instead, you're just wandering off to God knows where. You can't convert anyone to the faith. It's not possible. Which is a bit unfortunate. So instead, the only reason I'm allowing so many dwarves in my fort is so that I can get my, what's the word? The only reason I'm allowing so many dwarves into the fort right now is so that I can get my militia basically, well, the only reason I'm allowing so many dwarves into my fort right now is so that the monarch can migrate here eventually. We're getting there. I mean, who hasn't seen the deleted scene from Avatar where they just like, where they mate by taking their hair things and like put them together? Because they literally do that with everything all the time. Their mounts, the trees, any plant that moves. They stick their hair stuff in it. There's no Wololo in DF. Yeah, no. There certainly is not. All right, I'm going to exterminate the amphibian men, chat. I made up my mind. Exterminate amphibian underscore. Right, yes, I can't. Does the delete key work? No, it doesn't. Okay, so I have to type it right the first time. Exterminate amphibian underscore man. See, does that help my frame rate? Hey, back up to 65. Now we're talking. Excellent. 57. Hey, it's still up by 10. In addition to the hair thing, you believe? Oh boy. Thanks, James Cameron. This is the content that we all need in our lives. No, I'm gonna do some pretty heavily some pretty heavy mass expelling. Oh shit! Welcome back, Dwarf who got lost. No, I'm gonna do some pretty heavy mass expelling when the monarch arrives. Was your number one wish for a patch? Yeah, I'm with you there, mate. But here's the thing. You can nerf them into oblivion. So this is Bert Clues' husband. I don't think Bert's ever had a spouse in the fort. So yeah, it's kind of neat. It's a shame that you're both, you know, criminals. Although this is kind of interesting because this dwarf was one of those prisoners that I rescued. Oh, interesting. Look who also just showed up. Bert, who also got lost, apparently. Literally just, like, came back. Welcome back, Bert. I think that's... James Cameron is an extraordinarily talented filmmaker. He's really bad at creating universes. Like, he's a really good work adapter. He's really good at taking other people's work and adapting it. Like, Terminator, right? Fantastic film. Terminator 2, genuinely awesome movie. Fucking love that movie. But it's like a continuation of somebody else's work, right? The Titanic isn't exactly an original tale either. You know, like, I think that might be based on something. I'm not quite sure what, but I'm sure there's something in there that it's based on. But then again, I'm also no film buff. What the fuck do I know about film? Yeah, he's not the best at world building. He's very, very good at making films. Like, technically, like, just shot for shot kind of skill-wise, Avatar is a really well-made movie. It's just not a very good one. It's a very technically well-put-together piece of cinema. It's just not a great world. Or a unique world. It's pretty looking. The art direction's good. And there's part of me that just loves evil general guy who has a mech with a knife for some fucking reason, but that's just because I like that kind of nonsense. Titanic 2, Return of the Iceberg, now sci-fi original coming to a television set near you. I mean, if they made a sequel to Twisters, maybe they'll finally make a sequel to the Titanic. I should go see Twisters. I've heard good things about Twisters. Yeah, I've heard like nothing bad about that movie. Which is really funny that Twisters releases in like the same month that like, or like in the same window of memory as like the Borderlands movie, and Twisters is good. There's just something about that that's really amusing to me. It's Dances with Wolves, it's Pocahontas. It's a very, very wrought, like, known quantity of a story. Well, Sharknado is clearly an alternate universe, right? Clearly. I've told this story before, but somebody used to be a regular in this chat for a while who was one of the editors and camera people on Twisters years ago. So you actually watched the Borderlands movie. You actually watched Borderlands last weekend. Don't. I have a hard time watching the trailer. Hobo, I have a question. Who hurt you and why? Why did you do that to yourself? Did you just need to know? New Tremors game? What? Game. See, if you said movie, I'd be like, yeah, okay. But game? You know, you say that. I want a Tremors game that's just like they are billions. I'd play that. Borderlands could have been good? Oh, I mean, so could Uncharted. But, like, it wasn't. Lots of things could be good. An Uncharted movie could have been, like, a new Indiana Jones. The movie? You liked Uncharted the movie. Okay, let me ask the same things that I asked Hobo. Who hurt you and why? Or are you just like that one person I used to know years ago who insisted that the Assassin's Creed movie was good? There is no plot to Borderlands. Guns, shit, guns, and Claptrap says obnoxious nonsense. That's the plot to Borderlands. And this planet sucks. Like, everybody hates it here. The jokes aren't funny anymore. And I want to go home and I'm not getting paid enough. Is literally Borderlands. Assassin's Creed is a movie? Didn't they make 2? Yes, there was an Assassin's Creed movie. It came out in 2016. I think it made about as many waves as, like, the Need for Speed movie. Oh, right. Yeah, the Assassin's Creed stars Michael Fassbender. Because, like, of course it does. Fassbender tries to do parkour, yes. You know, honestly, I would watch a Mech Warrior movie, but there's also no way in hell that that would be any good. Like, You didn't like the Spider-Man cast, though? You want to know how they unsold me on Borderlands, the movie, immediately? Was I watched that trailer that they released, and it was just, like, from the director of Uncharted. I was like, all right, well, I'm not going to see that. That was how they unsold me on that movie before it even came out. New Minecraft movie starring Jack Black. See, that makes sense. That's like making a fucking Angry Birds movie. It's like, obviously it'll do fine. Like, kids will watch the fucking Emoji movie. Like, Minecraft movie will do fine. You mean the unlicensed Doom movie? I think you just have low requirements for enjoying a film. Havel the Rock. And you know what? I respect that. There are plenty of terrible movies that I love. It's just really funny you saying like this, like whatever that Doom movie was called. Because there was two. There was Doom from 2005, and then there was the other one. Okay, Doom from 2005 is 18% on Rotten Tomatoes. What was the other one? Doom Annihilation was the other one. 2019. Back when they made movies. It actually has a higher rating than the original Doom. It has a 43% on Rotten Tomatoes versus an 18%. Not that any of that shit matters, really. There's only... okay. I would argue Street Fighter the movie isn't terrible if you watch it in black and white. I kind of like Street Fighter the movie. It's not good, but I like it. It's not a good movie at all. But I do like that movie. And it's just really whack Chappie. I've never seen Chappie. I do like Die Antwoord, though. Chappie is a cool movie. All the effects make it look like it would be a cool movie. But not bad as far as dystopian sci-fi goes. Define whack here for me, please. If you take it as a Raul Julia tribute, sure. I almost bought the dumbest cassette ever the last time I was over on Vancouver Island, which was Street Fighter, the movie, the video game, the soundtrack on cassette. Because they did make Street Fighter the movie the video game. Which is like... I've never played it, but... has a good soundtrack. And I was like, that is the dumbest thing ever. I want to buy this. And then I looked at the price and it was $35. I was like, fuck that! To hell with that! If it was like $8, I would have bought that. No question asked. True, that is an odd casting choice. You're not wrong. That is an odd casting choice. I guess I think I had to see it put in writing to like go, okay, that's strange. It's a nostalgia movie for you? Yeah, and nostalgia isn't rational. Trying to think. I guess that's like I'm that guy that says I love every single Matrix movie. I love all 4 of those movies. Those movies are great. The Matrix is the best anime, and no, I'm not talking about the Animatrix. Like, if you go into the Matrix just not expecting something with like the first Matrix is genuinely one of the best sci-fi films ever made. But like, if you go into the rest of those movies and like don't expect anything other than really well choreographed fight scenes, the Matrix is genuinely incredible. You just like Hugh Jackman. Got it. Well, I mean, that's fair. You are permitted to like Hugh Jackman. I think I'm going to cut out a chunk of this and make some more masonry workshops. But like, I will not deny that Matrix 2 and 3 are absolutely letdowns after that first one. Like, they 100% are. Because that first one is genuinely one of the best sci-fi films ever made, and how do you follow that up? It's like, you just kind of can't. Best of luck, Proxa. Are you attempting to win, or are you just trying to end it? I would look at what I did in the Godly Tombs video and try and replicate that. Dropping things on things. And either glass or tracks. Oh, squads are back. So is our attempt to raise a goblin site. Gonna be spoilers. The main selling. I mean, sure. Don't spoil the movie then. Chappie is one of those movies I'm sure I'll watch eventually. But Sideburns attacked the Plain Evil, and the defenders were led by the goblin Deng Tatudshin. The dwarf Sideburns outmatched the goblin Deng with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. The dwarf Arab page matches. The copper ghost of beasts attacked the goblin M. Menestalon. The goblin M. Menestalon was struck down by the dwarf Arab page matches. The copper ghost of beasts. It's cool how they're all getting titles now. Goblin named Box was struck down by Oz. A goblin named Bosa, Doom Pointed, was struck down by Sideburns. A goblin named Deng, who was running the whole thing initially, was struck down by a Cashmere Goat. We looted the place and trampled the place. And finally, at the very end, killed a goblin named Stradono. So what did we get from him? A badger bone scepter, an enormous silver corkscrew, and a turkey leather bag. Cool. I'm glad they grabbed the bag on the way out. They obviously carried everything in the bag. All right, so now they're aware of us. Well, that's good. Devil Bastion. That's funny. It's a good name. You sang Combats is the name of a place in Devil Scrap. That's a scary location. It's a goblin fortress. I'm going to go raid that place with the bloody tusks. Like to see these guys go take something else out. I'm going to start throwing dwarves into the side squad. Mostly dwarves that already have combat skills, ideally. That even better if they are not members of the religion. See how many of them have gear. Most of them have gear. Okay. Let's just queue up some iron breastplates. Just 10 of them. For now, you'll try to do what you can without it, but you'll resort to that eventually. Best of luck, then. Speaking of that, just gonna go over here and put a hatch right there. Probably just start doing a similar-ish thing. Except I'm not gonna lie, I'm just gonna drop shit on stuff. Ominous clown music. There you go. I'm gonna exclusively dig down using Hammers of Armok. Rocks fall, everyone dies. It's a great time. Everyone has fun. So gonna get all of this orthoclase out of here. Oh no, a dwarf is stumbling around randomly. That's a shame. My dragons are killing wolves. What do they still need here? It's mostly just breastplates. Saving multiple timelines, you will absolutely watch the downfall of your entire fort multiple times. Yes. I'll tell you this. I don't know how long you've been digging into the spire, but it does generally kind of take a while. So don't get too overly excited if you just begun digging. Because if you only just started, you're going to be at it for a bit still, probably. You've just found it? All right, yeah, you're going to be at it for a bit. No banner flags is throwing a tantrum. Well, I will have to convict you. Considering the captain of the guard was the one who convicted him and saw it in the first place? How's glass half empty doing? Gonna go beat a criminal. Probably still love your job, though. Wants some martial training. Well, I'm sure he'll get that now. Goes and fights with somebody, immediately becomes focused. Goes to chain up, no banner flags. Disillusioned. After punishing somebody with a beating. Did you not like your job? You've changed, man. He actually didn't like it. Wow. That's kind of wild. You don't see that very often. Well, I mean, he clearly still does, because look at this dwarf. Feels loathing after being beaten, afraid after experiencing trauma, keeps on trying to run back to the hospital. All right, well, I gotta do a thing. This right here. Oh! Well, that explains where that body was. I was wondering about that. This is going to be connected to the hospital. So that when this dwarf gets imprisoned, they can still get their injuries tended to. The pop is 147 because I'm not restricting immigration anymore. I'm just letting anybody in. The reason I'm doing that is quite literally because I would like to get the monarch into the fort. And in order to get the monarch into the fort, I need to be a metropolis. So, just waiting. Also in an ad break, so I'm going to wait for a second while the ads run. Yeah, I can't wait to pay twice as much money for internet next month, and then you know, at the end of it, have internet that's significantly faster. Cannot wait. I've never been so excited to pay for, like, the internet in a very long time. If your dwarf is still alive, is Cow still alive, or did you die gloriously? I want to say that Cow died gloriously as part of the that really big siege that happened super early on, which I think I've only just finished cleaning up from. Yeah, I still haven't finished cleaning up from that. Yeah, no, you're starting to realize now why it's going to take you a while. This is the person who runs the fort. Needs a grand dining room. Oh. Oh, you're a duchess. Sweet, we've actually leveled up. I didn't realize that. Also, did I actually satisfy the needs for this? No, I didn't. Oh, shit. I just kind of presumed I did, but then never checked it. It's okay. We'll get all that sorted. Then you need a grand dining room. So this ain't good. This ain't doing it for you anymore. Hey. Hmm. Hmm. Gonna skedoodle for the evening. We'll see you when we see you, Suited. Thanks for swinging by and hanging out today. Remember, there won't be a stream tomorrow because tomorrow is the eye doctor's appointment day. You have a wonderful feeling you should move your military and miners down here. Just don't... Well, you said you didn't really want advice, so... Take it slowly, I guess is all I'll say. I've kind of accidentally torched my entire military before trying to go down to hell because, like, lava got broken into at a bad angle. It's not even what resides down there that's the problem. It's just the lava randomly pouring out of the walls. There we go. A lot of the dwarves getting new breastplates. Dwarf also really wants to be with family. I think I'm going to put Stinthad's lover up here into the same burrow. Just so that potentially they'll spend some time together. With magma and wet dig available? That is the worst way to possibly do it, but okay. I mean, if you want bad advice, chat's got lots of it. You have so many legendary engravers. I don't really, but I also don't really go out of my way to make legendary engravers. Yeah, no, I've lost more than 15 miners doing what you're doing. So, just from like lava spilling through the walls randomly. So yeah, I don't know. Just be cautious. That's all. How would I describe my fortress design? Nonsense. I make whatever I need when I need it, where I need it, when I need it. I have zero logic or planning or thought behind it. You'll switch to a homeowners association once you torch them all like once? Why a homeowners association, though? Nobody likes the homeowners association. Can I just say that genuinely, I did not put 2 and 2 together that you were referring to Hammers of Armok. I love the fact that Hammer of Armok abbreviates to HOA. That's very funny. Like, could not be further from an HOA. Yet still abbreviates to HOA. I need a new/better place for... I need a new/better place for me to make clothing that isn't back there. Because I've been making clothing right here, and I want to get all of these things here moved out of here. It's like I want to... you know, actually, maybe I'll just go up here, because I was going to embiggen this stockpile anyway. Could also just go down here and just fill this area in. Just use microcline. Could not tell if... I mean, I'll be honest with you. I did not put 2 and 2 together that you said Hammer of Armok until after I said the joke. But I did put it together pretty quickly. It did take a little bit, though. So, this should just be 1 layer above the beginning of hell. So overbearing. Doesn't everybody? It's like the dwarves overstepping their bounds constantly, man. Okay, so we went and attacked Crumble Doomed. Yep. That's exactly what I'm doing. We snuck in undetected and searched the location. Stole a bunch of books. And we stole treasure and livestock. So let's see what we got. Aside from the books. Just some beak dogs. Well, that's a shame. Should probably also just, like, set up more miners. Maybe not military dwarves, though. Some dwarves down here, maybe. Some of these dwarves, maybe. In the military. currently the dwarves are a little busy with this whole project. You know what? Honestly, I don't blame them. It's a lot of flooring I told them to put in. I'm also going to put in some new stoneworkers as well. Yeah, it's like the easiest / only way to really cave stuff in Dwarf Fortress. You know what? We'll just allow everybody to engrave. I cared at the beginning of this fort. I stopped caring. Also, chat room, since I'm just curious, how many people are still watching the stream? Can I get a round of beers? And I hope you've been enjoying the stream today. Sorry, today's been a little bit all over the place and weird. But appreciate you guys for hanging out, chilling with the channel. Doing the stuff, watching the things. Thanks to everybody who did watch the video I uploaded today. And do know, I have begun editing the next big project. It's very, very, very early days. Just rough edits with lots of temporary footage, but whenever this fort does end, which probably will be relatively soon, I will just start editing and let you guys know probably how many streams I'll have to take off to be able to get her done. So the fact that I've got, you know, bit of a basis of Twitch subs here gives me the stability to be able to do that, because even if I do that and then a video fails, then, you know, I have the finances to work towards the next one, which I wouldn't have if it wasn't for Twitch. So thanks to those of you who watch and have hats next to your name and keep this channel rolling, because this is what pays my bills. It means a lot, though, Proxa. But you're also chatting. There's allegedly a vile force of darkness. It does still say siege, though. They do appear to be just heading directly towards this. So many snatchers. Boink, 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 and they all just bounce off the front door. Is there a dwarf coming to pull the lever? Yes, there is. Where are you going there, dwarf? I think I have to go into here and do this. Just type in the word Ugath. To remove all these dwarves, you may want to turn around. I mean, if you insist. Avuz, the woodcutter, has been found dead. Well, that's a bloody shame. So I'm seeing a dwarf right there. Well, I mean, dwarves, if you don't want to walk in to the fort and you want to leave the fort, then that may happen to you. I also lost a cave dragon. Just want to be able to use my traps, damn it. That's all I want. Shouldn't be that difficult. Also, it looks like the enemy siege has ended, so I didn't have to do anything again, but a dwarf did die. Which kind of is a shame, I suppose. Cajun Bard, thank you very much for gifting a subscription. And for the first notification of money in 2.5 hours. Not only that, but this was not a Prime subscription, so I got more money for it. So thank you. What the heck is going on here? Okay, first off, that dragon's seriously injured, but... I don't trust this elf-poet Hollow Slayer. For some reason, I'm not totally sure why. I just don't. I realize that may be weird, but just don't trust this person. And it appears that Yoshi has been taking a Fey mood. As your dwarf died gloriously. Yes, in battle. That's the first time I've seen it, so. I found a bunch of clay. That's interesting. Got a lot of very strangely thirsty dwarves in this fort. But at the same time, drinks are readily available, so I'm not sure why. And I'm going to make a crossbow squad. Huh. I'm just going to make a Marksdwarf squad out of dwarves that are already competent Marksdwarves, and it turns out there's a bunch of them. Respectful Inks. How about, instead of calling them that, we call them the Respectful Bolts. Oops. Legendary Marksdwarf. We'll work with that. Oh man, this dwarf's all sad. Can't spend time with family.